content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
And there's the juice right there. There's the juice. That is
Lots
our
of juice.
Football Friday music coming in hot. Week 4. We flush week 3. And week 4 is here. Good to be with you on a Football Friday. I'm Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. Happy Football Friday.
We need a better lead into Football Friday in terms of the Thursday night football that gets us ready for Football Friday.
Right.
That look, I'm not here to pile on an old man. I think that Al Michaels would be just fine if he had an actual NFL commentator next to him in the booth. Kirk Herbstreit is eminently likable, but I don't need to know where every single player played in college. It's cool. It's cool that you know that. All right, that's great. I would prefer that when Daniel Jones grossly underthrows Malik Neighbors or anybody else, that actually pay attention to that instead of like, oh, by the way, it's Southwest Alabama State. You win a call hurricane.
There was a tweet last night.
Stop it.
There was a tweet last night somebody put up that said, like, they did like a script of the two of them talking to each other, Al Michaels and Kirk Herbstreit. And Al Michaels, these referees keep throwing these damn penalty flags. Herbstreit, Devin Singletary went to Florida Atlantic University. Yeah, they need to.
It looks, you've got two different guys. You've got one play-by-play guy who's at the end of his career, and like he's earned it. I think you like hearing Al Michaels' voice.
Yeah.
He has still little nuggets here and there and little jabs that are really, really funny. But Kirk Herbstreit, it just feels like this is something he's got to get out of the way before he starts his real job.
Which is weird because he's probably getting paid a boatload of money to do it. I mean,
I would imagine so.
Yeah, I mean, he's having to go to these places on Thursday that I'm guessing are not anywhere near, at least last night. I can't remember last time they did game day in the metropolitan New York City area. So he's having to get on plane, granted private planes, but get on planes and, travel's travel, it's a lot. So I would guess he's getting paid a pretty penny. Yeah, I'm with you. That's the Thursday night. It's going to be a fun football weekend. Make no mistake about it.
Oh yeah.
But if Friday, well, not Friday so much, but if like Saturday and Sunday are the buffet, where we're just gorging on football, Thursday should be a pleasant appetizer. You know what I mean? Like it should be something tasty, and it's like the waiters and waitresses were walking out with just like trays of dog turds on it last night.
The college game day is in Tuscaloosa. And I don't know what the storm situation, how that'll affect possibly, or not, but that'll be potentially interesting.
Yeah. It's bad down there right now. So thoughts and prayers.
Look, last night was just sloppy all around, and I don't think you can blame Thursday night football for it on this one. This is what these two teams are this season: the Cowboys and the Giants. Really, the Cowboys with zero excuses for not destroying a team like the Giants by 21 to 28 points, I would say. I think on the depth charts, with the potential, the capacity for big plays, everything else like that, that was a moribund football game we watched last night.
Well, it was, and the Giants actually moved the football better than the Giants had more total yards than the Cowboys last night.
Oh yeah. I mean, this is not new to the Cowboys this season. There's no, and I don't think Cowboys fans last night are like, now we're on track. Take that NFC East. You're on notice.
No, I mean, the Cowboys they're going to struggle to make the playoffs in the NFC. I think we're seeing early on the NFC is probably a little more feisty than we thought it was during the offseason. There's some teams early on here in the NFC that are showing up that we didn't expect to. But yeah, last night I think Daboll caught a lot of heat for just kicking a field goal down 14-9 when they had 4th and goal at the 3-yard line. Yeah, and they hadn't scored a touchdown yet in that game. And the Cowboys with 11 penalties. I almost felt like they were tampering with the penalties they were getting. Like almost like they were like they were putting together an infomercial for Laramie, like, hey, because they have a rookie left tackle right now, like, hey, Laramie, it's okay if you want to come here, buddy. Look, we commit 11 penalties also.
By the way, the O-linemen are master propagandists, and I can see that the Laramie Tunsil crew's been working on some media members because people are saying that, like, oh, this is just what good offensive tackles do. They try to time the snap count. So I wanted to be sure. Laramie with his, is it 7 false starts already this season? I don't know.
It's 10 penalties total. I don't know the
7
breakdown.
False starts.
I think it is 2.
So just to be sure, I went back to look at the last couple seasons of all-pro offensive tackles.
Oh, what'd you find out?
In the entire season of 2023, Trent Williams had 3 false starts and Penei Sewell had 2.
Those two they're good, right? Those two.
These are the all-pros from the last couple of years.
Yeah.
So in 2022, Trent Williams had 4 false starts for the entire season.
Yeah.
Lane Johnson had 2. So for the notion that somehow you just got to false start if you want to be good in pass protection,
right.
Then no. Plus, the thing I would point about those 3 players there is that they actually give a damn about run blocking, which tends to also help with overall team success.
Yeah, like nobody's saying Laramie is trash. Well, I shouldn't say that. There are people saying that. They're stupid. Nobody's saying Laramie's trash because he false starts all the time. He's not at the level that he thinks he's at.
I wouldn't call anybody stupid for having any negative opinion about Laramie Tunsil because emotionally it's so overpowering, and when you're watching the game, and last week's game too, Sean, I spent way too much time digging through drive charts yesterday because of Laramie Tunsil and the offensive line specifically.
What'd you find out?
Last week it was just I just wanted to go through in my mind. The real problem was it was 3 consecutive drives in the first half that were killed by offensive line penalties.
Yes.
Tunsil's false start that made it a 3rd and 12. The 3 straight penalties on the offensive line. 4 if you count the one that was declined, that knocked them out of field goal range, and then a Tunsil false start that made it 3rd and 15, and then a punt. 22 drives in the last 2 games by the Texans offense. 11 of them were ended. 11 drives ended without a field goal or with a punt or with a turnover. 11 of them ended with either a sack and or a offensive line penalty.
Yeah.
And the offensive line is the numero uno issue on this football team now.
We'll lay that all out in the next segment when we start to get ready for Jacksonville with the 6-pack in the next segment. The other thing I would add to those Laramie Tunsil false starts in last week's game, Seth, that you're talking about, one that made it. The one that the first one you named, I forget what the distance was, 5-yard penalty.
It went from 3rd and 7 to 3rd
and 12, and then the last one went from, I think you said 3rd and 10 to 3rd and 15. Both those plays negated first down catches too. It's not, you know what I mean? Like it's not like CJ dropped back or they ran the ball and made it 4th and 4 or something like that. One was a big chunk play to Xavier Hutchinson, the other was a big chunk play to Tank Dell. So it was double whammy is a good way to put that. Speaking of the wide receiver position, we know that Tank is likely out for this weekend. He didn't practice yesterday. What do we make of Nico Collins popping up on the injury report yesterday? I
wasn't a fan of that.
Limited with a hamstring, yeah.
I thought that was a bad move by Nico Collins. Nico, who's been really good against zone coverage, all this stuff that is the excuse for why the Texans don't have this explosive passing attack. Nico, it's a classic, like, oh, okay, yeah, but except for Nico, just throw it up to him. And, they're playing cover 2. Okay, no big deal. Just throw it to Nico anyway. Yeah. So Nico's been the antidote for a lot of that since the Texans can't run the ball worth a damn. Yeah. And that's a big deal, obviously, if Nico's not out there.
Yeah. What do? All of a sudden, anybody who was worried about Diggs' number of targets the first couple of weeks, first 3, that was a big hand-wringing moment the first couple weeks of the season. Yeah, they're 2-0, but Stephon Diggs only has 12 short little catches for like 78 yards. What are we going to do? This is one way to get Diggs his targets. No Tank and potentially no Nico as well. He'll get targeted plenty on Sunday. If that's what you've been looking for, this is going to be your – well, I mean, look, hey – good thing they traded for Stephon Diggs, So, yeah, we'll see. I don't know.
I'm just I'm taking that. Yeah, well, in looking back on the Stephon Diggs trade, you'd think, oh, yeah, that's a chance to have a freakishly good offense.
Intergalactic,
show on
space
turf.
age, yeah.
Yeah, greatest show in a retractable dome stadium, whatever you want to call it. And if it ends up being like, well, at least you had Diggs, well, everybody else was injured and you couldn't run the ball. Diggs caught 20 catches for 83 yards against the Jaguars. Great.
Yeah. So we'll see. We'll see. I mean, I don't want to. I'm not putting Nico on the shelf yet. He wasn't out yesterday. He was limited with the hamstring, so he did practice yesterday.
Sounds like it was something that came up during practice.
Maybe.
And he told the trainers about it afterwards, right? Because it was after the initial injury report.
Yeah.
And,
he was added to it. Yeah.
Hopefully it was just a little bit of stiffness or tightness, and they're being extra careful about it.
Yep, there you go. So, yeah, that's a good point. It wouldn't surprise me if he didn't practice. My prediction, Nico doesn't practice today, listed as questionable. That's my official
prediction.
prediction.
Doesn't practice, but we can't read too much into it.
Right. He'll be listed as questionable. He'll be listed as something. Text message early on. Trash is a bit much, but definitely not worth the contract. Talking about Tunsil. I can entertain that. But the people who are like, he's trash, you get rid of him, cut him. Like, what are we doing?
I know, honestly, Sean, though, but I don't like treating those people dismissively because I understand exactly how they're like. That's how I felt during the game in the first half. I was just get rid of him. This is BS. Because a lot of this is the problem, and then we'll hear from Slowick talk about this. It's in a lot of other sloppiness.
Yeah.
And when your alpha dog that's getting paid more than anybody else is sloppy himself, it sets a bad example. It's one of those things that just filters down to everybody else. You walk into, a colonel is inspecting his troops, and the guy that's supposed to be the best guy in the unit is all sloppy, disheveled, not paying attention. It makes you wonder exactly, all right, how are the rest of these guys?
Right. He's supposed to be the tone setter here. I got you. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Football Friday. Texans, Jags, noon kick Sunday. You can hear it here on Sports Radio 610. Seth and I have Texans Countdown just outside the stadium. Come by and see us. That starts at 9 a.m. on Sunday. Let's get to the six-pack here. Let's lay out 6 things for the game on Sunday that you need to keep an eye on between the Texans and the Jags, including something that we've already touched upon here in the open that will be big. This is a big week to see if D'Amico Ryan's message is getting through to his football team, particularly in one area. We will have that for you coming up next. Now, if you want to get the message through to your insurance company, who maybe has denied some of your claims,
and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Last week we didn't play well. At the end of the day, that's all it came down to. We didn't play well. We had some good moments where we executed, made some nice plays, but they were negated by us. So it's very hard to win, again, when you got the Texans and the Vikings playing against the Texans. That's pretty hard to win that game. So once we get the Texans out of the way and we just go focus on our opponent and we handle us well, then we'll be just fine.
All right, the big bounce back from that perspective. We will get a good referendum on Sunday, Seth, if the message from the coaching staff is getting through. Because as actual players pointed out, coming off of those first two wins, where there was plenty to fix, and they didn't fix much of it going into that Minnesota Vikings game.
Right.
I don't know what was going on the week leading up to the Vikings game, but at least with certain parts of this team, the message did not get.
Yeah, that's again where it's kind of a canary in the coal mine in terms of just, all right, overall sloppiness in general, missed assignments on the offensive line, all of these things that lead to sloppy, underperforming football. I think the Texans have been guilty of that really for 3 straight games. And that's where after those first 2 victories, I don't think many Texans fans felt like, yeah, that was the team I thought they could be. Yep, that's exactly the team. Really, in those first 2 games especially, it felt like, okay, they're winning the battle down in and down out physically, but man, they're just shooting themselves in the foot, or they're just not quite getting it. And all of that really comes to roost when you play against what's probably genuinely a good football team in the Minnesota Vikings.
Yep, for sure. All right, so let's get to what they need to do, what to keep an eye on. Keys to the game on Sunday. Noon kickoff, Texans-Jags. You can hear it right here on Sports Radio 610. We'll six-pack this thing. Let's start with number 1. Playing off of what D'Amico just said, enough with the penalties. D'Amico semi-promised, kind of promised enough where if he were my parent and I was an 8-year-old, I'd be like, hey, you promised. This was D'Amico talking about the addressing of the pre-snap penalties.
Pre-snap definitely has been addressed. Well, again, we spent time on that, talked about it, we addressed it, and we see on Sunday that it's been addressed, and we'll handle it really well. Offensive line had a great day at work today. Everybody understands who we are, what we're about, and what it's going to take for us to get back on track, and that's what we're focused on.
Okay, well, the last 2 weeks you've been about 23 penalties for over 200 yards. So
yeah, they're not aggressive penalties a lot of the times. It's just all this whole pre-snap operation.
I could deal with it if someone was getting bloody in the process.
And again, the other thing that keeps coming up, some of the O-line propaganda that comes up, because they're devious, these offensive linemen, and they put it out to their media members and everything, and then the media members recite it because they're trusting souls. That it's not just the penalties, it's the missed assignments, but one excuse cannot be crowd noise, because the Texans handled the crowd noise in Minnesota worse than most teams handle crowd noise. So it's what happens is whatever issues you have, they get writ large when you add crowd noise to it. It's like somebody with a bad personality when they get drunk. You're like, you don't blame it on them you don't blame it on the alcohol completely. You're like, okay, yeah, it made him worse.
Yeah.
But he's also a jerk when he's stone cold sober.
Amplifies.
Yeah. So that's what the Texans' offensive line, they were a sloppy offensive line, but also drunk last Sunday.
Drunk on noise. Yeah.
So hopefully maybe they can at least be sober and also improved in general. Don't be a jerk on Sunday.
And by the way, 9 penalties is not you need to play a clean game. Okay, I know technically, mathematically, it's an improvement, but you're still a sloppy team. Like you're beyond sloppy these last 2 weeks. I don't want improvement from 11 down to 10. I want a clean football team is what I want.
It's the types of penalties. Pre-snap penalties.
Yeah.
I spend way too much time on NFLpenalties.com these days. I'm turning into HOA Florio, man. I really am. I'm like, well, this you've had 7 of this type of infraction. You've had 3 of this other, where you've had very few actually like respectable penalties, like a good old-fashioned holding or a legal man downfield or something. Yes.
Is that a real website? NFLpenalties.com?
Oh, you bet your ass it is. Excuse my language. Yeah.
No, we needed that. We need that for emphasis.
You want to look at my Chrome history, Brandy?
God, no. All right.
I got Sean and Brandy going through my browser history all the time.
Let's sitting there together with a pointer like, oh, God, look what was going on there. Let's get to number 2. They got to run the ball, man. And I don't know. Joe Mixon is out. I was hearing reports earlier this week that Dameon Pierce is trending towards playing. He hasn't practiced yet this week. Let's hear from Bobby Slowick. Why has the O-line not shown consistency yet in the run game?
I think there's a lot of reasons for that. The number one reason would be the same thing. I mean, we could probably count on one hand the amount of times we're doing what we're supposed to do. And in the run game, that's a problem. I mean, we had an unblocked play lost. That's not how you draw it up. You know what I mean? So we got to go execute.
He said later I know it was later or earlier in the press conference where he's like, he basically just kind of paused, like, we just got to play better.
Yeah. I mean, because it came up. I'm doing a little montage of the times he said we have to execute better.
Yeah.
It really is. I think if I'm Bobby Slowick getting up there to defend myself, it's getting increasingly like that. He's getting up there to
he's
defend
as
himself.
Under siege as he's been since he got here now.
Oh, for sure.
Yes.
And I know some listeners don't like this opinion of mine. My opinion has been that the play calling itself has been just fine. Mm-hmm. But the thing that still falls back on him as the coordinator is they're not executing the plays that he's calling properly, and it makes everything else look that much worse. There's so many times where there's nothing wrong with this play call. It's that you've got one guy out of position, you got another guy getting his butt kicked, you've got or the play gets negated. Multiple explosive plays last week were negated because of penalty. Yep. The play calling in and of itself, I don't have an issue with right now. There's just nothing you can do play calling wise if guys aren't going to execute it, and that still does go back to Bobby Slowick. He's not trying to absolve himself by saying they need to execute better. That's still on him. It's just I don't think it's the play calling that's the problem.
Yeah. The Jags against the run, Trayvon Walker's been very good against the run for them this year, the former number 1 overall pick. You know, he's not Aiden Hutchinson, who went with the second pick in that draft.
The Jags have not been playing well, so I'm trying to go through and find areas and spots where they are good. They athletically have the ability to rush the passer. They just haven't been that good at it. Yep. Trayvon Walker hasn't developed into Aiden Hutchinson by any stretch of the imagination, but he is still a big, strong dude who's very stout versus the run. And this is a team in the Texans. When I go through these ESPN run block win rates, the Texans' offensive line is 30th.
Yeah.
So, the Jaguars are no good. All right, well, Trayvon Walker has been pretty good versus the run, and you guys have stunk.
Right. There are probably parts of the Jag, like the very specific parts of the Jags, that are looking at this as a get-right game. Like, if I'm playing on the – if I'm like, the Jags as a whole can't be. I mean, I know they're 0-3. Like, the Texans are not – Texans being a touchdown underdog at NRG Stadium is not a get-right game. But I got to imagine that the guys on that defensive front watched that Texans offensive line last week and the previous week, and we're like, okay, we can get some things done on Sunday that we haven't been able to get done this year, maybe. You know,
there's a cut from Bobby Slowick later we'll play that agitated me a little bit when talking about the run game. He said, hey, well, Cam Akers only ran the ball 9 times, so you can't tell much from that. And that's a little bit like, well, yeah, I mean, that's like saying, like, don't judge my work record because I only showed up to work 9 times. That's not a good sample size.
God bless
Sure,
him.
and it's Homer Simpson. Be like, well, don't blame all the nuclear meltdowns on me.
Right.
Only 2 of them happened on the 9 days.
Oh, there you go. Let's get to number 3. This is another O-line topic, but you got to protect CJ Stroud, and particularly if you're going in super undermanned at wide receiver. If if you're going in with guys that can't beat man coverage or, find the soft spots in the zone where CJ knows he can get rid of it quickly, and he knows where Tank is going to be, and he knows where Nico is going to be. They've got that chemistry there. Diggs is going to play. Obviously, he's fully healthy. But the other two, Nico limited with a hamstring, and Tank hasn't practiced all week. And they just purely forget about who the wide receivers are. Just, purely empirically, they've not protected CJ well the last couple of weeks. He was sacked 4 times for 42 yards. Too many times, really, in the first 3 games. He's been forced out of the pocket and forced to run around. There's been clutter in the pocket. I mean, Brian Flores was just pounding the blitz button on them last week. CJ Stroud with time is one of the top 3 or 4 quarterbacks in football. Like he's
right, And I think even last week, CJ made some great plays. Some of them negated by penalties that were done under duress. The ball came out very fast. There's only one place you could have gone with the ball on that play, and it was a tight window throw, and he did it. And CJ would never claim that he played great last week or anything, but I think if he had played that way with actually good things happening around him, I think it could have been a great performance.
Yes.
They had over 300 yards passing, and it wasn't you can say, okay, well, some of that was playing from behind or what have you. I'm not at that point yet where I'm saying, oh, yeah, well, typical sophomore slump.
No,
I don't think it's that. I don't think that's the case whatsoever.
No. I mean, he's got another level he can get to, but he ain't the problem right now for sure. Number 4, heat up pretty boy Trev, man. Heat up this long-haired pretty boy dude who hasn't won a game since Week 12 at NRG Stadium last season.
There's a really good spot in Matt Burke's presser yesterday. The audio's not great. I'll probably tweet this out with captions or something, where I think Cody Stutes was starting a question. I don't know who it was. Somebody was asking a question, and he prefaced it by saying the last time Trevor Lawrence won a game was last year here in Houston, and Burke is funny. Burke kind of raises his eyebrows a little and goes, oh, good for him.
I didn't see that. I can just picture Matt Burke, though. That sounds funny.
I could see it. And then there was a huge laugh. And I think Burke meant it more from a self-deprecating way.
For sure.
But
I didn't see it, I can tell you that.
I don't want to put it out, but it's so funny. But if I put it on social media, I think it's going to be interpreted as shade
Maybe.
that he's throwing. I think he meant it self-deprecating.
Yeah.
Like, great.
Yeah, thanks.
But I think Jaguars fans might feel differently.
And he being Trevor Lawrence, was outstanding in that game. He threw for 364 yards. So I don't even know if he's had a good game since that game, let alone won a game. 0-8, 59% completion percentage, 11-8 touchdown to interception ratio, which in modern football is terrible. Half yard per attempt and a passer rating of under 80, 79.7 passer rating.
Just paid him.
And they just paid him like a month ago. Yeah.
This is immediately how he rewards
0-3. 0-3 and looking completely out of sorts
now,
on Monday Night Football.
He has offensive line issues as well. And look, with Trevor Lawrence, if you're evaluating his contract or anything else like that, you're going to point to the consistency. He's got several stretches of really good football play in his career. So I'm not sleeping on Trevor Lawrence. I think the fact that he's got a rookie wide receiver and then also Gabe Davis, free agent pickup, that it could be a matter of time until things all of a sudden click. And maybe the pass protection remains an issue. That's where the Texans' big area of opportunity is versus the Jaguars. The Jags' offensive tackles have not played well, and the Texans' defensive ends have played well.
Yep.
So that's you couldn't make it any simpler. Hey, Will Anderson, Danielle Hunter, go to work.
Yep. Number 5. This isn't even like an X's and O's thing. Let's get a man fired. How about that? Let's get Doug Peterson and his center part hair fired on Sunday. The Texans, I did this same exercise on my podcast, Seth, that drops this morning, the Utopia, my preview. And the more I talked about the Texans letting mediocre teams hang around with them, the more I talked about it. The Texans largely, since the beginning of last year, have done one of two things. They've want to let inferior teams or teams that don't deserve to be hanging around, letting them hang around and then winning it in the end, or getting blown out by teams that are equal or better than them. That's the two things they've been doing the most. And the more I talked about it, the more agitated I got. I'm like, guys, you are so much better than this. Like, you finish a team. If you get up by 10-0 or 14-0, I don't want to be sweating this thing out in the fourth quarter. I'm not saying I'm going to be angry if you're not up 14-0 or 17-0. If this is a game where it's 17-17 going into the fourth quarter because they've been going back and forth, and so be it. I can live with that. But it's these games where you get up by double digits, and it's these games where you allow football stupidity to let teams hang around. And you got to stop with this, man.
Like, you're just not ready for prime time.
Yeah.
You know? Like, it's a classic, wow. The feeling I had after the Vikings game was, we're right back to where we were versus the Ravens in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Except that without the excuse of injuries.
Right.
You know, like, at least versus the Ravens, Nico was your only good wide receiver. Hey, you got... the interior offensive line is too young, and they're all backups. Now you're as close to full strength as any NFL team can expect to be these days, and it was just a non-competition versus the Vikings.
I was thinking about this last night. I think this team has good survival instincts. Like, I think once they get into a game that's close, I trust that they can do a lot of the right things in the last 5 minutes of a game to go close the deal. I don't think they have a real good killer instinct right now. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think that they're not good at putting their foot on the throat of an opponent right now.
Yeah.
So
Doug Peterson, I'm watching the Menendez brothers docudrama on Netflix right now, and I look at both Doug Peterson and Trevor Lawrence, kind of like when the Menendez brothers, little rich kids, were in prison, and they were not ready for prison. They were not. This was not what they were. This was not what their upbringing had prepared them for.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's where Trevor Lawrence and Doug Peterson are right now.
So.
Let's just go ahead and make them into what they are. You know, just let's just go ahead and. Let's get them beat with
right.
Let's get them beat in the corner of their cell.
Someone needs to take the graphic from that docudrama and put their faces on the two Menendez brothers right there.
Yeah, you know what it is? It's like there's a scene in prison where one of the Menendez brothers wears a wig, and like the really good-looking, most popular one wears the most popular Menendez brother wears a wig.
Quite the accomplishment.
There's a scene in the shower where somebody rips his wig off. Yeah. That's what I want to do to Doug Peterson. Rip his wig off.
Yeah, center part wig. Last one, my prediction: 27-17 Texans. That's my prediction for the game on Sunday. Noon kick here on Sports Radio 610. All right, let's get to headlines. We'll get to the injuries with the Texans, including a significant one that popped up yesterday, Thursday Night Football. Big retirement of an Astros legend, and I am not using the word Astros legend or the moniker ironically at all. This guy is an Astros legend. We'll get to that and a whole lot more in headlines next.
Oh, be a legend because you've got a great retirement plan and everything. You know, you talk to your wife and she's
SportsRadio.com.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, let's start with the Texans and the injury report from yesterday. Texans-Jags on Sunday at noon. And as of right now, it looks like Joe Mixon will not play. He's not been practicing. He's week to week, according to, I believe, D'Amico Ryan said that earlier this week. This week, it's not expected that he'll play. Dameon Pierce has not practiced. We'll wait and see what happens with him. Today's injury report will be a big key. Two things happened with the injury report yesterday that are worth noting. Jimmy Ward went from limited to not practicing with a groin injury. He was limited Wednesday, didn't practice Thursday. Maybe that's just a function of managing the injury. He's an older guy. The big one is Nico Collins popping up as limited with a hamstring yesterday. That's a problem. He might be the best receiver in football right now.
It's a big old problem without Nico Collins, who is the straw that stirs the drink in a lot of ways, whether he's getting the ball or not. I guess the question about who will be wide receiver one for the Texans that we had in the preseason, I think probably the most popular choice was Nico Collins, I think. Not from and I don't look at it as from a fantasy perspective, but okay, who's your actual numero uno, this is the go-to guy that's most dependable. I think that's been very clearly Nico Collins through the first three games.
Yeah, no doubt. As far as injuries on the other side, the Jags are dealing with their own stuff. Foye Oluokun, their inside linebacker, has a foot injury. And from what I gathered from when he sustained the foot injury last Sunday, it was expected he was going to be out for a while. Evan Ingram has yet to play this year, their tight end. That would really help if he didn't play. He was a 100-catch guy last year for Trevor Lawrence. He's really good. Devin Lloyd, their young inside linebacker, first-round pick out of Utah last year, also out yesterday. Three guys not practicing, but they're three pretty significant guys, including their two inside linebackers right now. So, that's big if you're a Texan fan.
And look, the Jags play a lot of man defense. The big question would be, all right, are they going to be like other teams have been versus the Texans and just play a lot of cover two shell stuff that limits the deep balls? If they decide to be aggressive, this is a real good opportunity for the Texans to, if Nico Collins is healthy, to really take the top off that defense.
Be fun, man.
Really, let's see the explosive version of this Texans offense.
Yeah, we got the football weekend kicked off last night as we continue with headlines. It was a close game, I guess. That's the nicest thing I can say about this game between the Cowboys and the Giants, because it was not a fun watch. Between the Cowboys basically not being able to go two plays without committing a penalty in the first half, and the Giants moving the football but stalling literally every time they got into scoring range. They kicked 5 field goals in the game, 20-15 the final score, and that was an excruciating watch for me.
It was a really annoying game. Yeah. There were a lot of penalties in the first half. Brian Daboll was very Bill O'Brien-like, and let's remember, the team motto they have up in their front office is tough, smart, dependable.
Oh, yeah.
Brian Daboll and Bill O'Brien share some common resume items.
That works every time, yeah.
The most frustrating and Bill O'Brien-like thing in this game was that Brian Daboll, he was aggressive on short yardage plays. He went for it three times game on 5th down, but the one time he didn't, it was 4th and goal from the 3, the beginning of the third quarter, and they chose to kick a field goal when they were, which didn't. They
were down 5.
It was already a 1-score game at that point.
Yeah.
Chose to kick a field goal. He would go for it again 2 more times after that, but they didn't. The Giants didn't get past they got past the 50 one more time that half.
Yeah.
Like it was a really frustrating. If you're a Giants fan, that was a really frustrating game. Daniel Jones didn't do anything to look like he's worth his contract or anything like that. It was just a boring, ugly football game. Sean, I wanted real quick to watch the highlights this morning. Usually when the NFL puts out their YouTube highlights, they're usually like somewhere between 13 to 16 minutes. This one was almost 10 minutes flat. Like, that's how boring a game it was.
Yeah, that's how few
highlights. There was almost nothing
there.
Interesting happening in this game.
It was, man. It was like, man, I shaved my legs for this, as they say. It's 20-15, the Cowboys win, and we're off and running on a football Friday and a football weekend here in Week 4 of the NFL. Marwan Gonzalez retiring from baseball. And to which my first thought was, okay, who does he play for? I thought Marwin might have retired already. He's been playing in Japan the last couple of years. So he just finished up his season over there and announced his retirement. I don't think it's a stretch to say Marwin Gonzalez is an Astros legend. I know he's not going to be a Hall of Famer or anything. As embroiled in the sign-stealing scandal as anybody.
He was the one guy who actually benefited from it overall. The advanced stats, when they broke it down, there was a point where the Astros actually looked like they were actually suffering from it because teams were onto it. But he endured, and he continued to profit from the sign-stealing on through the end of the season, yes.
And he got paid by the Twins the following season, 2 years, $21 million.
And never went on to do a single thing like he did in 2017.
Not even close,
yes.
Not even close. When he led the team in RBIs. So that's what I'm saying, Marwin Gonzalez, Astro legend, because he wasn't just a player on that team. He was a key guy on that team, man. Like, they played him everywhere. He came through. He had over 90 RBIs that year. And garbage can or no garbage can, the home run against Kenley Jansen, I will say it till the day I die, unless there's several more hits like it. The home run against Kenley Jansen to tie Game 2 of the World Series is one of the probably 5 most important hits in the history of the team. Because if they lose that guy, that's their closer. That's the Dodgers' closer. He's getting ready to go up 2-0 in the World Series on you. And Marwin Gonzalez hits a home run in the 9th inning to tie that game, and the Astros go on to win that game, and they go on to win the World Series. I don't think they win the World Series, which ended up going 7 games, if they go down 2-0 on the road at the Dodgers. And who knows what the mental effect is at that point, like what the butterfly effect is. But that Marwin Gonzalez home run, however you feel about Marwin, we will always have that. Love Marwin.
There was something about Marwin Gonzalez's scowl that just always made me happy.
Yeah.
He's just constantly scowling.
Yeah.
Mauricio Dubon's the opposite. He's always got a smile on his face.
Right.
But Marwin just he brought a certain edge to him that I liked and appreciated.
Gravitas, I think. Yeah. As far as the Major League Baseball playoff race goes, the AL pretty much set. I pretty much set as to who's going to be in the playoffs. It's more about where they're going to be slotted. The Astros will be the 3 seed. The Orioles will be the 4 seed. Those are the only things that are set in stone. But we know that the Yankees and the Guardians are going to be some combination of 1 and 2. The Yankees have the tiebreaker, and they're a game up on the Guardians. So if the Yankees win, basically if they win one more game, they're going to be the number 1 seed, and the Guardians will be the 2 seed. As far as who the Astros play, that's the other mystery right now. The 5 and 6 seeds, it looks like it's going to be Kansas City and Detroit in some order. They're tied right now. Kansas City has the tiebreaker over Detroit, so if they're tied at the end of the season, the Astros will play the Detroit Tigers. I would rather play the Kansas City Royals at this stage. The Minnesota Twins are still lurking, but they lost again last night. If the Twins lose a game, or Kansas City / Detroit win a game, Minnesota's out. Minnesota's going to be out. They're just mathematically, they're on a respirator right now.
The thing that I'm most happy about all of this is that as long as the Yankees don't screw the pooch, then it sets up for an ALCS versus the Yankees, and that's the way it should be. That's the way the baseball gods want it. It's the way life is best, is when you beat the Yankees. And I felt. Last year, if they just could have drawn the Yankees, if the Yankees could have just done us the favor of making the playoffs, if the Astros could have played the Yankees in the ALCS, I feel like they would have been in another World Series appearance.
We'd be sitting on our 3rd World Series championship. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Our baseball talk is presented by T-Mobile. Head to T-Mobile.com and get a great deal on the iPhone 16 Pro. All right, we're going to get to our Circle of Swarm at 7:20. You ready for the Circle of Swarm? Seth?
Oh, yeah, I'm ready.
Okay.
I'm ready. It was tougher this week. Last week it was tough because there were so many people that deserved to be in it.
Yeah.
This week it's tough because we need to populate it.
Right,
yeah.
right. But we're going to get 6 in there. We will get 6 in there. Circle of Swarm at 7:20. We'll hear from Bobby Slowick coming up next. The play callers and the players getting on the same – we heard on the same page a lot this week. We'll hear from Bobby Slowick about getting on the same page with the guys that need to go out and execute his game plan. We'll hear from the Texans OC coming up next. But if you're looking for a place to watch Astros games this weekend, because they're an official sponsor of the Houston Astros,
Pendergast. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
It's going to be a tricky circle of swarm that we do at 7:20. You're right, Seth. Kind of jotting down names. I'm like, wow, it's slim pickings this week.
I feel bad about some of the people that we're going to have to eject from it.
I do too.
But actually, a couple guys are safer than upon reflection, than I thought they would be.
Okay.
So we'll be good. Yeah.
Okay, good.
I'm intrigued to see who gets. Last week we had a lot of people really angry about multiple different players being left out of the circle of swarm, which is only 6 people. Only 6 people allowed.
Six
in the circle
and only
of swarm.
6. Yes.
Yeah. No participation trophies here.
Yep.
And this week I'm curious. I'm really honestly very interested in which players listeners will be upset that we left out.
Yeah.
So we'll
put in, as it were. We'll see.
Yeah.
By the way, we did not mention this about the Thursday night football game. Micah Parsons left that game last night with an injury that he's got.
Oh, he didn't come back? Okay.
He did not.
Right.
No. And he's.
I'll be honest with you. I was drifting in and out.
Yeah.
So.
No, X-rays were negative, but he's getting an MRI, a lower leg injury of some sort. But he did not come back in that game last night. Cowboys win 20-15. Now, I'm looking, Micah Parsons did sit at his locker and talk to the media last night, so it wasn't one of those things where it wasn't a severe enough injury to where they sequestered him away somewhere else. So we'll keep an eye on that. All right, Texans and Jags coming up on Sunday. Noon kick, you can hear it right here on Sports Radio 610. Seth and I get the festivities kicked off at 9 a.m. Before we get to Bobby Slowick, we had a listener ask earlier, we've had a few people ask, like, where exactly do you guys do the pregame show? Fact is, there's just more and more people out there now that want to know this because the Texans are very popular. The stage is on the southeast. It's outside the southeast corner of the stadium. It used to be in Bud Light Plaza. So we're in that same general area. We're just outside Bud Light Plaza. You can't miss it. If you're standing outside the southeast corner of the stadium where you walk in from the blue lot and you got the Astrodome on the right and NRG Stadium on the left, it's the gigantic stage with me and Seth talking on it. You can't miss it. So come by.
Yeah, it's not any of the other stages where you and I are talking on it. It's the one right in that location.
In that area,
yes.
About, Yep. So come by and say hi, man. We love seeing the listeners out there. We appreciate it. Bobby Slowick met with the media yesterday. This is, I think it's safe to say, like, this is, I don't want to over exaggerate and say this is a turning point with Bobby Slowick and the fan base, but I think this is the most skeptical it is that the fan base has been with Bobby Slowick since he got here. Last year was a honeymoon. This year's not a honeymoon by any means. Team's 2-1, but the offense has not looked nearly close to what people were thinking it was going to look like. Here's Bobby Slowick on how the play callers and the players get on the same page.
You execute, really all the way across the board as far as last week goes. It really wasn't good by anybody. It wasn't good by coaches. We didn't do a good enough job as far as getting communicated what we want done. Scheme-wise, we didn't do a good enough job. And then when we were out there, the number of times we ran a play that everyone was doing what they were supposed to be doing probably could be counted on one hand, which you doesn't matter who lines up across from you, you're going to have a rough time in a game like that. So we've made a commitment this week to we're worried about the Texans. We're ready to roll and just focused in on doing our job and doing it the way we want to do it, and let's go play clean football.
That count on one hand quote right there, that's a quote right there, man.
Yeah.
That's
guys
good
were
stuff.
Just not, and that is, I think sometimes there's a tendency to think the offensive coordinator's job is calling plays and that's it. No, like when Bobby Slowick says they've got to execute, he's not excusing himself from this poor execution. That is specifically his job. I personally think the play calls have been just fine. It's just everything that Bobby Slowick just said, which falls on him, is that you've got too many guys doing the wrong thing or just getting their butts beat in any given moment. So, sometimes that's going to happen. Sometimes guys just flat out, they're not physically ready for it or they're still developing or what have you. But when they're using bad technique or when they're just simply not performing their responsibilities, that all goes back on Bobby Slowick. Their inability to get a run game going, that falls back on Bobby Slowick. Not picking up the blitzes. I don't care about how hard it is versus the Vikings. It was an issue before the Vikings. So that does all come back ultimately to Bobby Slowick. The one thing I worry about with this offense, and it's every offense in the NFL, it's when you start trying to get too complex or you start thinking you're more advanced than you were last year, then the more complex you get, the more guys screw up. So there's this constant balancing act between simplifying and executing what you're doing properly versus like having answers to stuff that the defense is doing to you. And maybe at this point you got to get back to basics in a lot of regards and say, all right, look, we're going to be a little bit more limited in what we ask you guys to do. We just need you to do it really, really well when we ask you to do it.
You can count on one hand the number of plays where everybody was doing their job. That is something, man.
Where's that Henry David Thoreau quote I had put in here? Here it is. Our life is frittered away by detail. Simplify, simplify, simplify. I say let your affairs be as 2 or 3 and not 100 or 1,000. And this goes, I think that Bobby Slowick might have been reading it.
For sure.
He said this is what Thoreau said. Instead of 1,000,000, count half a dozen. Keep your accounts on your thumbnail. So, yeah, you could count on one hand the number of times they did things right. He just, I'd like to count on one hand or one thumbnail the number of plays we're trying to execute, and then maybe we'll get it right, damn it.
Someone comes up to me at a bar this weekend, and they say, hey, Sean, summarize your brand, Payne and Pendergast, in one sentence. You know, the culture of your show in one sentence that's been uttered on the show. I think I would play for them. Where's that Henry David Thoreau quote that I put in the rundown?
The fun thing about Thoreau is when he went off to live in his cabin and lived a simple life also. He did have his mom and his sister like stockpiling him with food every they would bring him nice little care packages, all that. And he would send his laundry back to his to his mom's house.
I thought he was living a rustic life out there on Lake Walden. What the hell?
No, that's a comment. No, it's not his fault. He didn't present it as anything different than what it was. Yeah, people like to have this image of Thoreau being just a hermit out in the woods.
Yeah.
That was just that had gone completely native. No. He had means, and it wasn't. Yeah, he wasn't jailed for not paying his taxes because he couldn't pay his taxes. It was that he chose not to pay his taxes.
This is like finding out that the Notre Dame football team didn't really go in and forfeit their jerseys to get Rudy on the field in that last game.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I think of Thoreau in a completely different light right now.
Hey, how are you gonna go? How did you live the simple life? I went to live off in a distant corner of my vast estate.
He basically lived in his guest house. Is what he was doing.
Yeah.
That's great. Didn't see the show go in this direction, but I like it. Let's get back to Bobby Slowick, the Henry David Thoreau of coordinators. What can you do to help prevent the offensive penalties, Bobby?
Our role is to ensure it does not happen. You know, I mean, we know the rules. This has been a recurring theme for us really since camp that showed up all the way across the offense. I know the offensive line was getting dinged last week. It's been with eligibles as far as alignment, illegal procedures, motion operation. I mean, like we have to get that cleaned up, and we are making sure that happens.
Yeah, it's. Again, going back to them trying to do all this advanced stuff and during camp, saying it's cool because we got all this other good stuff already figured out. So now we're on to the 301 level stuff and the 401 level stuff. It's like planning for your retirement when you've been late to work every day this week, you know, and you've been fired 3 times in the last month. It's just like, okay, you don't put the cart ahead of the horse. Sometimes you got to go back to basics and start doing the simple stuff right before you can start planning for your retirement.
Yep.
That's where the Texans are right now. And a lot of the penalties, the frustrating thing about the penalties is, you know, people continue to try to make excuses for Laramie Tunsil and how it's no big deal because offensive tackles do. They try to time the snap count. I've done even further research into this, Sean. As I keep going back. Remember, Laramie Tunsil has 7 false starts already in 3 games.
3 games, yeah.
In the last 3 seasons, the All-Pro offensive tackles have committed over the course of the entire season.
Love this.
Last year, there were Trent Williams committed 3, Penei Sewell committed 2. The year before that, Trent Williams committed 4, Lane Johnson committed 2. The entire season. The year before that, Trent Williams committed 1, Tristan Wirfs committed 2 false starts. So it turns out it is indeed possible to be a really good offensive tackle without false starting at a breakneck pace.
7 times.
Yes.
Do we know what the record is for individual? I'm Googling right now. And
7 or 8. The last few years, I didn't find anybody that had more than, I think it was 8 or 9 false starts in a single season.
Okay.
So, yeah, I mean, he's and then if you go to pre-snap penalties, which is usually the illegal alignments, he's way, way above. Usually it's like 10 is the record for the season for any offensive lineman or any player in general.
Right. I would just love to, I would love, if somebody could find out, I'm guessing that, somewhere out there that exists. Like we know, I'm Googling right now, and they don't have.
No, Sean, I've got the data. You just asked me. I've got my website.
No, I'm talking like the record for the.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying I know where to go for it.
Oh, okay. Well, if you find out, I would love to know, because that's something I'd like to track this year. And if Laramie gets close enough, then I start kind of rooting for
he's
it.
already very close to at least a modern record
for a full.
Season. How bad he is at it.
Yeah.
He's really, really atrocious at it. And it's the other thing that drives me insane is and I don't know where these people are coming up with, I guess it's because they want to be contrarian or whatever to the way they need to defend Laramie Tunsil with his false starts. They'll say, well, that's part of him being such a good pass protector. Right. Well, okay, so how about he tries to be a good pass protector without
by not giving
cheating
up 5
to
yards.
such an extreme degree?
Yeah.
Do you even know how good a pass protector he is?
Right.
Plus, these other guys that I mentioned that are all pros, they actually give a damn about run blocking.
Yeah.
So it's not. Let's not reduce this down to pass protection being the only damn thing that matters. How about being a good, complete overall offensive lineman?
So what I'm hearing you say is he's already probably pretty close to the season-long record?
Oh, no. If he continued at this pace, he'd be...
Oh, pace, for sure. Yeah. But I'm saying, I'd like to get to a point, if he's that close, then I just want to start rooting for it to happen. I'd like to see ESPN stop games in other sports so they could pipe in the Texans game for a little bit, like they did with Aaron Judge's at-bats. For the American League, the long-hallowed American League home run record. Remember, they'd cut into Big 12 football games for Aaron Judge at-bats at 11 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday to see if – I'd like to see that. The Texans offense takes the field, and all of a sudden bowling on FS1 or on ESPN, they've got a split screen while the Texans are on there to see if Laramie breaks the long-hallowed false start record, because he's well on his way right now.
If I can give you a hint. Your league leader in false starts had 9 false start penalties through the entire season.
Okay.
This year, Laramie Tunsil has 7 through just 3 games.
Yeah.
So 2 years ago, Laramie Tunsil led the league with 7 false starts. So good for him, man. He's operating at almost 6.
Dude.
He's almost 6 times as good at jumping at false starts as he was 2 years ago.
Why are you all over him? He's consistent as hell. He's taken
3 years ago, the league leader had 7, Alex Leatherwood. It's really astounding.
Right.
He's definitely going to set a record this year if he keeps this up.
Oh, yeah. Okay, good. Well, then there's that.
I haven't found any. I've gone back 4 years, and the highest number was 9 in any given season.
Okay, he's going to sail past that.
Yeah,
He'll get to that by end of October, easy. By end of October, I mean end of September. He could get 2 more on Sunday.
The previous high water mark going back through 2019 was also Laramie Tunsil in 2019 when he had 12.
I've heard of him.
That's tough.
Yeah.
That's
he had
tough.
12?
Yeah, 12 in 2019
Dude, this is absurd.
It's so
this is
stupid,
absurd.
Man. It's ridiculous.
I was kidding. I'm trying to make light of it right now just because it's so exasperating. It's so dumb. It's so dumb.
It's so selfish, man.
Yeah.
It's just a guy being in business for himself. And every other year, Laramie Tunsil's been among the top 1 or 2 at least 4 times in the last 6 years.
Yeah.
Or 3 times in the last 6 years. Yeah, 2009 is 9 false starts on the season has been any player in the league.
Yeah.
So he's already surpassed that once, and he's well on his way to it this year.
Oh, yeah. Let's hear more from Bobby Slowick here. We'll get to the circle of swarm in a couple of minutes. What does Bobby Slowick see with how teams are attacking the run game? Worked great in week 1 with Joe Mixon. It has worked poorly the last couple weeks. How are teams attacking the Texans' run game?
I'd say last week we ran the ball 9 times, so I don't even know if there's enough evidence there to go off of. We had like 2.7 to carry, so we didn't do it well, but also you need to run it more than 9 times to really see how you're running the ball. The Chicago in particular was something that we know we could have executed better. We were closer to than what we were last week, but just fundamentally really against Chicago we were a little loose, and then last week was really execution. But when it's things that are not physical, when it's things that are things we can correct, that doesn't make it any easier. You need to correct it, but we're fully capable of correcting that.
This one annoyed me because a little bit of that baked into only running the ball 9 times is like, well, you don't want to be passing on 2nd and 10 after you got stuffed on 1st down running the ball. Right. You don't want to be running the ball on 2nd down. One leads to the other. Yeah. You can't run the ball, and you're shooting yourself in the foot with penalties, so you only have so many opportunities to run the ball. But you can't run the ball when you don't. You're less likely to run the ball the 2nd or 3rd time when you don't run the ball well the 1st time. So, I don't accept that part of it. I thought there was plenty of. I thought they showed plenty enough that they could. It was only 9 times.
Have you seen stuff that defensive linemen are doing against them?
The defensive line, they're slanting a lot. Run a lot of games and stuff, a lot of movement. It's really screwed Shaq Mason and Juice Scruggs up at times when a defensive tackle slants from the B gap to the A gap. And that's difficult, but there's ways to handle it and not look like haphazard fools while you're doing it. Some of that you can help out with play calling, just either with more inside zone instead of outside zone, or you run traps or counters, and I don't know if the Texans are good enough at any of that. That all goes back to the old execution part of it. We're calling the plays that are theoretically answers for this D-line movement, but those aren't working either because guys can't do anything right.
Who's getting a lot of love on the text page? Henry David Thoreau.
Oh, yeah?
Someone says, I'm about to throw up.
That doesn't sound like love.
Thoreau 101 through 601, available only at Cornell. Minor in Thoreau. Oh, man, that's funny. All right, someone's asking if Prize Picks ever has a more or less than on Laramie Tunsil false starts. I don't think so, but they should. They should.
It's fascinating.
It is.
It's really, what are the – it's got to be even money on whether he breaks his own modern record for false starts.
Right.
12 is a pretty impressive number.
Dude.
12 is a lot.
12 is like 60 home runs. That's hard to get 12 false starts in a year. Here's the thing, too. This is going to sound like a backhanded compliment to Laramie.
Oh, crap.
Because it's a backhanded compliment to Laramie. But you've got to actually be a pretty good player to get 12 false starts in a season. Because most guys would probably get their job yanked from them after, like, the 8th one. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, it's like they used to say back in the day, there were only a handful of guys that lost 20 games in a season in baseball. And the fact of the matter is, you've got to be a pretty good you got to be a decent pitcher to lose 20 games because it means your team stuck with you through the entire season losing 20 games. You see the guys that lose 20 games, their ERAs are actually sometimes kind of respectable. So, Sean, exact thing.
I've gone back through 2012 on this thing now, and it is very rare to see a league leader in false starts have double-digit false starts.
Is 12 still the high that you've seen?
12 is still the high that I've seen. Laramie Tunsil's high water mark going back through 2011 was the 12 false starts he had in 2019.
Okay, good.
I'm back to 2011, and it's just there have only been only 2 instances where it was double digits, maybe 3, I think, and Laramie had one of them. But he's well on his way.
How far back does that website? Is that the NFLpenalties.com that you were talking about?
This is on Football Database.
Okay.
FootballDB.com.
How far back does it go?
I'm back down through 2010 now. Okay. Laramie still has the high water mark. Looks like I can go back to 2006.
Okay.
So this will be my. I'll do this at the end of the show.
Okay.
I'll figure out just how good Laramie is at jumping false starting.
That's what we'll call the modern era. 2006. Larry Tunsil has the most false starts. All right, let's get to it.
You know, D'Amico always says swarm.
What we're looking for is players, right, who are looking to swarm.
The swarm mindset, that whole mentality.
Right, we want players to have a special work ethic and a relentless mindset in everything that they do.
Who's in?
This is a special group of men, believe it.
It's the Payne and Pendergast Texans Circle of Swarm.
All right, we like that. Circle of Swarm. Love the open, Ben.
Good job, Ben.
Yep, love the open. All right, so for those that are new to this, Seth came up with this a couple of weeks ago, and I love it. Circle of Swarm, like it's similar to the Astros Circle of Trust, in that it is focused on one of our teams here. The Circle of Trust with the Astros could have the whole team in it if need be, if they were all trustworthy. As you guys know, if you're a longtime listener, you know we do a Circle of Trust for the Astros. We'll probably do one in Monday or probably Tuesday of next week before the playoffs start. We'll do one heading into the playoffs. But those are just the Astros that we trust. The Circle of Swarm only has 6 people. Seth picks 3, and I pick 3. And it's all about the players that embody the swarm mentality the most, with some skewing to recency, right? It's not necessarily based on the Minnesota game, but the Minnesota game weighs probably a little heavier into it. But it's an overall grade, right?
Yeah, it's an overall grade, and I don't want to, like, if somebody's just been awesome all season and all of a sudden they have a bad game, he'll probably remain in it. We're still pretty young, so there's going to be a lot of movement here. I think kicker might be the one that is going to fly wildly around based on previous performance.
Yeah,
right?
let's lay out who was in the Circle of Swarm as of a week ago at this time. You put in Nico Collins, Kamari Lassiter, and CJ Stroud.
Yeah.
I put in Azeez Al-Shire, Jalen Petrie, and coming off of 2 games where he kicked 6 50-plus yard field goals, Kaimi Fairbairn. We had a kicker in the initial Circle of Swarm, and I am not apologetic about it at all.
No,
at
me
the
neither.
time.
But I would
Dicey
handicap
now.
it as him not having a good chance of making it this week.
Not on my list.
Yeah,
so,
he's a victim of his own success.
That's
Anything
right.
above, he misses a 50-plus yarder these days, I'm like, bum.
which he did. He missed.
I know kickers that never miss 50-plus yarders, ever.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
All right. The honor is yours, sir. Would you like to go first?
No, well, you go first this week because I
Okay.
went first last week.
I am putting in a newcomer to the Circle of Swarm. I am putting in Will Anderson Jr. goes into the Circle of Swarm this week. Will
Okay,
Anderson Jr. Are you regretting letting me go first? Right
No,
now?
it's gonna make it difficult for me for another guy. Okay, all right.
But I think Will Anderson Jr. deserves it. I think, if I'm not mistaken, either he or Daniil Hunter leads the league in pressures right now, and the other one is second. I forget what order it's in. But Will got his second and a half sack last week against Sam
pressures
Darnold.
are a tricky stat, and I think in some sites Daniil is higher than Will, and in other sites vice versa.
But they are both swarming right now.
I think they've both been swarming. I think at times Will's the sacks to show for it. So I mean, he's not. I think I don't know where he is on the league leaders of sacks right now. I don't worry about it because it's early in the season. That stuff tends to balance out over time. But I know it's hard for me because I wanted to put one of those 2 guys in, and I'm not quite sure yet. So I'm gonna hold back for a little bit.
Okay.
Because I was gonna put either Daniil Hunter or Will Anderson in.
Okay, yeah.
And last week people were upset that there were no defensive linemen in the Circle of Swarm last week.
So I wanted to get it out of the way this week. Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and because I fear that somehow we might go through this and he wouldn't be in here.
Okay.
Despite CJ Stroud not being amongst the league leaders in various passing categories right now, I think he's done the absolute best with what he's had to work with in a lot of respects with some of the issues on the offensive line. And I do think that some of the stats will get piled up as the season goes on. So I'm going to put, mostly by virtue of his leadership through this stretch here where there's zero panic in his game. I think he's done a really good job of trying to address things and trying to do things the right way and not panic, while also made some great throws last week that were wiped out by penalty.
Yep.
Or at least or even great plays within a series that were later wiped out by penalty in terms of the series itself. So I'll put CJ Stroud in.
I like it. CJ Stroud in the circle. So he is he was in last week. He's back in this week.
Yeah.
Will Anderson Jr. and CJ Stroud, the 2 linchpins for the franchise moving forward. I'm up next here, huh? All right, I'm going to put Stephon Diggs in the circle of swarm.
Okay, all right.
I'm going to put Stephon Diggs in the circle of swarm.
Okay, yeah.
Stephon Diggs, who was trying to kind of take the leadership role on the sideline last week, 10 catches, 94 yards. I think this is probably a swarm nomination that factors in everything going back even maybe preseason and how Diggs has been viewed by the team as a mentor and whatnot. And I think some of it, Seth, is, I'll admit, wishful thinking for this weekend that when Diggs, who as of right now might end up being their primary offensive weapon.
Yeah, for those of you who don't know, Nico Collins has a hamstring issue that popped up was added to the injury report late yesterday.
Yeah. So I'm putting Diggs, Stephon Diggs, circle of swarm. Someone asked on the text page, was Diggs in last week? He was not. He makes his first appearance in we'll call it week 4 because it's leading into this weekend. But I'm putting Stephon Diggs in the circle of swarm.
Okay, I'll tell you what, man. This is this circle of swarm is going to end up coming back on Bobby Slowick in a big way. Sean, my college coach got fired basically because he had too many good football players on his team, but we didn't win.
Translate.
In a year where we had 2 players from Cornell drafted, one on offense, one on defense, for the first time in decades since a Cornell player had gotten drafted, we went 4-6.
Oh, wow.
And the administration was like, what the hell's going on here? How do you have you got a running back in the NFL, you got a defensive lineman, you guys are 4-6? Yeah, Chad Leavitt. Went they made him a fullback in Oakland, back when fullbacks were more of a thing.
Okay.
I'm going to go with Nico Collins.
Oh, wow, we got 2
him
wideouts, huh? Okay.
We've got a quarterback and 2 wideouts on one of the worst passing offenses in the league. This might be the most fraudulent circle of swarm in the history.
Is that our fault? Is that our fault? It's not our fault.
It's Bobby Slowick's fault, damn it.
Oh,
Get your butts in gear, offensive line. The offensive line is destroying this circle of swarm.
Right.
That's how bad the offensive line is.
Yes.
Including Laramie Tunsil and Titus Howard.
Yes.
They're part of it.
Yeah. Well, and the defense, too. Like, if the defense had been truly swarming last week, then there would be, now my guess is there's going to be at least 1, if not 2, defensive players to close this thing out. But thus far, I have put in Will Anderson Jr. in the circle of swarm and Stephon Diggs. Seth has put in CJ Stroud and Nico Collins. Our quarterback.
Okay, CJ's the one. Honestly, CJ might be the most controversial choice so far. I'm not going to check the text line until we're done with this.
Yeah.
But I feel like CJ might start getting some heat. But I still trust that much in CJ and for his leadership through this devastating stretch where the Texans are 2-1.
All
right. But still, it was devastating last week.
I'm down to 2, and I can't decide. Do I go with the tried and true who's already in the circle of swarm? Good game last week, or do I go in position? I'm going to go with the tried and true. Because I've gone newbie on my first 2. Azeez Al-Shire should remain in the circle of swarm.
Okay, all right, okay.
He should remain. He had 10 tackles and 2 TFLs. He hit the QB a few times.
So for me, on my list that I had 7 candidates.
Yep.
5 of them are in already.
Me too.
This comes down to...
I can't wait to see if you and I have the same list.
This comes down to me for Danielle Hunter and Jalen Petrie.
Oh, okay.
So Jalen Petrie was in it last week.
He was in it last week.
Who was yours?
I put Tim Settle on kind of a back burner.
All right. I'm going to put him in as an upcoming candidate.
Okay, quick. He's on the Circle of Swarm watch list.
Yeah. After I complete the circle here, I'll play a little bit of audio from. Now we don't have to play that audio, but yeah, Tim Settle definitely is a rising potential circle of swarmer. All right, this is the thing about Petrie. I think last week was a little bit of a sign of the weakness this defense might have if you're using Jalen Petrie basically as your third linebacker. There were times last week where I think the Texans really would have liked to have been in a base 4-3, but they couldn't. They only had 2 linebackers play in the game last week because Jalen Petrie is basically their third linebacker. Mm-hmm. And then there were a lot of other times where they had to be out there and dime, I think because Jalen Petrie's not as good in coverage as your average cornerback. So they were light in the pants last week.
Yep.
They were just so there's some things Jalen Petrie's not going to be able to do as well as a linebacker, and that hurt them a bit last week, and he got kind of exposed a little bit in coverage at times last week. So I will eject Jalen Petrie for the week. I still admire he plays like a Circle of Swarm member.
He does.
But he's just, it wasn't good for them last week, the way the defense was structured. So I'll go with Danielle Hunter. I just had hesitation about putting both those guys in. But Danielle Hunter also, by virtue of his unsportsmanlike conduct penalty,
hitting Darnold in the back of the legs?
It wasn't a dirty hit.
No.
It was an aggressive football play.
Yeah.
All the Vikings players after the game said, no, it wasn't dirty or whatever.
Yeah,
but it was a hit on the quarterback that knocked him out. And, it was clean as far as dirty hits go.
Right.
The intent was not there.
Right.
So at that point, he potentially would have given the Texans a chance to be back in the game if Darnold had been out. So, Danielle Hunter is in there. Alshire I'm good with. Alshire, it's not like he had a spectacular game or anything, but week in and week out, that's the kind of passion, energy, and hard-hitting style that you want.
For sure. Before we recap the 6 that are in, the other name I had written down, and I've not gone back and watched that Vikings game just because it's 34-7, but I know you probably have. Where's Henry To'oTo'o on the Swarm watch list right now?
He was not on my Circle of Swarm watch list.
Gotcha.
Not based on last week. He's still a work in progress.
Okay.
He was more of his youthful issues showed up last week than had in the first 2 weeks. But he's still a work in progress as a player. He's leaps and bounds ahead of where he was last year, but he needs some seasoning still.
You got excited when
Do
I
we know if Christian Harris is going to play football this year, by the way?
He's on IR, so we will know more after this week. It's a 4-week thing.
Yeah, he's on the 4-week IR. He's eligible to return after this week.
Right. So I think it's been kind of out of sight, out of mind. I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah, but I don't feel like this is no good news is good news. What's the old saying?
No news is good
news. No
news
is good news. Yeah,
I would agree with you on that. Yeah.
I would have liked to have heard a report somewhere about by the way, did you see Christian Harris?
Right.
Running, timing himself in the 40 just because he felt so good and he wanted to see if he could break 4.6. Yeah.
Hits the stopwatch and starts running.
Sean, our listeners can appreciate this.
Yeah.
That's one of the hardest things to do and be honest with yourself about is timing yourself definitely in a 40. We've all run 4.6 40s when timing ourselves.
What's the fastest 40 you've ever run timing yourself?
The fastest self-timed 40?
Right.
I definitely ran a 4.7 at some point. But then also, when you're training on your own for your conditioning test, like when you're getting ready for your football conditioning test, when you're just, you don't have a group to run with or whatever, so you're trying to time yourself, it's hard to be honest with yourself.
Yeah.
But it's good. I think usually you err on the side of caution there. So I remember I used to have to run by myself a lot after I got done working on the farm all day. And I'd be out there, with my 110 yards marked off. And I would be like, crap, I'm not even making any of these times.
Yeah.
And then I would show up and do the conditioning test in college after, not having worked a 10-hour day.
Right.
And I was just dusting it. I'd be like 3 seconds ahead of everybody else. Guys are mad at me because I'm making them look bad.
Oh, that's funny. That is funny. Seth, you're a damn liar. Your college coach got fired for besmirching the good name of Thoreau. He
plagiarized a pregame speech from Henry David Thoreau.
All right, to recap the Circle of Swarm for Week 4 for the Jags game this weekend, based on prior performance, Will Anderson Jr., CJ Stroud, Stephon Diggs, Nico Collins, Azeez Al-Shire, Danielle Hunter. Okay. Those are marquee players. I would prefer if some blue-collar guys would start showing up on this thing. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like, those are, if coming into the season, those are 6 of your probably 10 most noteworthy guys.
I think Al-Shire is the blue-collar guy in the bunch.
He is.
I don't think he's going to be all-pro or anything like that, but I think in terms of just having an old-school middle linebacker, that kind of ethos about him. I like Al-Shire in the Circle of
The rest of these guys are all like NFL top 100 guys. Will Anderson Jr. and CJ Stroud.
Swarm-like, the whole whatever swarm means to you.
Well, it means that at least at some levels on the higher part of the roster, they've swarm mentality.
Well, it's special work ethic and relentless mindset. I feel like those guys are emblematic of all that.
Right. Maybe
but also with a little bit of like actual football playing ability.
It'd be great if one offensive lineman would show up on this thing. You know what I mean? That would be fun.
Dude, there's no way.
Ever? This season?
No. Kenyon Green, Juice Scruggs, and Shaq Mason have the potential for it. Not by the way that Shaq Mason has been playing right now, or Kenyon Green, but they're more like swarm-like dudes.
Yeah.
The offensive tackles, like those dudes are Gucci offensive tackles, man. They just
you won't
they got
allow
no
it.
appetite.
Even if they have good games, you won't allow it.
They got no appetite for the ultra-violence. Yeah.
All right, weigh in. How do we do? Circle of Swarm. Will Anderson Jr., CJ Stroud, Steph Diggs, Nico, Aziz, Daniil Hunter. Hey, we've already got some juice for next week's game at NRG. Not the Jags game. I'm talking about the Bills game next week. Thank you, Bills. Thank you, Josh Allen. We've got that for you coming up next. But first, Men's Tea Clinic. Today's my day. 3 hours from now, I would probably be pulling out of the parking lot at the Men's Tea Clinic because I usually go right after the show. I'm in and out in about 10 minutes, and then I'm on my way. Testosterone boost, complete. 2nd Street in Stafford.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln at Katy Freeway. 1 mile west of the Beltway, exit Kirkwood, under the giant American flag. It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, if you missed it, previous segment, we did our Circle of Swarm for the week. Will Anderson Jr., CJ Stroud, Stephon Diggs, Nico Collins, Azeez Al-Shire, and Danielle Hunter. The players that at current time, based on last week and the overall body of work, the 6 players that in the eyes most embody the swarm mentality. So those are the 6. If you think that we missed one, if you think we're being a little silly rewarding an offense that scored 7 points last week, such as you're right. Well, there's a text page you can weigh in on, 713-572-4610.
This is one of those things where it's an individual award, and I think it's emblematic of just how underperforming the offense is, that you've still got a couple of receivers on there and the quarterback, and yet the offense has not looked good.
Yep.
So that falls back on everybody else on the offense, as well as Bobby Slowick, the offensive coordinator, and Chris Strausser, the offensive line coach. They're underperforming right now.
Yep.
They got to get their crap together, dang it.
All right, so if you want to weigh in, 713-572-4610. Josh Allen said this after the Bills win over the Jags on Monday Night Football, 47-10. Bills beat the Jags on Monday Night Football, and after the game, Josh Allen said this.
Fun and wonderful thing when you had a bunch of guys that don't care about the stats, they don't care about the touchdowns. And again, I think throughout practice, we've just had this mindset of like, hey, let's just do things the right way and find ways to win football games. That's what we're doing right now.
All right, so so that was
I know.
That was perceived as a jab.
You don't say.
Right in the gut. Stephon Diggs.
Sean, what did I tell you? From the onset? This is how it always happens. Whenever you have a situation like you had with Stephon Diggs and Josh Allen, anything you say positive about anybody else gets perceived as a slight against the original feud member.
Oh, yeah.
You know, if at some point this year the Texans actually have a good game offensively and Stephon Diggs says something nice about CJ Stroud, it's 100% going to be perceived as like, oh, yep, there you go. And now it would be hard because, obviously right now Josh Allen's got the upper hand in terms of how things are going versus
between Diggs and him.
Yeah. So I don't. If the Bills keep playing the way they're playing, then it's going to be even when CJ plays well, it's not going to look like, see, this is how we are down here. The really interesting thing will be after the Bills game, after the Texans play the Bills.
Yeah, they play each other in a week.
Whoever wins that game, like either the Diggs quote or the Josh Allen quote, it's going to be perceived as a slight against the other guy.
Yeah, we're allowed to look ahead a week past the Jags. We're not looking past the Jags in terms of in terms of disrespecting them. But this was a big story this week, what Josh Allen said, and it just so happens that these two teams play each other on October the 6th at NRG Stadium. Now, Josh Allen did kind of try to clarify or walk back some of what he said. I don't know if he walked it back, but kind of clarified what he said yesterday in his press conference.
I know there's a lot of people talking out there. Again, I'm not trying to tear down anybody. I've loved everybody that I've played with, and you don't have to tear other people down to build each other up. And, we're building. It's all we're going to do. We're trying to stay together as a team, and we're really caring about each other. And, everybody in this building's got that feeling. You know what I mean. You know what I mean.
Yeah.
Whether it was former players, and again, I love 14. I still do, but everyone wants to keep making this thing a thing, and we're so focused on what's going on inside of our building, and that's the only thing that we're caring about right now.
Headline: Josh Allen declines to say Stephon Diggs' name when discussing him.
Yes, referred to him as a number.
Remember when people were offended that Caserio called Deshaun or the player called him the player instead of Deshaun Watson? Yeah.
Yeah. We're not going to trade the player. I remember that. That was fun.
Josh Allen won't even say his name.
Right.
That's how much he hates him.
Right.
Yeah.
Because that's a slight. Like in the corporate world, like when you're a worker bee employee, they're like, oh, I'm just a number to this company. You know what I mean? So that's all Stephon Diggs is to Josh Allen. He's just a number. He's 14. Not even the right number anymore. He's 1 to us. He's number 1 in our hearts and minds.
I think why it's easy to read into that initial statement by Josh Allen is because it's true. I think everything he said is true. They are operating like a more fully functioning, well-oiled offense, and Josh Allen is playing more like a seasoned NFL veteran quarterback.
Yeah.
This is the year where it really looks like it's clicked for him. And sometimes, without it being an insult to the individual player, receiver, or tight end, or one option that you've been trying to get it to, I don't think that Josh Allen was trying to get to the ball to Stephon Diggs for multiple years because Stephon Diggs was demanding it of him. It's because that was a really good go-to.
Made sense.
For him.
Yeah.
We saw that here with Deshaun Watson when DeAndre Hopkins was gone.
Yep.
Deshaun became a better quarterback that next year because he had to distribute the ball more. We saw it with Eli Manning back in the day when Shockey was gone, that he became more of a complete quarterback because he wasn't trying to get the ball to his security blanket all the time. So it's one of those realities that, yes, ultimately you can say it's a positive for that quarterback, but also, man, if the quarterback had figured it out, it would be really nice to have those options plus still be distributing it to everybody else.
Yeah.
And the Bills were trying to do that last year, and they made a lot of inroads once Brady, the new offensive coordinator, took over. It's just this year he looks like he's got it completely.
The first cut, hey, Ben, pull the first cut up again, the one that was perceived as a slight at Diggs. I don't want to play the whole thing. I'll down cue you on it. Play it one more time.
Fun and wonderful thing when you got a bunch of guys that don't care about the stats. They don't care about the touchdowns.
Down. There we go. I mean, I guess I agree. He would know better than I would. I would submit that if you had a full room of receivers that didn't care about stats and touchdowns, you probably don't have a really good room of receivers.
I mean, yeah, they're gonna care.
The good ones, the great ones, all 3 guys on the Texans in the offseason talked about like Tank Dell be 1,300 yards and 10 touchdowns. Like they all care. It's how much can you put it aside for the good of the team?
It's the whole thing in life of trying to balance that. Look, you're never going to eliminate desire, right? Okay, if you want, but you don't want to grasp for things.
Yeah.
Grasping is the issue, or becoming fixated on things. So it's always finding that balance of, all right, yeah, of course I want to lead the league in wide receiving yards.
Right.
Of course I want to lead the league in touchdowns, all of that. But you got to keep in mind and keep yourself in check. And I think that's what it comes down to is that, in any given game, you're not going to be the guy that throws a tantrum because you're not getting enough targets. And really, even internally, you got to tell yourself, like, oh, it's cool. I'm doing my job, and that's all right. Like, so it's finding that balance. And I think so far, Stephon Diggs has been really good at that. It's only been tested a little bit. And last week, he ended up getting a bunch of targets. It wasn't a breakout performance or anything like that. But I think he's been saying all the right things. I think that, the fact that he was one of the voices saying, hey, we got to stick together and everything after last week's game, that's the kind of stuff you want to see. Yeah. It's 3 games into it. There's plenty of room for more adversity down the line. But whatever issues they had in Buffalo last year, I'm not worried about it right now. Now, if the offense doesn't click at some point, then that's when which it hasn't yet. But if it continues to not click, then I would start to get a little bit more increasingly nervous every week.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a football front. Last night, Cowboys beat the Giants. We got the Texans coming up at noon on Sunday here on Sports Radio 610. There's some other interesting games going on around the league this weekend that affect the Texans or just supremely entertaining for storyline reasons. So we'll stack the card for you. We got the undercard, the midcard, and the main events for this weekend. We'll run through the schedule this weekend. What intrigues us the most when it comes to the card this weekend in the NFL? That is next. But you've still got time to get your tickets to the U of H Iowa State game tomorrow.
Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's a football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we will do 5 Reasons I Hate You in about 20 minutes. Jaguars edition. Not too tough. Pretty easy to find 5. So we'll get to that at about 8:25-ish or so. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you on a football Friday. All right, let's take a look around the NFL. Stack the card for you here. We won't go through all of the games going on this weekend, just the ones that have some intrigue, either Texans-related intrigue or maybe Payne and Pendergast hatred-related intrigue. Amazingly, the Cleveland Browns don't wind up anywhere on here. I'm just not all that intrigued by the Browns facing the Raiders this weekend. It's didn't make the card.
It's not intriguing. Other than your pettiness over Deshaun Watson and wanting to watch him just continue to play like Deshaun Watson.
Yeah. So the undercard, we do this like a wrestling or a boxing card here. The undercard, couple of games that are some nice morsels or appetizers. I am very interested in Pittsburgh at Indianapolis. Indianapolis, a slight underdog at home. Pittsburgh, a somewhat unlikely 3-0. I think if you'd asked people, I think people expected Pittsburgh to be competitive this season because they're always competitive.
Because Mike Tomlin is their head football coach.
They're going to win 9 games. They'll find a way to do it whether it's with Ben Roethlisberger, with no right arm left, or Duck Hodges or whoever else. He'll find a way to win 9 games. 3-0 though, and the defense looks amazing right now.
Right. I think Pittsburgh and Seattle are the 2 teams where you're looking at right now where, they've, they can do some impressive things defensively, but how's this going to play out over the course of a full season? This matchup of the Steelers versus the Colts, I feel like their current recipe for winning, which is just to be lights out on defense, they're probably set up pretty well to do that against the Colts.
Yes.
Anthony Richardson might, there could be some good low-light reels from this one.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I look so forward to just watching the box score on this one in real time just to see if Anthony Richardson gets above 50% completion percentage.
You love tracking that, and I'm here for it. The 50%.
They got dicey last week.
But I love that you track it during the game is what's fun to me. Like Seth will look down at his phone or his laptop and be like, Anthony's hover right around. He's at 46% right now. You love tracking
Last week, I was excited for the Colts to win the game because it meant the Colts got the ball on the last possession, and Richardson was right at 50%. But they were in clock eating time, So I'm like, just don't pass it, no screens or anything, please. And they can't trust Anthony Richardson to throw screens when they're trying to run clock. That's a pick six waiting to happen. So he was right at 50%. And I'm like, okay,
funny.
Don't do anything stupid. Don't do anything stupid to where you guys have to pass the ball, please. Yes.
So is Anthony Richardson under 50% completion percentage something you just continue? If you do over under, is you just keep hammering the under until he proves otherwise?
It's 50 or under. He's twice thrown for exactly 50%.
Right.
He needs to break. He's like Roger Bannister running a 4-minute and 1-second mile over and over again.
Okay.
It doesn't matter when can you break that 4-minute mile. So that's where Anthony Richardson is right now.
So you still go.
I know everybody's always comparing him to Roger Bannister, but I'm going to do it again.
Or Henry David Thoreau, one or the other. And if you don't know what we're talking about, Odyssey Rewind feature. So you say under 50.1% for Anthony Richardson this week?
Yes, I think so.
Okay.
If not, then definitely. I mean, can we count? If we count completions to the Steelers, then he might get above 50%.
He might.
If
you're
he's
right.
Like 49%, but he also completed 3 balls to the Steelers. Then that is.
Love the Steelers in this game because they're going to try to pound it on the ground too, which is a bad matchup the other way for the Colts.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it's a bad matchup on both sides for the Colts, I think.
Yeah, and I would take the under. What's the points on this? Like 37?
Yeah, it probably is. Probably high 30s, I would guess. So Colts are a 1.5-point underdog at home. I would take the Steelers. I think they win by at least a touchdown. The other one on the undercard, kind of frisky. I mean, it doesn't look like it on the odds board. I mean, the Jets are more than a touchdown favorite at home against the Denver Broncos. But anytime you get Sean Payton and Nathaniel Hackett in the same building, man. Remember when Sean Payton last year?
Sean Payton walking around with like, I got Russell Wilson here. I'll tell you what, last year, that Nathaniel Hackett,
worst coaching
job I've ever seen. He's the worst coached team he'd ever seen. He said that about the guy who had been coaching. And then Nathaniel Hackett, who's not a good offensive coordinator. But
a hell of a guy.
The Jets last year went out and beat Sean Payton and his fighting Russell Wilsons. The Jets offense, and I believe that was the Zach Wilson affair that day.
Oh, yeah.
The Jets had over 400 yards of offense on them, 31 points. They beat the Broncos. But now Sean Payton's rolling in there.
Revenge.
Bo Nix.
Yeah. Baby.
That's right, baby.
Yeah.
It looked promising last week. That's right. Watch out. I think they're going to get destroyed. I think that Robert Saleh and that offense. And then, look, Aaron Rodgers loves Nathaniel Hackett, obviously. I think he's going to take that personally. I think you're going to get the abs out of Aaron Rodgers in this game. And I think they put one on the Broncos to an extreme degree.
I'm with you. Yeah, I think so. You think they cover the 7.5? It sounds like you do. An extreme.
It's in New York.
It is,
in New York,
but an extreme degree would seem to indicate more than a touchdown. So.
I still don't 100%. Like, I wouldn't put money on that. That's a hefty line.
Yeah.
Versus still a
That's
Jets
a
team
stay
that does
away
have
game
question
for
marks.
me.
But the capacity for a blowout is there. I'm not 100% confident in it because I just don't know the Jets well enough yet.
All right, let's get to the mid card. This one's interesting to me. First of all, I think it's going to be a fun game to watch. I don't think there'll be much defense in this game. Washington at Arizona. Arizona, a 3.5-point favorite. This is Cliff Kingsbury, OC for the Commanders, going against the team that fired him a couple years ago. This is a battle between two Heisman Trophy, Kyler Murray's still young, right? Two young Heisman Trophy winners, right? Kyler Murray on one side, Jaden Daniels on the other side. I just think it's going to be a fun as hell game to watch. One of those late afternoon games, it's probably not getting the attention the other late afternoon games are, but you're watching it on the ticker at the bottom of the screen, or it's the one. Why do they keep going back to this game on Red Zone? Because it's 38-35 with 11 minutes to go. That's why.
Yeah.
I think it could be a real fun game to watch, and I think the Kingsbury storyline, if I had to guess, is getting a lot of attention in Arizona this week.
Oh, yeah, I would imagine.
Kingsbury coming back to Arizona.
Well, and this is the thing about Kingsbury is like the classic, what Cardinals fans would tell you because they've known it so well is that, yeah, Kingsbury's teams will jump out and they'll do a lot of good things, but then they become they kind of don't evolve as the year goes on. Kingsbury he might be doing new and different things with a new and different quarterback, but teams start to figure it out. One of the things about Kingsbury's offenses is they tend to be super lazy. Like the secondary routes by receivers and what have you are just they become very predictable. They don't run them all that hard. But it is early in the season. Jaden Daniels can hurt you with his legs. But I like the Cardinals in this game.
Yeah, I do too. The other mid-card game that I've got here is Seattle at Detroit. Seattle, another unlikely undefeated team. I don't think people would have picked Seattle to be 3-0 at this point. Not a major surprise, but a little surprising. Probably helped that they caught the Dolphins without Tua last week. They beat them 24-3. But Detroit, 2-1 on the season. They're a 3.5-point favorite hosting the undefeated Seattle Seahawks. I like this game.
I like the story of the Seahawks for now, but I'm not in it for the long haul with them. I think they've done some really good things, but look, they beat Bo Nix in his debut. They beat the Patriots in overtime. They beat the Tua-less Miami Dolphins last week. Yeah. And I think that Mike McDaniel is going to do some really good things for that defense over time, but I just don't. I don't trust and believe in them. Really, just at all. You know, they've done some really nice things, but I think they're going to be. If they're a mediocre team this year, I think that'll be a good start for Mike McDaniel.
Mike McDonald.
Mike McDonald.
Mike McDonald. Yeah, Mike McDonald.
Did I say McDaniel or McDonald the first time?
I don't remember. This line feels a little light at Detroit. I think Seattle coming in undefeated probably factors into how focused Detroit is going to be in this game. They're the more talented football team. The environment's going to be crazy because it's a Monday Night Football game. It's one of the two Monday night games. So I like Detroit in that one. All right, let's get down to it here. The last two, the semi-main event, and the Texans have a little part in this because Minnesota is undefeated for a reason because they've beaten 3 other NFL teams, and the most recent one is the Houston Texans, who they embarrassed last week. So now here comes Minnesota going up to Green Bay.
Yeah.
And everything I've been reading, this is the most anticipated Vikings visit to Green Bay. Granted, it's early in the season here, but this is the most anticipated one probably since Brett Favre was on the Vikings coming back to Lambeau Field. Like, this is
Sean, if I had told you before the season, hey, it's Sam Darnold versus Malik Willis. The Malik Willis, Sean.
Yeah.
Then, of course, it's a marquee matchup. And yet, somehow, yes, it is. It's good. It's a couple of the reclamation project stories of the year. This is becoming the story. This is the year of reclamation projects in the NFL at quarterback. And this might be the headline so far amongst reclamation projects.
Yeah.
It's not even a reclamation with Malik Willis.
It's a clamation.
Or Sam Darnold too. And remember Geno Smith? He won the comeback player of the year, and everybody was kind of like, "Well, what? Coming back from what? He was never good."
Dude, Darnold is second on the board. I thought they clarified this to the rest of the NFL. I thought they clarified this to the writers in the offseason about the comeback player of the year, that you need to come back from like certain things.
Yeah.
Because Joe Flacco won it last year. Joe Flacco came back from being a backup and then sitting on the couch for 11 months. Well,
he came back from old age.
Yeah, but he
came back from aging.
Supposedly,
it's always a popular story.
Supposedly, they sent out a memo saying like, no, here's the criteria, and I thought it was pretty clear. Like, no, somebody sucking is not something you come back from.
They specifically, I think, felt like, okay, DeMar Hamlin's heart stopping and almost dying on the football field was a pretty notable thing to come back from. Whereas with Joe Flacco, it was more nondescript. Like, his career was petering out, And what are you gonna?
Joe Flacco's coming back from ordering DoorDash and watching Netflix on the couch.
Yeah. Joe Flacco is coming back from enjoying the retirement of a very wealthy man.
Yes, well deserved.
Ooh.
Look at the grit. Look at the grit with Flacco.
It would be like if Warren Buffett started a startup this year or something.
Comeback billionaire of the year.
You're like, oh boy, comeback of the year for Warren Buffett. He went from 9th richest man in the world to 8th. Ooh.
Who do you like in this Minnesota Green Bay game? Do you have a preference?
I like Minnesota.
You do?
I like Minnesota. They remain impressed with Brian Flores' defense.
Me too.
That thing is a bouquet of Venus flytraps, as Mark Sanchez might describe it.
Someone says Sam Darnold versus Malik Willis being a big game is when we realize the NFL will always be king. Bingo. Yeah, that's
a really good point. That is a very, very good point. It's at least in the immediate future, it's yes. That somehow I am genuinely excited about Malik Willis versus Sam Darnold.
I have this as the number 2 game on my board this week, and nobody's taking any issue with it.
And Sam Darnold might be one of my favorite NFL quarterbacks right now.
Then there's that.
I thought Sam Darnold played better. Like, Sam Darnold had good numbers and good performances in both the 49ers games and the Texans games. I thought he was better last week than he had been the week before.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he made some really nice tight window throws in that Texans game.
He did, man.
That's one of the things D'Amico was talking about was defensively. It wasn't as much about guys being out of position or blowing coverages or anything like that. It was that they were in position to make plays and they just flat out didn't make plays. Derek Stingley going for that interception.
Tried to undercut
Justin
it.
Jefferson ends up catching it. The play for the touchdown where 3 dudes were surrounding the receiver, the tight end.
Yeah.
Those are some nice throws by Sam Darnold.
Really, especially that one you're talking about to the tight end at the goal line. That was some tight window stuff, man.
Yeah.
The main event of the weekend, Buffalo at Baltimore. That is the Sunday night football game. Ravens 1-2 Ravens. The Bills obviously not just undefeated, but undefeated and have looked really, really good in doing so. In terms of what I'm hoping for, I hope Buffalo wins this game because I would love for them to come to NRG Stadium undefeated in Week 5. I think that adds some juice to the game if the Texans are the first team to knock off the Bills. But the Ravens are a 2.5-point favorite. What say you, man? What do you think?
I think I like the Bills a lot in this. I think that if they can jump out to a lead Baltimore showed last week that the old issues that plague them continue to plague them. They can't retain a lead. Just some of these annoying things about the Ravens, if you're a Ravens fan, are writ large this year because they haven't been the same football team.
Yeah.
The Bills are a team in full right now. The Bills might be in that horrible spot where, they might peak too soon.
Yeah.
But if they do peak too soon, then they're right in the middle of peaking too soon right now.
Yep, they're clicking, no doubt about it. All right, that's your card for the NFL weekend. Those are some of the games we really, really like. Up next, we'll do 5 Reasons I Hate You, Jacksonville edition. We get to do this twice a year. Our first chance to do it this year. But first, Seth, you got the injury report.
The injury report, and this is a dicey one because the official injury report yesterday did not include Nico Collins with a hamstring injury, and yet there he is now with on the Friday injury report with a hamstring injury that he must have tweaked during practice or something. So we don't know much about him. Tank Dess rib injury, did not participate. Yes, Foley Fatukasi, Joe Mixon, and Dameon Pierce all did not participate in practice yesterday. Jaguars pretty banged up themselves. Gabe Davis notably with a shoulder, but did not participate. Evan Ingram, the tight end who hasn't played this year, and the linebacker Alyukon with a foot. That's your McCarron injury report. And I'll tell you one thing about him, McCarron injury lawyers, they are there for you. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. McCarron injury lawyers will answer the phone, and they understand.
and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, let's do it. Let's get the appropriate amount of vitriol, hatred, despisement. So there is such a word. Let's get it conjured up for the Jacksonville Jaguars. We do it every Friday at this time. For the opponent, the Texans play on Sunday. And this week, it's the Jacksonville Jaguars. They play them twice a year. So there's already some good old-fashioned AFC South hatred between the two. But let's find a few more reasons to hate them. 5 reasons I hate you. Jacksonville Jaguars edition. Here we go. Number 5, we count him down. Trevor Lawrence and his flowing locks. This will never... This may show up on the list every year for as long as they're overpaying his ass $55 million a year. Hey, need another reason to hate Trevor Lawrence? He gets paid $55 million a year to suck at his job.
Yeah. You should, he just got paid and rewarded the people who paid him by being one of the worst quarterbacks in the league. And, you have to be cognizant of and remember is that the last time he really looked like a good NFL quarterback of a winning team was versus the Texans in NRG Stadium, where he had over 364 yards passing in what was that, a 24-21 victory?
24-21.
Yeah.
November the 26th, so it was the Sunday of Thanksgiving weekend, and that was the game where emergency kicker, well, not emergency kicker, but interim kicker, Matt Amendola plunked a 58-yarder off the crossbar that would have tied the game. Oh, remember that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh.
Texans came in on a 3-game winning streak in that game.
So he's 0-8 since then. He's got a 59% completion percentage.
Yep.
11-8 touchdown to interception ratio. 6.47 yards per attempt. It's been an abysmal affair, and yet he also is one of the highest-paid quarterbacks in the league right this moment.
Yep. So I think that's a great reason to hate that and his weird face and his flowing locks. Yes.
I'll say another thing, too, is, okay, this guy was the consensus number 1 overall generational pick because, wow, just look at how good he was in college. It's a good reminder that CJ Stroud played in a much more advanced offense in college and had to do a lot of things that Trevor Lawrence was never asked to do. And that's one of the big question marks you have these days. Okay, when you're in a super simple offense in college, how do you project that onto the next level? And I think so far, Trevor Lawrence really hasn't shown any ability to move on to his second or third read. Right. God forbid his fourth read. With any hilarity.
Can you imagine how much money he's going to make when he accomplishes that? He's going to make $80 million a year when he accomplishes that.
If he can figure that out over the next 3 years as he amasses over $150 million in wealth, then, they'll be on their way to riches, Sean.
Incredible. All right, that's number 5. Trevor Lawrence, we hate him. Number 4, Trevor Lawrence's backup quarterback. Not sure how many Texan fans are aware of this, but amidst the slew of QBs from the 2021 draft that no longer are with their teams, Trevor Lawrence is the only first-round pick from that draft that's still with the original team that drafted him. The other 4 quarterbacks are all somewhere else. For the one that was drafted by the Patriots in the first round that year, his somewhere else is Jacksonville, which is his hometown, and I'm talking about Mac Jones. Easiest quarterback in the league possibly to hate, because as we know, in addition to being a very mediocre NFL quarterback, he is a legendary youth tennis league hissy fit tennis boy is what he is. Yeah.
He's a Menendez brother.
With a racket.
What he is, Sean.
Yeah.
He's a little rich kid Menendez brother.
Yeah.
Went to some fancy prep school in Jacksonville. They exist. And, I forget he's a Jacksonville native, right?
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
So there's even that.
Mm-hmm.
Everything about Mac Jones, including the fact that Davis Mills, one of the high points of his rookie season was when he outdueled Mac Jones in the flu game back in 2021. Right? Or no, that wasn't the flu game.
That wasn't a flu game. That was a game. Oh, God, what did Cully do in that game? It was towards the end. There was a clock management glitch at the end of that game. Yeah, I got to go back and look and see what it was, but it was, but anyways, it was in 2021, And, Davis Mills had a great game against the Patriots that day. Really good.
He
lost.
Yeah, he looked really good. They lost, really good. But I think Davis Mills was the better quarterback on the field.
He was, too.
Yeah, when that's who you choose to be your backup, you deserve every bad thing that's coming to you, damn it.
Yes.
By the way, the Menendez brothers documentary, I was a little skeptical after the first episode. I'm getting into it. You know, like all these good cable or Netflix series, the first episode you think you're setting your opinion about how you feel about certain. And by about episode 3, I'm like, maybe the Menendez parents got what they deserved.
Amy heard us talk.
Shotgun blast to the head was maybe too nice for you, fella.
Amy heard us talking about it before, and she texted. She's like, it's really good. She likes it a lot. So she's my TV critic. All right, that's reason number 5 to hate the Jags, Trevor Lawrence, his flowing locks, and his bloated contract. Number 4, Mac Jones and his tennis league hissy fit boy persona. Number 3, Doug Peterson, solely for me because he parts his hair in the middle. Go find any picture of Doug Peterson hatless, and you will see that he is a middle-aged to skewing older man who chooses to part his hair like he's a teenager at the drive-in in 1986.
Yeah.
Watch him say anything or something like that.
I'll tell you what, too. Like many middle-aged men, he's good for one spurt. He's like Nick Foles when he was the quarterbacks coach in Philadelphia, or the OC in Philadelphia.
She's a head coach.
Head coach and offensively right. When he's the head coach in Philadelphia, he gets that one brilliant stretch out of Nick Foles, and all of a sudden it makes him into this offensive guru.
Yes.
Trevor Lawrence in 2022.
Correct.
Doug Peterson gets one good spurt out of him.
Yep.
And then then Peterson's got to lay back and eat peanut butter and jelly sandwiches for the next year before he's ready to go again. He's fraudulent. He's fraudulent.
He and his center part are good for one good spurt. I like that.
Yep.
All right, let's get to these last 2. Number 2, 5 Reasons I Hate You, Jacksonville edition. Tony Khan, son of owner Shad Khan, CEO of All Elite Wrestling, also part of the front office with the Jacksonville Jaguars. Skews more on the analytics side, but there was a recent YouTube that went up, 24 Hours with Tony Khan.
Yeah.
And a lot of it was draft weekend with the Jags, where he was wearing that neck brace because he got pile-driven on AEW television. He was selling it, the storyline. This notion that Tony Khan is some sort of undrafted free agent guru is some of the most offensive stuff to my football intelligence that I've ever heard.
One of the places where I contribute was undrafted free agency. So Saturday, I really need to be in the draft room. The hardest part is you don't know until the end of the 7th round the player you want to sign is going to be there.
Tony loves the draft, but what he actually really truly loves is undrafted free agents. He is like Mr. Undrafted Free Agent. That is his moment.
It's that time of the day. And if you haven't committed anywhere, I wanted to talk to you about it because calling players who didn't get drafted and finding some hidden gems. Okay. That is a huge passion of mine.
Okay, so that was Ian Rappaport in the middle of that. And I got to tell you, Ian Rappaport's tone there made it feel like a Saturday Night Live skit.
Sean, I'd love to go back in time 4 years ago when Trent Baalke, the GM, is like, listen, look, the owner's kid really wants to be involved. What can we put him in charge of? Where can we put him? Where we can sell it to him that it's the most important possible thing, and let him be an expert of that. Okay, these are UDFAs.
Expert.
It's probably not even actual like the premier UDFAs. It's like, hey, we want you to be in charge of the 53rd guy on the roster. No, the last guy on the practice squad. That's where the real value is. That's where teams find their edge.
Do you want to hear what he sounds like on phone calls with guys right now? This is Tony Khan making phone calls to undrafted free agents.
Hey, Trey, this is Tony Khan, Chief Football Strategy Officer of the Jaguars. I'm a huge fan of yours. Well, I think that's why this is a great spot, because there's, the availability on our roster here. We really can use help a wide receiver, and I think you'd be a great fit with the team. Edge. Obviously we're getting in. We already drafted that position, but we also do need it. I know there's a lot of teams calling. I would love to have you here in Jacksonville. I do a lot of work in undrafted free agency, and I've got a good track record of the players I call making the team. There has been at least one undrafted player I signed on the Jaguars roster every year for 10 years. That's a good streak, and there's nothing else like that.
Okay.
When I call about the undrafted
Ben, good enough. Ben, good enough. Stop it right there. That's because you suck for the last 10 years. We've had at least one undrafted free agent make it the last 10 years. Of course
really
you
good
have.
Opportunity to make this team because we're awful.
We are terrible.
Yeah. Hey, listen. If there's what's his official title? Director of Football Strategy.
Chief Football Strategy Officer.
If there's one thing I don't want to hear.
C-level.
If there's one thing I don't want to hear in the year 2024 from my director of football strategy, it's shuffling through papers. But I don't.
Dude, you got to watch this video, Seth.
We're the most analytically advanced team in the NFL.
At one point, it doesn't translate well on the radio, but the visual is incredible. He's sitting in the war room.
Shuffling.
He's sitting in the war room. No, there's a different scene. He's sitting in the war room, and he's like, I pull out my paper. And the size of the paper he's pulling out it's like the size of a parachute. It's gigantic. It's a huge piece of paper.
We've got, one of a friend of mine, Dan, who's a big 49ers fan, doesn't live in Houston, but he likes taking in our show every now and then.
Yeah.
He loves the 5 Reasons I Hate You. What I didn't tell Dan is that there's nothing people hate more than when I start to kind of defend something. And our listeners hate it. And in this segment, when I'm like, but Sean.
You got to lean into it, man.
But I got to say this, though. I do. There's something about Tony Khan that I kind of like, man. He's quirky
he's
as
harmless.
hell.
He's harmless, but it's just,
Oh, he's harmless until one of his UDFAs comes and rips your throat out, Sean.
That's true. Gets
Thanks
200
a lot. The next Arian Foster's sitting there somewhere on the damn Jaguars roster laying in wait for us.
That's funny. We met him on Radio Row. We had a good time chatting with Tony Khan. Now his wrestling company is losing money hand over fist. Nevertheless,
they are.
Yeah. It's not good right now. It's not good.
I hope he'll be okay financially.
Yeah, me too. If not, there's always room for him here at Sports Radio 610. He can be our chief football strategist officer.
One of the other things people get upset about is when we talk about the Jaguars and we don't bring up Jags lady. Let's
do that. Reason
bonus,
number one.
They have this gem of a lady there in Jacksonville, and we don't have her.
They say they have the best draft in the entire NFL. Are you surprised to hear that?
Certainly not. The first year we took it to the limit. And I was in Miami with my new beach house. Well, it was a couple minutes from the beach.
It's been 20 years since then. We haven't been too strong in the last few years.
Oh, we've been strong. We're just playing by the rules. You can't have a newcomer come in and steal the show.
She's so sexy. She's so sexy.
She's salacious.
Come on.
Yeah.
Let's rent her a place down on Galveston and let her get a beach. You can get a good deal on a place a few blocks from the beach in Galveston.
So our hatred isn't directly at her. It's that we don't have a Jags lady.
Yeah.
We need a Texans lady.
We can't find a single lady somewhere like that a few blocks from the beach in Galveston.
Or a few blocks from NRG Stadium, probably.
I didn't just have a 7-minute conversation with the one who claimed to have had a relationship with Tillman Fertitta.
Certainly not.
In a liquor store there a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
I'm like, listen, this is not anything like I'm not revealing. She definitely did not have a relationship with Tillman Fertitta.
Right.
But it was the Galveston Texans lady that I got to go get some sound from her sometime on her takes on the Texans.
Jags lady, man. Certainly not.
Certainly not.
Oh, God.
Oh, she's so sexy. You just go watch that video on the internet. Tell me you don't get aroused. Tell me you're not ready to go all Doug Peterson on it.
I know. I'm going to need a minute. Can we go long on this break, Ben? That would be good. All right, there you go. 5 reasons I hate you. The Jags are 0-3. So
really?
The Texans may not realize this, but this weekend they are taking part, at least a small part, in protecting a Texans, I'll call it a recent Texans accomplishment. Texans were the last team to do something. Texans are protecting that this weekend against the Jags. I'll tell you what it is next.
Kirk Holmes. This is not the first time they've done this. They've been building custom homes for 3 generations, family owned, and they do things the right way. That's why they are the 2024 Southern Living Builder of the Year. Kirk Holmes.
It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
Okay, I literally just saw this as we were coming back. Seth and I are just sitting here reading text to each other and laughing so hard. You guys are funny, man. Some of you are really, really funny. Some of you I got a talking to coming. No. But someone said, Google the Trevor Lawrence, Mac Jones face swap picture time. Warning, you can't unsee it, though. LOL. All right, I'll Google it during the break.
With Trevor Lawrence, Mac Jones face swap?
They face swapped them. They put Lawrence's face on Jones's, body and hair. So I'm thinking of Mac Jones's face with that Trevor Lawrence plumey, flowy hair.
I've seen a lot of Mac Jones, Trevor Lawrence, I've seen a lot of Trevor Lawrence face swaps with various female actresses.
Yes.
That's where, because he's got that long. Oh, yeah. Okay. I'm looking at it right now.
Is it disturbing?
I don't know. Well, one of them is really attractive. I don't know what I guess, I don't know how this works. But I'm kind of into the Mac Jones with the Trevor Lawrence hair.
I was going to say, there's no way you're looking
attractive, it's like a prep school girl almost.
Yeah.
Like she's wearing a tie and everything.
Dude.
And that's a girl you take home to your mom right there.
He probably does look like a girl. Yeah. There's no rest of the picture that you can slap Trevor Lawrence's face on and go, oh yeah, that's a good looking fella right there. Like Trevor Lawrence is just a weird looking dude, man. Just a strange looking cat.
I don't think I can't believe this is actually real because Mac Jones is because Mac Jones's face with Trevor Lawrence's hair, but it's not. That's just some. Okay, now I feel weird. Now I got to go examine some things,
all right,
check
don't
my
worry
pronouns
about it.
and all that. Yeah.
Don't worry.
Okay.
Don't worry. It's got me.
I got to go explore on the internet.
Okay, so the Jags are 0-3. They're one of 3 0-3 teams. Cincinnati, Jacksonville, and Tennessee, the Titans. They're all 0-3 right now. In the Super Bowl era, there have been 255 teams that have started out the season 0-3. There are 6 of them that have made the playoffs. Just 6. So we're talking like 2% made the playoffs. The last one, the 2018 Houston Texans, coached by William O'Brien.
That's right.
Yep, 2018 Houston Texans.
How many straight wins did they rack up in
9?
that season after 0-3? 9 straight wins.
9 straight wins. It was funny. When I saw this number, Adam Schefter posted this. The stat I just recited, Schefter posted that earlier this week. And I said, oh, yeah, I remember 2018. That was cool. That was the Tyrann Mathieu year. That was the year where Deshaun's coming off his rookie year. I don't know that Deshaun's stock was ever higher with Texan fans than it was at the beginning of the 2018 season, where he had those 7 games as a rookie, tore his knee, and now JJ's healthy again, Deshaun's healthy again. They got Tyrann Mathieu. Let's go.
Times were simpler then.
Yeah.
Yes.
They started out
0-3. Bright-eyed optimists at the beginning of that season.
We were, man.
Then we hated the team after 3 wins.
After 3
games.
And
then we grudgingly accepted that 9 straight wins was pretty impressive. Except it was kind of a weird 9-game win streak.
It wasn't a super impressive 9-game win streak. I mean, as a feat, it was impressive, but game to game, like there were it was a fun winning streak because so many of the games were close. It was a lot like the Texans last year, if I'm being honest. That the Texans won a ton of close games, and at the end of every game, we're like, why do they do this to us all the time? Wait, why? But I know they're winning, but why do they do this? That 9-game winning streak, if you remember, Seth, the winning streak got started up in Indianapolis because Frank Reich went for it on 4th down in a tie game in overtime near midfield because he was a new coach then in 2018, and he wanted to send the message to his team that we're not here to tie.
That's right.
We're here to win.
That's right.
Damn it. Yeah.
He was the anti-Lovie Smith.
Yeah.
He wasn't in it for any semi-wins.
No semi-wins on his ticket. No way,
Semi-win.
That's right. So the Texans get the ball back, and they kick a field goal, and they're off the schneid. They're 1-3. The next game was the DeAndre Hopkins double spin-a-rooney in overtime to set up a winning field goal against the Cowboys.
Now, that was a good win.
That was fun.
Was fun.
Yeah. That was fun. The next week, was the third win, and that was the J. Joe pick six off Nathan Peterman. Remember when they yanked rookie Josh Allen from the game that day? The Buffalo Bills?
Yeah.
Because he sucked. And we're like, oh, this guy won't be a threat. And then 6 years later, he's the best quarterback in football.
The Texans saw the absolute worst of Josh Allen, including in the playoffs in his first year before he figured everything out, and it just flipped into
Don't
what
worry,
he is now.
they'll get this version in 9 days. So
Yeah.
Fourth win, that one taking bus to Jacksonville. Remember that? His rib cage was so contorted and crushed to smithereens, he had to take a bus.
And by bus, we mean luxury RV. But yes, a bus. He took a bus.
I prefer to think of it as a school bus where the seats are just you're sitting upright at a 90-degree
I thought
angle.
I thought it was a Greyhound. I thought he was making every step along the way, every stop along the way. But yeah, he had a collapsed lung that he was playing through.
Dude, the fifth win in that streak was Brock Osweiler's homecoming on Thursday Night Football against the Dolphins. They destroyed Brock. I think that was the first crack they got at Brock since Brock had left a couple of years ago. Then they beat Denver in a game where Denver's kicker missed a 51-yard field goal at the gun.
Oh, yeah, and that was at Denver, right?
That was at Denver, yeah. That was a Case Keenum
because that was even in that was that game where, what's that?
That was Case Keenum started for Denver in that game.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, they were on a parade of former Texans quarterbacks.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right. The next week was Washington, where Alex Smith almost lost a limb thanks to Kareem Jackson and J.J. Watt.
Well, and J.J. Watt, who J.J. claimed recently that he didn't even know that he was the one who had injured Alex Smith. I think, but not just at the time, but for a long time afterwards. I think it goes to speak to, I guess, people could have easily claimed that J.J., they could have made J.J. into a villain there, but I think it speaks to, one, J.J.'s good PR around the league, but also the fact that the NFL at large genuinely doesn't care about Alex Smith as they should. Nobody in Washington was like, oh, no, not Alex.
I like Smith on the broadcast. I like him in his role that he's in now. I think he's been pretty good.
He's not. A lot of former quarterbacks are afraid to really put it out there with strong opinions. Alex Smith is not afraid to put a strong opinion out there.
He's like, dude, I almost died from losing a leg. I'm going to get my opinions out there. You never know. Our tomorrows are not promised, all right?
Yeah. You think I'm scared of you? J.J. Watt turned my tib fib into
a hot dog.
Okay?
Into a sausage.
My shin still looks like a topographical map.
Yeah, man. Eighth win, that was the Monday night game against Tennessee, the first game after Bob McNair passed away. And then the ninth game in that streak was rookie Baker Mayfield coming here, getting an education from a Romeo Crennel defense. So that 9-game winning streak was fun. Why do I bring this up? Because we must protect this. This is a major accomplishment. One of the only major accomplishments of the Bill O'Brien era, ultimately, is they were the last 0-3 team to make the playoffs. The Texans must protect this and do their small part by destroying the Jaguars this week.
It's one of the several tattoo phrases that I'm thinking about getting when I get my first tattoo. I want it to be something meaningful, but like something that I can remember and look at.
Yeah.
As words to live by.
Yeah.
Protect Bill O'Brien's legacy.
Indeed.
That's it's like my own personal commandment.
4 magic words. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
If there's one thing I could do to rally the troops this weekend, if D'Amico lets me come in and give them a pep talk, I'll look at Laramie himself and say, Laramie, yes, you do have the single season high for over a decade with the 12 false starts that you had while playing for Bill O'Brien.
Yep.
Do not dishonor his legacy by giving the Jaguars a chance at making the playoffs after an 0-3 start.
Good call. All right, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. One of the things that Bobby Slowick and the offense got highly criticized for this week, probably made Jonathan Grenard the NFC Defensive Player of the Week, for all we know, was Bobby had to address it yesterday. He was asked about it. Something offensive that they did scheme-wise. You'll hear what he had to say coming up next. But first, tomorrow, 1 to 4 p.m., Swanee's Grill, northwest side of town, just outside the Loop. That's where I'll be, 1 to 4 p.m., watching some college football.
play here on Odyssey Sports Station. It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you into the 9 o'clock hour we go. Shout out to our boy George Lindsay. He's one of the morning DJs over on the Morning Bull. There's all these signs on the wall in the studio, and they're congratulating him, and they've got tacos, and they've got streamers, and he's got a gold hat on with a dollar sign on it. And I'm like, what's going on? 50 years in radio today.
50 years in radio?
50 years in radio today for George Lindsay.
I honestly wouldn't have thought he'd be old enough to do that. That's good for George and his youthful demeanor.
Started at 15 years old. So
did he?
Yep.
He started working at a radio station or something when he was 15.
But I had in a continuous 50 years. He said, he said sometimes it was part-time, but always getting a check in radio. Which I think that's just the function of the radio business through the year. If you're in it for 50 years, there will be a spell where you're part-time probably,
Especially as country music has country has been basically 7 completely different genres over the course of the last 2 decades.
Bingo.
He's really rolled with all the different changes and everything.
Yeah, I'm looking up at that on the wall. I'm like, 50 years, man. He's like, I started at 15. I'm like, if they pull this celebration for me someday, I'll be 88 years old in the studio. Dude, I did my first radio show at age 38. I don't know
you
that
still sound young.
Yeah. Well,
that's the biggest thing is you don't have to, even though by then we'll be almost exclusively streaming probably.
Yeah.
So your appearance will matter a little bit, but as long as you don't sound old, you'll be just fine. Look at Mad Dog. How old's Mad Dog Russo?
Mid-60s probably, I would guess.
But he doesn't seem like, the two guys I think that maintain a youthful demeanor, even as Mad Dog Russo is the consummate grumpy old man.
Yeah.
He's the exact same personality. He was a grumpy old man when he was 25 years old.
No doubt, yes.
So he's still got a very youthful spirit to him. And then Regis didn't really have success in TV, large-scale success until he was, I think, well into his 50s.
Yes.
And kept it going just because he was high energy.
He was high energy, man. Who wants
your buddy, my friend Jeff Farragher, who went to Notre Dame around the same time as you, he dated Regis Philbin's daughter for a long time in college.
He? Oh, yeah. I know one of them, JJ.
Girlfriend,
okay. Yeah. Kevin was friends with JJ. That's cool. Wow, 6 degrees of separation from me and Farragher. It's either
you and I are basically Eskimo brothers. Yeah.
Exactly what I was going to say.
Cousins,
That's exactly what I was going to say. We're Eskimo cousins.
We're Eskimo buds.
I don't know that I think my brother was just friends with her. I don't think that.
Right, I know, but he knows her and she knows Jeff.
Yeah,
and
sure.
Jeff is one of my best friends from high school.
Right. Eskimo cousins. Sean and Seth, Eskimo cousins. All right, let's get to Bobby Slowick. Bobby Slowick and the Texans were catching all sorts of heat for the plays where Kate Stover wound up singled up on Jonathan Grenard.
Yeah.
Let's hear from Bobby Slowick, and then we'll hash this out. How fair or unfair is the criticism over that ending up being the case so many times during that Vikings game? Do defenders have an advantage when they're blocked by non-O linemen, Bobby?
I think, everyone always talks about tight ends blocking D ends, and I used to be on defense, so I get it, like a coach outside linebackers, and it was always, can't believe they have a tight end blocking you, that's embarrassing, and all that. But really, everyone in the NFL does that. You have to have variety in protections. You got to be able to do things with your front to help the front out when teams are gaming, so you're not just 5-0 all the time. You also got to be able to go 5-0 often and get the tight end out. You got to be able to do full turns where a tight end and a back are both in. Everyone does multiple protections. It really shows up when you don't execute them well, And there were a number. We had some tight ends in position on D ends that we didn't even have the right footwork from the start, and that's going to be a really tough down. We know the issue when we call the protection. I would say starting point is on me. I probably did it too much, and particularly too much too early. But it's a difficult defense to go against, and we got to be able to handle different ways of attacking it.
Yeah, Kate Stover got snowed under early in that game.
He got destroyed by Jonathan Grenard. And look, I said this on Monday. I said this on Sunday right after the game. It's one of these things that happens all the time, and you don't notice it until it doesn't work out. And it's very easy to get on and say, I can't believe they had a tight end blocking that guy. Now, like on that specific play, it was full turn protection. I would say full turn protection is something you do, but it's also something that bad teams do a lot because they don't have good blockers.
Right.
And I think it's a little bit of all of that. Cade Stover at some point does have to be a guy that you can trust more in pass protection. I think what Slowick said about how often they did it and when they did it in the game early on, yeah, maybe do that later on after you've already set it up to where defenses aren't as champing at the bit to try to get there. But it's one of the problems the team has right now, blocking in general. It's as much as we love the pass game in the modern NFL, old school pass blocking is still important, and against a team like the Vikings especially. So do better in terms of how often he does it or who he has doing it, but some of it does come down to, man, you've got to mix up your protections or you're just going to be sitting there. You're just going to be sitting there like lambs to the slaughter. So Cade Stover's just got to continue to get better and do a better job of, like he said, like actually using his proper technique and everything when he's blocking.
Yeah, they don't have many choices at this point. That's the thing. Like they lost Brevin Jordan for the season. You know, you can't just rip out pages of your playbook. You gotta.
The two things that I always it goes viral on social media all the time. It's that what Bobby was just talking about. As a defensive, like Jonathan Grenard said that after the game, like, it's insulting that they would have a tight end block me. They'll do it against better defensive ends than you, Jonathan Grenard. So there is that. The other one is always when defensive backs will say, yep, we knew exactly which routes were coming.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, that's not that uncommon either. It's when the guys, when you don't have good wide receivers running those route combinations, that's when it's really lethal. So it always comes back on the offensive coordinator. I don't absolve Bobby Slowick from any blame in that game because at the end of the day, it is the execution of the offensive line and the tight ends that are his responsibility. And those guys aren't good at it right now.
Yeah.
The blocking in both the run game and pass game is not good enough, and that's all on the offensive coordinator.
Is 5-0 protection basically just where you got to protect with just your offensive linemen?
It's 5-man slide protection usually where it's 5 offensive linemen.
Yeah.
If you hear a 60 at the front or a 70
Tight
at the
end.
front, it's well, with 60, it's just 6 men. Sometimes it's a running back. Sometimes it's tight end. 70, it's 7-man pass protection.
Yeah. Sometimes these coaches don't realize that we're playing this stuff on the radio, and Bobby, I get it. Bobby's not going to be like a radio host where he's like, hey, man, this 5-0 protection that I'm talking about.
Honestly, I like to make fun of offensive linemen a lot, mostly because I just hate them. So it's only because I hate them so much.
Right.
But I have some friends who are offensive linemen,
Yeah.
A few. They've been to my house for dinner. I'm not a bigot or anything.
Right.
I just wouldn't let one marry my daughter. That's all. That's so when it comes to offensive linemen, I generally despise them.
Yeah.
Having said that, pass protection, even at the high school level, it's hard, man. Like it's really. I talked to my friend Drew Hodgen about this a lot. I really wish I had learned as much about pass pro while I was a player as I have since then. Because I think they don't generally bother teaching it to defensive linemen as much, at least back in the old days, because most of us aren't that bright. But it gets pretty damn complicated. That's why it's so annoying whenever I really want to crush an individual offensive lineman, and I send tape out to some of my former teammates. They're so annoying. Even the good ones, they're so annoying because they're like, well, I don't know exactly what the rules are on this, and exactly it could have been one of 7 things here. I'm like, I'll tell it the guy. Come on.
They're taking up for their own, man.
No, it's not even that. No, Drew is a spiteful, vindictive person.
Is he? Okay.
Yeah. To his credit. He's got enough. Drew should have been a defensive lineman because he's got a lot of a lot of unchecked anger about
angst.
him.
Yeah. Let's hear more from Bobby Slowick here. What positives did you take away from the ass-kicking in week 3.
Yeah, I thought the way CJ operated was really good. I thought the way our receivers played in the pass game when they faced man coverage, they did a great job. You know, I thought we had a large number of explosives if you count the plays that were nullified by our own penalties. And those really, for us, were drive killers. When we were able to stay positive and stay on track, I mean, we were doing what we wanted really until the game started getting away from us at the end. And once we started getting too far behind the chains due to our own mistakes, it became tough. It's a tough defense to put yourself in that position.
And that is why Nico Collins, Stephon Diggs, and CJ Stroud are in the circle of swarm this week.
Yeah, they were. I mean, they made plays in that game that ultimately don't help you. It doesn't mean that it's a good offense or anything, but they were doing the things they had to do versus what, in my opinion, is genuinely a very good defense, the Vikings defense. They make it really hard to operate. CJ was making some next-level throws in that game, and about half of them were wiped out by penalties. It wasn't like it was wiped out by an offensive pass interference penalty that led to it. It was wiped out by a false start or an illegal formation that likely didn't really spring that play. It's just it was really, really annoying.
So all this stuff, we hear Bobby talking about, you know, what went wrong, what went well. A lot more went wrong than went well, obviously. You bake it all together here. What's your – and add in the fact that there'll probably be no Tank Dell. We don't know what this Nico Collins situation is with his hamstring. And as of right now, I'm assuming it's Cam Akers starting at tailback. What is your optimism level for the game this weekend that the Texans start to look like the offense that we expected at the beginning of the year?
I think there's two things. One, on the Texans side of things, I think that they do get probably a very back-to-basics mentality this week. And they're not going against a defense like the Vikings where, man, you feel like, all right, we got to scheme up a bunch of different stuff against this scheme because this defensive scheme is such a headache and they can threaten you in so many different ways. I think they go back to basics. I think they play a much cleaner game in terms of the mental errors and the penalties. And the mental errors were almost worse than the penalties in this game when it came to just assignments in the run game and what have you. And then I think the other part of it is that I think the Jaguars are who they are defensively. They play a lot of man defense, and I think they're going to stick to it. And maybe they alter their scheme a little bit, but I don't think the Texans see as much zone as they have in these last 3 weeks. And there will be opportunities downfield. So between those, I feel relatively optimistic that it's going to be a better defense. It's not going to make me feel any better about them versus the Bills. Even if the Texans score 48 points, I'm still going to be thinking about that Vikings game.
Yes.
And it'll be a step in the right direction.
Yeah, and you got the Bills coming to town the next week too. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, yeah, right.
I'm trying not to look ahead to the Bills, but my God, my brain keeps going there.
Same,
Sean.
man. Yeah, and well, you're doing a show with the wrong guy if that's the case. So, you know what I like, Seth? Forget about scheme and all this other stuff. I like the fact that I had to look up the name of the Jags defensive coordinator just now. Whereas last week, every question was about Brian Flores this and Brian Flores that. And, if you're hearing a defensive coordinator or offensive coordinator's name that much, it probably means that the unit that they coach is pretty damn good. Ryan Nielsen is his name, by the way.
Well, Ryan Nielsen, for two reasons. One, if I wanted to act like I was Joe Football, I'd be like, well, clearly, Sean, you don't remember the Falcons game from last year where he was the defensive coordinator.
I remember the game.
But also, he's got one of those funky modern mustaches, and it makes him really hateable. It's just. He's got that mustache. You know how I feel about the modern mustache.
Yeah.
Every time I see one, for a little while there, only guys who were wearing the mustache ironically had the mustache. And I'd be like, oh, this is probably a funny guy. And now it's everybody dude has a mustache. I'm like, oh, you're just as boring as every other schmuck I know. Yeah. So because they were asked that a lot, both CJ Stroud, D'Amico Ryans, and Bobby Slowick were asked about, hey, you've got some familiarity with him because he was the offensive coordinator in Atlanta last year. How much carryover is there? I would say with defensive coordinators especially, you might kind of know what they like to do, but they got to do what their personnel can do. Mm-hmm. And I'm guessing there's not as much carryover to where they feel they know exactly what Ryan Nielsen, the defensive coordinator, is going to do in this game. I think this is much more about the one-on-one matchups.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We're going to give away some Cougs tickets in the next segment, so be listening for that. Cougs, Iowa State. This is the last chance to win tickets this week. We're going to do that in the next segment. We're talking about all this stuff with the Texans and the offense, and it feels like a lot, man. It feels like, the protections and the offensive line and the run game and things like that. Take a step back, and I'll let you listen in on audio about another team in the NFL, and you'll be very thankful that the Texans' problems feel fairly minor compared to this. We've got that for you coming up next. But Legacy Cigars and Lounge, I want you to circle Monday. Monday, September 30th, we got a Monday Night Football doubleheader. And where am I going to be watching it? With you at Legacy Cigars and Lounge. And
professionals.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by Vikings of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, Seth, quick question from a texter before we get to the audio that I promised. We're giving away Kook tickets this segment, too, so stay tuned for that. Text message, texter says, I'm a high school O-line coach, Seth. Do you hate me, too?
Oh, no. Okay. You're just like a prison warden, you know? That's it's not you're in charge of a bunch of deplorable human beings. No, I was a high school offensive lineman myself. So I
Did you hate yourself back then?
I did. But also for many other reasons as well, for a long time. Yeah. Don't worry, kids. It only took me about 40 years to stop hating myself for various things.
You'll get there. Yeah.
You'll get there.
You'll get there.
Your 40s are an awesome time in life because you accept the things you hate yourself for. You just realize, like, it's no big deal, really. I'm not going to change,
right.
But I can accept the things I hate myself for. Yeah.
So we've spent the better part of this week kind of picking at certain things with the Texans offense, penalties, obviously, O-line play, things that certain guys can do better offensively. Bobby Slowick stood up yesterday and answered a lot of questions about things going on with the offense. We have not seen the offense we anticipated seeing. I would say this, at least there's not talk of having to swap out the entire system to accommodate your quarterback.
Right. Though nobody's running in here saying, like, we need to be more RPO based.
Yeah,
that's the ticket.
Yeah.
I do think some people want the Texans to spread it out more.
Yeah.
I think the problem again is I hate it. I'm a broken record this week. It all comes back to the offensive line.
Sure.
You can't spread it out behind this offensive line.
That's
My
right.
God, no.
Oh, no. This is AJ McCarron, former Texan, former teammate of Deshaun Watson. All right, so this is one of the few people I've seen make excuses for Deshaun Watson. Seth, so I want to run this by you here and see if this makes any sense. And be thankful, Texan fans, that the talk of how to fix this offense isn't just basically taking the playbook and throwing it in the river.
We had guys hurt in and out. Randall Cobb was, older, didn't run as well, but stayed hurt. Like, we didn't have nowhere near the amount of guys that we did in 2019. And we were still successful because you put him in an offense that he knows, that he truly believes in, that he knows the reads. He can run it with his eyes closed. The dude can go make plays. I promise you that. And he throws the ball. He has accuracy. He can sling it. But when he's in an offense like this, it is night and day. I'm telling you, everything from the time you open the playbook, it looks like Chinese to English, and you're like, oh, I don't know Chinese. So it's like, I mean, it's totally different.
I didn't realize AJ McCarron didn't get in front of the microphone a whole bunch when he was with the Texans.
Same observation I did.
I guess I forgot that he sounded like such an Alabama head.
Hey, I didn't realize it either. Yeah.
Oh, big shock. Oh, you don't know Chinese. Is that right, AJ? I never would have guessed.
Still working on English. Yeah.
You don't say. Yeah. Look, it's no. The problem is the offense that he's in right now is one that is great for taking guys just like A.J. McCarron, if they're not too stupid to figure it out, and getting the absolute best out of them. Mm-hmm. That's the old Kubiak-Shanahan system will get the best out of a Sage Rosenfels or a Matt Schaub or any of those guys. So I can't blame the system for Deshaun until I see Deshaun actually make an effort at just really genuinely grasping the system and getting it. I do hear in all of that, though, what I do hear is a plea for former Ohio State offensive coordinator and current Boston College head coach Bill O'Brien to be the head coach of the Cleveland Browns.
I heard the same thing, man. Yeah. Get that system, or at least Tim Kelly.
Yeah, it's true. Tim Kelly was the offensive coordinator the year that Deshaun had his best year.
That's
really,
right.
as a passer, the offense didn't score any points. They were 20th in scoring that
told
year.
that to A.J.
Still.
McCarron. He just made it sound like a well-oiled machine.
Yeah, we were a boy. That was none ever hit the Gulf Coast like that since
the hell
since
you were
the run
watching.
and shoot.
Hell, you were. This was funny. Greg Williams, former interim head coach of the Browns, who I think is still bitter at the Browns to this day for hiring.
He stopped dyeing his goatee at least. Though.
Yeah,
I could say I can give him that. Greg Williams stopped dyeing his goatee black.
He co-hosts "Come Get Some," a podcast, which is the most
Sounds
Greg Williams
sexy as hell.
title ever for a podcast.
Yeah.
But he kills Deshaun Watson and Kevin Stefanski here.
How about, Coach, if we get to conclusion time? Maybe he just can't play anymore.
The big time on the body language thing, it drives me bananas. You know, I have a PhD in body language and all that stuff, and nothing more irritates me to see over on the sideline, in between series, that's when good coaches, good players make adjustments in the game to go out on the next series, but you can't do that when you have a towel over your head. You can't do that when you're not sitting around anybody else that's talking about what do you see, how do we do that? And as coaches, you have to go to these people and get them together, okay, and make the adjustment in game.
Yeah.
PhD in body language.
The funny thing about Greg Williams is that he doesn't mean that figuratively. I think he definitely claims that he has a PhD in body language.
Dude, I think he printed one and hung it on his wall.
Remember that he claimed he got letters offering him head coach jobs a couple years back? Yeah. I have the letters.
Yeah.
They offered me jobs. I'm sure you do.
Right. In 2021, everybody's writing letters to people.
Yes. For offers of employment. Yes.
Yeah. None of it's electronic.
That's a classical letter. Hope to hear back sometime within the next 2 weeks as to whether when you get the embossed seal from Greg Williams back that he's in. But I do agree with him on that. That's something a lot of our listeners have pointed out during that Deshaun is not over there with his head down on the iPad trying to figure things out during the break.
Got a towel over his head.
That's a bad look. That's a bad look for a guy that's supposed to be out front. And body language is overrated at times. But I think with quarterback, 100% it matters.
Yep.
And, Deshaun, I don't know, man. Like, Deshaun has never really looked like there's a level of urgency to fix some of the things that he needs to work on. Going back to when he was here in Houston, it used to really annoy me that some of the backfield mechanics are just the fakes and the handoffs and everything were always really sloppy. It was really easy for defensive ends and linebackers to get a tip on whether this was play action or not because Deshaun was so sloppy with his fakes. And then we read that article in The Athletic about when Kevin Stefanski was first talking to Deshaun, and Deshaun asked for tips.
Yeah.
Hey, you got any tips, for how I can get better? This is before the Browns signed him.
Yep.
Or traded for him. And Stefanski said, well, actually, we think you could do a better job with your fakes. And Deshaun's response was, you sound just like my high school coach. And I'm like, you son of a...
Exactly.
Like, what the...
Oh, my God.
So you think that after years and years of your high school coach and NFL coaches probably telling you this, that he's going to change with Kevin Stefanski?
Yeah, dude. So, I mean, our problems are fairly minor compared to this. Here's actually one from Deshaun. He was asked he had a bad press conference on Wednesday, like a bad press conference.
You don't say, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
He was asked about more design. Hey, how about more designed runs? Since the regular stuff's not working, how about more designed runs?
Would you like to see more designed runs in the game plan? I don't mean just...
For me?
Yeah.
No. I'm not going in there to ask them for more design runs. So,
Just knowing you're going to run with the ball.
I'm not trying. If I don't have to run, I'm not going to run. So I'm not trying to take any hits.
More designed runs.
Because I'm not a running quarterback in a sense. I can make things happen, but I'm not trying to run. I'm not a running back. It's not my specialties. They signed me to throw the ball, make decisions, and be a quarterback, not a runner.
Boy, that is a blue-collar Midwest quote right there.
Have you not checked my contract? Do you not know? You know what? I might have to give a little bit of a pass on something I used to criticize Bill O'Brien for, which was I always felt like just 2 designed runs per game for Deshaun Watson.
Right.
Just 2 a game.
Yeah.
and it can pay huge dividends. It makes your zone read fakes and everything like that much scarier and more effective. Just 2 per game. Just give me 2 designed runs per game.
Yep.
And maybe that's ultimately what that's what the hold up was. It was he just flat out didn't want to be a running quarterback. Yeah.
Deshaun Watson. He will love, but he won't do that.
I won't do that. He went full meatloaf.
I would do anything for Stefanski, but I won't do that.
You guys look. I know that the offense is just a decrepit mess right now, but I'm not going to do anything it takes to have a good offense. God no.
People often wonder when they listen to Meatloaf, I would do anything for love. Exactly what that is. Turns out it was designed runs in the West Coast offense. Yeah, we'll do that. Meatloaf, we don't want you to do that. It's okay.
I'm going to go to one of those websites I get into rabbit holes on sometimes where it's like songmeanings.net or whatever, where people weigh in with like their opinions on what various lyrics mean. I'm going to add that.
Stop suggesting me. Like, I didn't know that existed either. I don't need that in my life.
Yeah.
I'm done.
You got all these like English lit majors on there breaking down the metaphors for you.
I've got so much stuff I gotta watch.
Don't do it. It makes you feel dumb. You're like, oh, how can I not see that?
Man. Crazy. I went to the doctor yesterday. I got new antibiotics for my elbow, so that's why I have more energy today. They don't make me as drowsy.
Oh, good, because this started with the pregame last week. You had what you thought was an elbow infection, and I could tell it was distracting you. Or maybe just physically taxing you as you were courageously fighting off the infection.
It hurt. Well, I'm no Deshaun Watson. If you're like, hey, Sean, I know you've got an infection on your elbow. Can you host a pregame show for the Texans?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I don't know. No. I'm not that kid. I'll fight.
So I don't know. I was getting close. I know as they switch up your antibiotics and everything.
Yeah.
At some point you might just have to cut it off. I mean, don't let your vanity get in the way
my
here.
Arm, like
your arm. It would be above the elbow. Duh. So cut off your arm. Don't let your vanity and your need to be a dude with 2 functioning arms hold you back from being able to finish out this season, Sean.
That's true.
You'll win the Ed Block Courage Award if you
for radio.
You'll win the Ed Block Courage Award and possibly comeback radio personality.
Comeback radio host of the year, not having a left arm. Yeah. That's boy.
100% if you do it without anesthesia.
With a saw. Yeah.
I've been watching a lot of historically set docudramas and everything. I think that's where it's at for me. If I ever to get something amputated, I'm doing it without anesthesia.
I was getting a little worried, like Tuesday, Wednesday this week, where it wasn't really getting better, but they changed up my antibiotics, and now I can feel it. Like, all right, I'm going to start to be normal, feel normal again here soon.
Yeah, that's kind of scary though.
Yeah,
that
man.
Stuff, at this day and age, I mean, you get some of these antibiotic-resistant bacteria and everything.
Dude, and this is a cut on my elbow. I had a staph infection on my leg back in June. Like, I don't know what. It's not like I'm walking around, rolling around in portalettes or something like that. You know what I mean?
You live in a petri dish.
No,
Maybe
I live in a clean.
You did the dishes or the laundry every now and then.
Nobody's apartment is cleaner than mine. I left this morning, and Amy's got a thing of Fabioso out on the counter, and she's cleaning at 5 in the morning.
Of course, it wouldn't be Amy's fault. I just don't know how much damage you can do while you're left alone if girl weekend or something.
Now that's
and you don't know how your washing machine works. Yeah.
Good
you
point.
Can't leave wet stuff sitting around in this environment down here, Sean.
No, I know. This is the pep talk I needed. It's true. I got to figure out how to work these damn machines. It's in case anything ever happens to Amy, I got to learn how to wash my dishes and clothes.
There was a staff issue going through the league back in the early 2000s or late 90s. I can't remember when. But I remember we had an equipment manager that was like really chafing against the new regulations for how often he was going to have to launder the clothes.
Oh, jeez.
He thought it was all a media propaganda, something or other, or whatever. Yeah.
It's like Y2K.
I'm like, dude, the clothes kind of stink too. So can we just do it for that?
Yeah, that would help. All right, let's give away some tickets. Cougs tickets, 713-572-4610. Caller number 5 wins a 4-pack of tickets to this Saturday's U of H versus Iowa State game. I've laughed a lot today, man. My face hurts. 713-572-4610. You're on your way to Cougs versus Iowa State. 4 tickets, and have a good time, man. Should be a fun time. 6 p.m. start, TDCU Stadium. It's the Cougs and the Cyclones. And your tickets courtesy of Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610. All right, let's make final preparations here, at least on this show, for Jags and Texans, and lay out what needs to happen, but also the serious importance of this game as it pertains to the season. We're going to lay it out for you coming up next.
Hey, holiday season, as we approach that time of year, thinking about popping the question around one of our big old holidays, which is smart. You tie in all those positive emotions.
Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studio. And Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Mike and Cy-Fair. Ronnie Lott would have cut off his arm to finish the show, bitches.
Yeah.
He would have. That's true. Dude,
well, we haven't gotten to that point yet. I don't think I'm not saying that you should cut off your arm because of your elbow infection. I'm saying that you need to be ready to do it.
Yeah. No, I understand.
And you can't do it with anesthesia because then you wouldn't be able to talk into the microphone.
Oh, you want me to keep talking while they're slicing my arm off? Is that the deal?
No, but they can do it during a break.
Yeah. Oh, that's true.
The old time orthopedists, Sean.
Yeah.
They tended to be pretty big, strong dudes because that was one of the things before anesthesia was that you wanted to be able to do it as quick as possible.
Yeah.
And so they would they'd get in there and there were their saws and their tourniquets and everything, and they would just try to make the most excruciating thing that could probably ever happen to you happen as quick as possible.
Wow.
Yeah.
And then along came football, and they started playing that instead.
Yeah. We all would have been. Usually
you would have been.
They didn't care. It kind of filters. I think a lot of doctors would probably agree with this. It's kind of a perception of orthopedists as not the brightest stars in the sky when it comes to the medical profession.
I didn't say
There's still a little bit of a jock mentality to the orthopedists. They're like, all right, look, let's get in there and let's cut some stuff up and pull some stuff out. That's how we'll fix it.
They're fun. Yeah.
Smack it with a hammer or something. Yeah.
This is this game coming up on Sunday between the Jags and the Texans. This is one of those games where the upside of a win and the downside of are drastically different. And I don't know that it's ever equal with anything, but you win this game, especially now that you're a touchdown favorite. This has turned into one of those. Okay, the perception is they should win this game. This is one of those. If you lose it. It's you messed up. They win this game. They're 3-1, 2-0 in the division against what I feel are the two better of the three teams in the division. You've got a win over the Colts on the road, and now you'd have a win at home against the Jags. That's a fantastic start in the division. So that's great. That's all well and good. If they lose this game, and I'm basing a lot of this on what I saw on Monday and what I've seen from the Bills this year, I do not want to come in next week to a 2-2 football team on a 2-game losing streak that just got upset at home by a touchdown underdog team, quarterbacked by Trevor Lawrence, who hadn't won a game since last November, and then you got the Bills coming to town. Yeah. And then you've got 2 road games after that, one in New England and one in Green Bay. I know New England's not a great team. We don't know who's going to be quarterback for Green Bay, but quite honestly, thus far, it hasn't really mattered. It's 2 road games, okay? The downside to a loss in this game on Sunday, not to be doom and gloom or anything here, but just to look at both sides of the coin, is big. It is imperative they take care of their business this Sunday against the Jags.
Yeah.
Based on what's coming down the pipe.
Right. And we saw after the first 2 games, we talked about it a lot. Time. This is not hindsight reasoning or anything, that they got away with a lot of sloppiness in those first 2 games that you're not going to get away with versus the good teams. And then it became a little bit of, okay, well, this Vikings defense is really good, and it looks like Sam Darnold might be a different guy. We don't know how good he is, but try not to play like you did in the last 2 weeks. They went ahead and played like they did in the previous 2 weeks, and they got destroyed.
Yep.
So for me, first and foremost, it's can the offense go out and play clean football where they're not shooting themselves in the foot, where they're not making mental errors that allow, they're shooting themselves in the foot with penalties, but then also they make mental errors in the blocking, both in the run and the pass game, that lead to guys just making tackles for a loss with nobody blocking them at all. Can we do that versus the Jaguars? Yeah. If you do that, you will win this game. But then it becomes after that, all right, now you're going to go against the Bills, a very good football team, something that the Jaguars are not. And can you keep it up versus them and produce? So I'll feel better about this team if they just play clean football, because I'll be really surprised if they play clean football and lose. I think it's almost impossible. If they just go out and play clean football and don't make boneheaded errors, they should win this game. But that's a much bigger obstacle than it should be right now because they have not played a clean football game yet.
It's very. I have a very similar feel to this as I did to the Bears game a couple of weeks ago, and there are some similarities I think between the two. Put Trevor Lawrence's contract. We're talking about two former number one, Caleb Williams and Trevor Lawrence, two former number one overall picks that were considered the G word, generational talent coming out. You know, they both had that label coming out. Both have struggled early so far this year. Trevor's been struggling since the middle of last year. Obviously, Caleb's career just began a month ago. So there's that. There are weapons on both of those teams, too. You know, like there are guys you got to keep an eye on. Like, same way you got to Rome Odunze and DJ Moore. DeAndre Swift has stunk so far this year, but at least at the time I felt he deserved respect. Similarly, I think the Jags have a lot of weapons that can hurt you, man. Like you've got to be on your be on your assignments defensively. Christian Kirk, Brian Thomas, like Rome Odunze, a solid rookie receiver. And then they signed Gabe Davis in free agency, and I think Travis Etienne is one of the better running backs in the league. There are a lot of guys that can hurt you if Trevor Lawrence gets the time to allow it. You know, you got to heat up Trevor Lawrence in this game.
Yeah, I think that getting pressure, and they've gotten pressure. You know, the Texans' defensive line, whether it results in a bunch of sacks in any given week, that never is really the good indication. The biggest thing with the Texans' defensive line right now is that they haven't always been disciplined in their pass rush. The defensive tackles aren't always kind of coming out to replace and contain when they should be. We saw that last week with Sam Darnold when he got outside the pocket. I don't care who your defensive backs are, if Justin Jefferson 0.2 seconds to run around in the end zone, more times than not, he's going to figure out a way to get open. Yep. So I don't worry about the fact that it was Murray on him on that play. It was more that the defensive line wasn't disciplined. But getting pressure on Trevor Lawrence and making him be who he has been in the 8 straight losses he's had since last year's game against the Texans. Yeah, keep him that guy, and you should be just fine.
Yep. So they got to run the football offensively. There had been some conjecture that Dameon Pierce could come back this weekend. I think I saw Aaron Wilson report that there was a possibility of it. He has yet to practice this week. I can't imagine if Dameon doesn't practice today that he's playing on Sunday. So I am anticipating until I see otherwise, till I see Dameon Pierce listed as at least limited at practice. I'm going to assume that it's Cam Akers. That's what I'll be interested to see, Seth. If there's no Pierce and no Mixon, but they're able to run the football, and they're in a game where in the second half it makes sense for them to run the football to soak up the clock, to possess the ball. How does that get distributed? Does Cam Akers become a workhorse for them, or is it they really trust Dare Ogunbowale, even though the ceiling on Dare is very low as far as what he's capable of?
But if they can get him to churn out 3 yards at a time, et cetera, et cetera. I think that, honestly, a big part of that is that, look, I know Laramie Tunsil and Titus Howard love their pass rush ratings and all that, or pass blocking grades and number of pressures allowed, et cetera. They're very average run blockers at this point in the season, which they have been in the past. So for them, I think the challenge is, look, you're going against Hines Allen on one side, the defensive end for the Jaguars, and you've got Trayvon Walker on the other side. Trayvon Walker has not been awesome as a pass rusher, but he's a pretty stout run defender. So, like, what can you guys accomplish versus them, and what can the guys on the interior do to actually productively run the football? I want to see growth there. I want to see actually genuinely good run blocking this week.
I want to see them, this is the last one, then we'll bring John Lopez and Reggie Atatula in on this. I want to see them put the foot on the throat if they get up 10-0, 14-0, or 17-3. Too often this team lets teams back into games. They let teams hang around. The penalties have been a big part of that this season. But we know last season they'd get up on teams, and all of a sudden the offense would just go into a funk. Wasn't turnovers a lot of the time because they turned the ball over less than anybody in the league. It was just it's like they'd run out of gas offensively, and all of a sudden a mistake here, a mistake there, and a team's back in the game. put the foot on the throat. Let's get Doug Peterson fired. Let's get that center part that he's got out of this league. There's no room for that haircut in this league anymore. It's 1987 it came and went.
Is that jealousy?
No, God,
okay.
no.
I just want to make sure.
I'm totally happy with I'm cool being bald. I'm cool being
Yeah,
bald.
no, if Doug Peterson had good hair or something, then it would be jealous.
Right. Yeah.
No, I think what is happening here, in my mind, was that the hair is bad and you're so mad. Like, if you have hair, you need to make sure that it looks good.
That's not how I'm looking at it, but I think that's a fair point of view.
That's how you wore your hair back in the day.
Right, yeah.
It
when
really
I was
is.
in high school in 1986.
I've seen pictures.
Yeah, and it was a beautiful head of hair, and it made sense back then.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
When we're all, we're off to go watch Back to the Future at the movies.
That's
or
the
whatever.
Pendergast cut. I've seen pictures.
It's the younger Pendergast cut.
Yeah, Doug Peterson, it looks like he's trying to relive the glory of the days back when his main responsibilities as a football player were to, get Brett Favre's cast-offs to sign NDAs and all that.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Exactly. So 27-17. That's my prediction. You got a feel on this, Seth? How you feeling on the?
I'll go with 27-17.
Okay,
I'll take that.
Okay, cool.
Who did I predict the 48-3 for?
48-14 over the Bears.
The Bears.
So
did they get that? Did they cover that? Or
they
not?
didn't cover that. No.
Okay.
No, they didn't cover that. No, you're on the right side.
I don't have the mind for numbers that you do.
Thank you. Yeah, appreciate that. What's up, fellas?
This is happening.
I know. This is a huge game.
Oh.
You lose this game, and now all of a sudden, you lose this game. And not to go,
you're not a good football team.
You're not a good. You're not. That's probably the biggest thing is you're not a good football team. But you also got the Bills and 2 road games coming after that.
Yeah.
I said 6-2 for the first 8 games is very doable. I still feel that way. You lose this game, 6-2 is out the window.
Yeah.
You're losing at least 2 more. If this is because at that point you're right, Seth. At that point, if you lose this game, this is who you've been for 4 games now. Yeah. I know you won 2, but those were not impressive wins.
Yeah, the season.
Yeah, man.
That's not a good sign.
Hell, even if you win this game, but not in a particular way, we still got questions about how good of a team actually are.
Yep, for sure.
27-17, when you said it, I actually was thinking, I want to be a little greedier than that.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, no, I'm not predicting it. Okay. I want it to look better than that.
Oh, I do too.
Yeah.
I don't trust them to make it look better than that. Yeah, so, but man, should be good. Back at home. A little Jacksonville, a little Buffalo, back-to-back weeks. It'll be good.
Yeah.
And then we got our eyes on. Do you guys have a preference as to who the Astros play in the wild card round? It's probably going to be Detroit.
I just feel like
City.
It's going to be Detroit, and it doesn't really matter. I guess Detroit.
You prefer Detroit?
I guess it's a close call.
Detroit's better for storylines because you got the A.J. Hinch thing.
Yeah.
Kansas City just doesn't scare me.
Yeah, and I mean, I was looking at certain things with Detroit. Their pitching has been pretty solid. I think
Skubal can win you
Yes.
he gets you half of what you need.
100%. And so I think you were pointing to the idea that they are almost profiled a little bit like the Mariners. I guess if the Mariners were a little bit better.
Yeah.
The Royals feel like they have a couple guys when it comes to the bats, and then you just don't have to worry about anything else. So it might be the Royals now.
Yeah, it's I'm just waiting for the Twins to get eliminated so I can get on Twitter all day tomorrow and just go after people that came after me back in July.
I loved your Mariners tweet, too.
What did I say?
I forget exactly.
I think wasn't it just
they got knocked out.
shame?
I put
dancing on their grave. Yeah,
I put Jerry Seinfeld going, that's a shame. That's a shame.
There it is.
Yeah, they got knocked out. Seattle Mariners have been eliminated, and that's a shame. And that's exactly how I feel.
Yes.
Exactly how I feel. All right, gentlemen, you guys here?
Excellent.
Yes. Have a great show. Seth, I will see you 9 a.m. Seth's got this look like he can't wait to hear where he's supposed to be. 9 a.m.
I just like having a plan.
9 a.m. Sunday morning, right outside NRG Stadium.
Oh, that's where.
Southeast side. Yeah, Texans countdown.
Antibodies and a cocktail of antibiotics to you.
Thank you. I need them. I've got them. Thank you. I appreciate that. All right, we're done. We're out of time. You're listening to KLT HD2 on Odyssey Station. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They're in the loop, and they start now.
That's right. We're starting right now in the loop. Sports Radio 610. You got John Lopez. You got Figgy Fig. You got myself, Reginald Atatula, on a Football Friday here. Get involved with the program. The YouTube's up. The Twitch is up. Sports Radio 610 on YouTube, 610 Houston on Twitch, and, of course, always the text line, 713-572-4610. And this has nothing to do with the football of it, but my Football Friday was going great until I did the thing. And John, you've seen me do it multiple times, which is drop my pen. I don't know why
I got extra pens for you.
I don't know why I keep dropping my pen. I'm going to lash out because clearly it's my responsibility. Right? Like I'm a human being with hands. I should be able to hold on to a pen. I'm blaming the desk. I don't know why.
The desk.
I'm lashing out and blaming the desk.
I'm good with you. I got your back.
Okay, very good. Excellent. But let's get into this, man. One of the things with this Texans team as we head into your noon game on Sunday at NRG, roof fixed against the Jacksonville Jaguars, and you'll hear that right here on 610. Yesterday, we were watching practice. Super important right now because you have a lot of people on the injury designations or like that we were looking for on the injury designations. Obviously, Joe Mixon has still been, indisposed after that injury off the hip drop tackle. You're still trying to see what's happening with Tank Dell after this weekend. And the injury report got a little hefty.
It got a lot hefty.
Yeah, man, I was kind of like, wait, what is happening here? Because all of a sudden you have like Nico Collins popping up with a hamstring. He was a limited participant in the course of this practice. Obviously, you still did not have Joe Mixon. Dameon Pierce, we had like some scuttlebutt going around that he would play this weekend, but I mean, again, did not practice. It was like, hey, man, what is happening with this injury report? And with that being, Tank Dell, who we found out more about, like obviously he has the hand, but also like supposedly something to do with the chest,
the ribs,
with the ribs in there. So when I hear like ribs, bruised, cracked, anything like that, that sounds terrible, right? It's in the trunk. It is in like the core of your body, and also it sounds like if you breathe wrong, if you laugh wrong, you are in a world of pain. So I do not envy Tank Dell in that regard, but that's a lot of guys that we're talking about, and especially a lot of people that factor in a big way to this Texas team.
I mean, let's think about it. Yeah, you know, what are we talking about when we come into the season? Outside of CJ Stroud, Nico, Tank, Mixon, Stephon.
Five-headed monster.
3 of those dudes might not play. Probably won't play. Like Nico, Tank, and even though Nico was limited, what worries me about that is it happened on Wednesday. Like whatever it was.
Of a practice
on Wednesday, and if it's a hammy or something, he's not going to play. I mean, he's just not. If something happens like that, and we don't know for sure. It said hamstring on the injury report, though, and so I'm thinking, okay, if it happened on Wednesday, he's probably not going to play. We have to watch today's practice. So no Nico, no Tank, no Mixon, and maybe not Dameon Pierce.
And then Jimmy Ward with his groin did not practice on Thursday. And I don't know to what extent that is, but I mean, again, Jimmy Ward factors in a big way when it comes to this defense. And so you've got a lot of people popping up on this injury report, which I think then leads us to the question that who now has to step in if you do have some bad things happening, right? If you do have Nico Collins all of a sudden with that hamstring being less than capable of going, or maybe not even being able to be like 100%, even if he is going, right? Tank Dell, it seems like he's just not going to play this week. Like that feels to be what we're dealing with here. I mean, we mentioned Joe Mixon. He's just. I
don't see it happening.
It's not going to happen. Yeah. A couple of days not practicing. Is Dameon Pierce still out, right? Like now, are we considering that Cam Akers RB1 once more? And then, Jimmy Ward thing also adds a little bit because now we're talking about the defensive secondary with, I think, a depth chart that we are not necessarily entirely sold on in the defensive secondary. So, who has to carry the load? Who has to step up and really show out for these Texas teams?
Well, it's obvious to me, and that's Stephon Diggs and Cam Akers. 2 new acquisitions, one of them after training camp began, all of a sudden – Cam may do something in the run game. We're going to dig in deep on the offensive line. It's a big story. It's the story for the game. And Stephon Diggs. Like you can't count, although you'll hear this later about during confessions about John Mechie, but you can't count on John Mechie. Xavier Hutchinson has had a couple of moments here and there. He'll be filling in for Nico. Mechie will be in for Tank, or vice versa, however it plays out. It's Stephon Diggs, man. It's Stephon Diggs because, number one, you want to be able to get in some third and shorts, which we've been talking about all week, and you want to be able to get some points on the board and actually light it up a little bit, even though we've seen some hints here and there. I think it's Stephon Diggs, 100%.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like you should be encouraged that Stephon Diggs even in the course of this, week 1, he got a couple of touchdowns, but week 3, we saw him, really get some targets, get some catches, get some yards on the board. I know that over the course of it, the offense did not play at a high enough level all the way around, and I guess a lot of that is like kind of some penalties and then just like a lack of focus that then took some of those things off of the board. But at the very least, that connection seems to be there in a way that now if that has to be a focal point, I mean, you knew that Stefon Diggs was capable of playing at that level. CJ Stroud was capable of playing at that level. And it seems like they are on a good enough, they have a good enough rapport that should step up. I do think that then John Mechie, Xavier Hutchinson, I think also, but John Mechie, I think that he has an opportunity to do something within this game. Like, it was one of the reasons why we talked so much about him coming into this season and preseason and the like. He did put it on the field, putting it on paper, some of the things that we were talking in a hypothetical sense about with him.
Yeah.
Now is an opportunity, possibly, right? Obviously, with Tank is likely to be out, so I think Mechie definitely gets some opportunities with this, even if it's just being active and getting a little bit more time on the field. But he might get a lot of time on the field, and some of the things that you're trying to replicate, he is the next guy up to be able to do some of those things. I think it's a good opportunity to finally get a chance to see something from a player that was highly regarded, that was drafted highly, and just has not had the opportunity due to poor luck, and then in some ways, a roster that has gotten stronger over time.
And then there's the other side of it, and I think ultimately this won't make a lot of people feel better if the defense wins the game, because people want to see what's the offensive line doing, false starts, pre-snap, all that stuff. Can Cam Akers run the ball? Is Stefon, as I just mentioned, going to be able to do some things offensively and really carry the load? But remember, Figgy, you were there at the Texans. Was it the preview, the kickoff, the season preview,
season premiere,
season premiere?
We said all the words
all
around
preview. Mark Vandermeer was on the stage interviewing some players, and I thought about this morning. And he had Jimmy Ward on stage.
Yeah.
And Jimmy Ward told him, this defense feels like we can win some games. In other words, he was kind of saying, we know what the offense is, we know what the expectations are with CJ, et cetera, but this defense feels like we can win some games. Well, now would be a very good time for that to happen. Now would be a very good time for the defense to get the sacks, to get overs, to stuff a really struggling quarterback. It won't make us feel a lot better because we want to see what this offense can do.
It won't make me feel better at all.
No, it won't.
Actually, yeah.
But if you want to win, and we're talking about who has to step up. Well, let's see that defense, Jimmy. And Jimmy may not even play, but I'm saying let's see that defense, because if you say we feel like we're going to win, we can win some games on the defensive side of the ball, now's a great time.
Yeah, the problem is that defense for the Jags is not good at all, right? Like I
get it. It won't make us feel better.
We're talking about some really important players on offense. Don't get me wrong. Nico Collins, who I'm very content to say is wide receiver one, with all due respect to the plethora and the talented wide receiving core that you've put together, right?
Yeah.
Tank Dell, who has been like an explosives guy for you, right? I understand that. Joe Mixon, I don't even need to tell you exactly why he factors in so valuable or in so much to what you're doing offensively. Still, even with all that being the case, like especially against a team defensively that looks as poor as it feels like the Jaguars have played, even if you're getting into some of the depth of this, it still needs to look like you're out here doing and capable of doing some of the things that are happening, even if it's not everything.
Well, that's what we want. That's what we want. But if you're 3-1, obviously that's a huge thing to have. We might still be having these same conversations about the line because you're right. I've said it a couple of times this week. That defense is giving up over 28 points a game, man. If you've got to be able to, you've got the Jacksonville defense to make hay on that. But if you're saying who has to step up, given that the offense has been decimated somewhat, it's those guys. It's those guys on the defensive side of the ball.
How do you feel about Robert Woods within all of this, right? He remains a veteran within this. They did not go the route that we thought maybe they possibly would, where they just go after the big three. When it comes to the wide receiving core, that they went all young, they didn't do that. They made sure that they had Robert Woods within this. It feels like this is an opportunity for him to step in and show his consistency and his veteran nature, veteran savvy within it.
Well, he's going to get the snaps. There's no question about it, because we'll be following practice today, and today's practice obviously is really important in terms of who we think to play or not. Well, he's going to get his snaps for sure. But I feel like, obviously Stefon is going to get the most attention now, for sure. He's going to be the guy, that's going to be getting the most attention. I still feel like he's going to be the guy, and either Xavier Hutchinson or John Mechie. Robert Woods is going to be what we know he is, and get a few catches and move, maybe hopefully move the chains, et cetera. But I feel it's going to be those other two guys.
I want to see what John Mechie do, man.
Yeah.
Like this is, to me, this would be the perfect time for him to step up and show that he can at least come up big in some moments.
Yeah.
Because remember, they released Noah Brown.
Yeah.
And I ain't saying Noah Brown was the best thing coming, but he was solid whenever CJ needed somebody like that last season.
Yep.
So you gave him up to keep somebody like a John Mechie.
He had a 175-yard game or something in that neighborhood.
Yeah,
he had a couple of hundred.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think right now would be the perfect time to have a guy that you could kind of lean on a little bit, and I feel like Mechie should be that guy.
And in some ways, the way that we've talked about it, Robert Woods kind of profiles as the Noah Brown, like just consistency guy that you know is going to come in and do what you want. It'd be great if you could have John Mechie kind of give you some of those things. I appreciate that as well. But I kind of want to get to the Jimmy Ward of this, right? If Jimmy Ward, him not playing on a Thursday, right, or not practicing rather on the Thursday leading into this game, if that is any level of, predictor of whether he will play on Saturday.
It's a big predictor.
What do you need to see defensively, right? Like, I think for one, we know Azeez ends up being, he is the leader on this defense in a way that Jimmy Ward has been in the past, and I'm sure they both kind of are still big voices when it comes to that defense. Azeez is going to have, that presence still on the defense, so it's not like you're losing that entirely. But when it comes to that safety spot, like, how are you feeling when it comes to stepping into that place? Because I know that the Jaguars aren't a great team, but they still have a deep depth of target. And one of the things we talked about was deep plays.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things that they got on in week one. Are you confident? Are you comfortable? Is that something where you're hoping to see some level of picking up of the load there?
Well, of course I'm hoping. I don't feel real confident about it. I don't feel real, because what do you have? MJ Stewart, Eric Murray. And by the way, isn't it going to be funny to see how they line up if Jimmy Ward doesn't play? Because they've been telling us all year long, all off season, all training camp, all early in the season. Oh yeah, Jalen Petry's a safety. Jalen Petry's a safety. Put him in the nickel. Do they move things around?
Do you think they put him back at safety?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. They've been telling us that he's a safety.
Some of the people we're talking about, you mentioned obviously Eric Murray, who is basically a star. He's a starter right now anyways. But MJ Stewart is in that room. Kalen Bullock, that we have been had a lot of good things to say about, and we feel really good about. And obviously he's produced in some ways early. Jalen Petry is also a possibility there. How does that move around? Do they feel confident with Miles Bryant getting any type of go? Do you see someone like D'Angelo Ross or even Desmond King, right, get some level of shine within this? I think it'll be really interesting to see if Jimmy Ward doesn't go. And, of course, today's practice report later in the show and probably into the drive will give us a lot of information when it comes to that.
Yeah.
But, what they do in the secondary-wise is going to be really interesting, because depth in the secondary was a question for us. And now, if you possibly don't have Jimmy Ward, you have to see what that depth looks like.
It's going to be really fascinating to see how they play this at the safety position. Kalen Bullock's probably going to play the majority. But, again, Jalen Petry, if he stays in the nickel, maybe that's just what they want, because he can be a valuable asset there, around the ball and stuff. But they've been saying he's a safety. He's a safety. We're just putting him there. Well, this is an opportunity to maybe put him there. If they don't, it'll be very telling.
Yeah, ultimately, the real step up is the thing that we've been talking about all week, which is the offensive line, right? Like, when it comes down to it, if you have these injuries, wide receiver wise, making sure that you give CJ the time to be, as you've had a good job, or done a good job rather, getting separation. And not to say that I don't believe in Xavier Hutchinson or John Mechie or Robert Woods, but in the off chance that there is maybe less separation within those guys, within that core of guys playing, as opposed to what you get with Nico and Tank, what I think then becomes even more imperative is making sure that it is blocked up in a great way, consistently enough for CJ Stroud to be able to pick defenses apart with his capabilities.
They need Cam Akers to make them look good. Cam Akers really knows how to read this line blocking scheme. And so it's not just them. It's Cam Akers as well. Here's the thing, and as we're talking here, I just kind of realized it. I shouldn't be this nervous about this game. And yet it is kind of a nerve-wracking week for if you're a football fan in this city, because there are so many questions and I guess skepticism, that we have on this team. Safety, offensive line, running back, receiver. This is a wild week. This is a huge week for this squad.
A lot of that is because of the kind of the injuries. If you did not have these particular injuries popping up in the time that they did, right?
But not all of it, because they're still not looking good.
Yeah, and I think it would be a lot of it offensive line, which I'm right there with you on.
Yeah.
And then what else are you looking at? Because for me, it's just I'm
going to be receiver?
Yeah, and
running back Cam Akers, can he do it? You know, it's a very nerve-wracking kind of time right now.
Is it bad that it's more of the resignation on the running game for me already?
It ain't great. It ain't great,
right?
Yeah, but I don't think you're wrong. You know, look, man, this might be the biggest week a Texans offensive line has maybe ever had when you consider expectations, investment. The number of players that are premium, either paid or draft picks, and the way they've looked, this is a huge week for the offensive line. Absolutely huge.
Yeah. Someone texted in and asked if we have any updates on Christian Harris. I haven't seen anything.
No.
To that end. I mean, obviously, after this week, he would be eligible to return from the injured reserve. I imagine that we'll probably get more information and hear more about that over the weekend with the game and then afterwards, but I haven't heard anything in that regard, and I don't know if that if that leans towards being a negative or a positive thing. It just feels like it is what it is moment right now.
I'm not real worried about him. I heard you. I'm not.
I really should stop, but I can't. It's fun.
I'm not real worried about him at this point because I feel like he's getting the rest he needs.
Also, how much of that is just Henry To'oTo'o has stepped up in such a big way?
Yeah, he wasn't great last week, but he has otherwise. And so, I mean, hell, maybe he's one of the guys that steps up. You know, and because I feel like we might be having, as I mentioned, these same conversations next week. But it'd be cool if the defense wins it and you're 3-1 having those conversations.
Okay. Well, I mean, a lot of injury things kind of popped up within. We mentioned the idea that Nico Collins was limited yesterday, dealing with the hamstring designation. Obviously, Tank didn't practice. You didn't have practice from Mixon, Pierce, and then practice yesterday. So look, the injury report getting a little bit heftier. We had seen a lot of good fortune early on, not having a ton of injuries, and now they're starting to stack up. It is a war of attrition, football is, and so going to be interested to see how the Texans are able to handle that going forward. We're just getting started on a Football Friday here in the Loop. Coming up next, let's talk a little bit about Thursday Night Football. First of all, what a mess of a game that was, but how would you feel if the Texans ended up winning in the same way that the Cowboys did last night? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about that next.
The Astros have punched their ticket to the play. new episodes every week on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Because it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live.
Love it. Love it.
Always local.
Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Happy Friday, y'all. It's a football Friday here in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Figgy Fig, myself, Reginald Atatula, hanging out with you. Always get involved with the program by texting. It's 572-4610. We're kind of want to talk about that Thursday night football game that you saw, a 20-15 victory for the Cowboys, and why do they keep doing this to us?
What's that?
NFL? Nationally televised Cowboys-Giants games, because they're all the same, man.
It's almost every game. I was gonna say it's every year. It's
what
every
was
game.
the last good Giants-Cowboys game?
Good is relative.
Good is relative. There's your answer.
Like this one, I think there are ways that you could say this was a good game.
Mm-hmm.
I would not say that necessarily.
No,
but like it was competitive. It was close in score.
Well, you are reaching.
Yeah.
It was kind of a mess.
Hey, I wasn't even excited about this game from the
kind of a
beginning,
mess.
man. I let my wife watch 911.
There we go.
For the first hour.
Hey, there you go.
And I ain't even missed nothing.
So there was peace. There was peace in your household.
Did you notice that?
I'm like, babe, go ahead.
Did you notice that? I let my wife.
Yeah, that was a little. Yeah,
I literally.
Wow.
I'm glad she don't listen.
If it was another
my wife.
If it was another game, she would have to watch it today.
I ain't never let my wife do anything.
There you go. That's a man who wants
it's
peace
a man.
in his house.
I'm a man.
All right, good luck.
Yeah.
See how she feel about that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was interested, right? Because look, we're heading into this Jaguars game. We've talked about some of the obviously you need to win this, right? Just record wise, you need to make sure that you are putting yourself in a good place. Sean did a great job of laying it out. When we were taking the handoff, right? The idea that, if you lose this game, you put yourself in a situation of being 2-2, right? The division lead is not robust anymore, right? But then you're also now a run of games where you have the Bills and then a couple of road games against the Patriots, who are looking a little frisky, and then the Packers, who are legitimately a good team, right? You're putting yourself in a place where you're no longer setting yourself up for a great record in the ways that we felt like you're capable of, but also I think that when it comes down to like predicting future performance, wins and losses are good, but we've seen how wins and losses you can have a paper tiger, or you can have a team that is where the record does not reflect how good they actually really are. And I think that we need to talk about like performance. And for me, if the Texans ultimately end up winning a Cowboys-esque game like this Thursday night football game, I'm gonna have some concerns.
Oh, for sure. Well, let's ask our listeners here. 713-572-4610, and of course you can message on Twitch and YouTube. How would you feel if the Texans won Sunday like the Texans won last night? Here's how I would feel. If they won like that, I still wouldn't be sure they're a good team. I think they would be on their way to being Cowboys-like, in the sense of this team shouldn't just be, and fans of this team shouldn't just be happy to get there. You'd be 3-1. You'd be on your way. The division is not good. You would have had your second division win. So you would be, pretty much a driver's seat to the playoffs. But is that good? Is that what you want? Because what's the storyline in Dallas right now? Regular season doesn't matter. Regular season doesn't matter. Is this team going to do anything in the postseason for the first time in a long time? So if the Texans win like they did last night, I wouldn't feel great. I'd feel like they're kind of like a Texan Cowboys South, kind of thing going on.
Buddy, that nobody wants to be that right
Nobody
now.
wants to say that. It kind of hurt me to say that. But, it's not about the regular season with this team. Do you have what it takes to be a postseason threat?
Yeah, and within that, right, trying to figure that out, the measuring sticks are different levels and different calibers of team.
Mm-hmm.
I know that, and it's kind of interesting as we've asked this question from the 2A1. Win is a win, right? It's hard to feel bad about being 3-1 in the NFL. Winning ugly games is just as important as dominating teams, right? Another person from the 3-4-6. I feel the same way about low-scoring tight win as a blowout. A win is a win, and I was kind of surprised that I would see enough of these. Or a lot of these, right? Some 1-3 said we won the first 2 games the way the Cowboys did last night. And I think that's kind of the point for me, is that I want to be able to see this offense, humming at a level where they're a lot closer to, a lot closer to good than they are to just making it through, right? That is the thing that would, that especially handling up the teams that are bad and doing really well against them.
Yeah.
Because this is not going to be your competition. The Jaguars are not your ultimate competition if you want to get to where you want to get,
exactly.
right? And so handling them up in a good way would at least get you closer to proving that when you face up against the good teams that you can have good performances.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And I think that's ultimately what I'm looking for this week. Against a against a good team, if you can get a win and play well, that's great. Against a bad team, the win almost is the mandatory. I need to see you play well is what I'm looking for.
Exactly. If you win week, we're all happy because you beat the Bills. But if you win like this week against a team with a struggling quarterback and giving up a lot of points and just not playing good football, and the coach is on his last legs, that would not be an issue. We'd be here again. Look, listen, the 281 put it very bluntly, but I can't argue. He said that if you win like the Cowboys did last night, you're just like the Cowboys. You beat bad teams, can't beat the good teams. You are mediocre. I don't want to like that, but I think it's true.
Right, and I feel like I would understand the win as a win point, and I'd be able to be there a little bit earlier or a little bit more with you, dear texters, if I have already seen them put it on paper and put it on wax that, hey, we can rev the engine up.
Yeah.
We haven't seen them rev the engine up yet.
Yeah.
So I need to see them rev the engine up. Like that's where I'm at, right? If this was week 11 and it was just like, hey, man, the grind of the season, or, it'd be like that sometimes, right? If it was one of those type of situations, all right. We haven't seen them get to that high point yet. We haven't seen them get near that high point yet, really. And you can hear it in the answers that, various people are giving from the Texans, that they feel a level of frustration with the fact that they are not playing to the level that they expected themselves, talk less of what is expected from the outside looking in. I want to see you rev the engine.
If the Bills were playing the Jaguars on Sunday, okay, and they won like the Cowboys last night, no one would be worried because they've revved the engine, as to use your words. Like, no one would be worried. It's like it's the proverbial ugly proverbial playing down to your competition. But good teams win that. The Texans have not looked like the Bills, so they have never, to use your example. Like if the Bills were playing them and won like that, no one would worry. It's like, okay, well, they got it, but they didn't look that great, but they probably played down to the competition, et cetera. The Cowboys game last night was one that if the Texans play like that again, we're all still worried about all the same things probably.
Yeah, and I mean, without even getting into some of the things, I know that Cowboys, people that are talking about it, there's frustration.
Yeah,
there's frustration because of the way that there's things within what they're doing that is not living up to the heights that they believe themselves, especially when you have a lot of money invested in various places, which brings me back to the thing that I feel like we've been talking about all week. Hey, man, offensive line, right? Like, this is a great opportunity for you to go out, and I think one of the places, and we'll talk about matchups that we're looking at, I think one of the places that you have an opportunity to actually get a little bit, somewhat of a challenge from this Jaguars team is when it comes to their defensive line. Like, hey, let's do some more measuring and see if this offensive line is not only capable but willing, because I feel like it's kind of crazy, and I don't like that you're having to question the willingness of your offensive line to go out there and be dominant. But that's where I feel like we are right now.
Oh, and we'll be there even more so if they have another game like they did, or even close to last Sunday. We're going to be talking about, players like Laramie Tunsil. Does he really care? Players like Titus Howard. Has he really taken a step? Players like Kenyon Green, who is early on good, wasn't very good last week. We're going to be having that discussion again. So, I'm not a big proponent or fan of the whole style points, term. They need style points. They need style points on Sunday.
Yeah, and I don't like terming it as style points, but I think you're right. Like, again, I want to see that you are capable of getting to that place. Like, even the idea of the high water mark we haven't seen yet. It's hypothetical right now. I'd like to get some eyes on what the high water mark is for this team. What the high level end of this offense in particular, because the defense has showed us some of this, right? I don't want to neglect the fact that the defense has played to a pretty high level. We've gotten turnovers. We've seen them stop the run, all of these things. Maybe this is more just on the offense, but I want to see you again. I want to see you rev the engine.
Yeah.
That's what I'm looking for. So, look, I get the win. Please, by all means, right? And if that ultimately is the case, we'll deal with that going forward.
They need to whoop their ass, man.
Yeah, they do. It's a style
They
points.
need to beat them like they stole something. They need to beat them to the point where Doug Peterson get fired.
That's what Sean said.
Why not?
It need to be an ass whooping like that.
It does.
Because it can't be a close game where it give the Jazz a little life or Doug Peterson a little life where it's something there. Nah, you need to make them look like they stole something.
I agree.
You're in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go into the question of the day. Last night we saw the ultimate closing of Oakland Coliseum as the A's finished out their tenure there. We're getting a win. With that moment, like what sports moment made you grieve like that? Lands were green there. 713-572-4610. Let's break that down next.
The Texans.
price. Texas Star Grill Shop.
It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, man, you're in the loop. Sports Radio 610 on a Football Friday. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us as we get you ready for Texans Jaguars Sunday, noon. And you can hear that right here on Sports Radio 610, starting at 9 a.m. Seth and Sean will get you going, get you ready for this game. Lot of reaction. We appreciate you guys getting involved. Somebody asked if Nico and Tank and Mixon aren't available, how do you expect them to whoop that ass? Hey man, how good of a team do you expect? Or do you think this team is? Because the Jaguars aren't that good. I feel like if you can't, especially with the depth that you have built, if you can't find a way to put together something to actually show up well against a not that good Jaguars team, even though understanding that they are an NFL team, they get paid all those things. This is what we're talking about. How good of a team?
Them Cats are 0-3, man, and they lost to the Browns.
And they came from Buffalo, where they got their butts handed to them. Had flight delays, didn't. Now they got to fly to Houston, and they stink. I'll tell you how I expect it. Because you should expect it. You should expect it no matter with Nico or no Nico or whatever.
And even not even talking about the talent part of it, but they just look out of it. It looked like he lost that locker room. It looked like they not on the same page.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't surprise me if they get blown out again.
Yeah.
I mean, am I saying that? Am I too far ahead on the Texas timeline? Because maybe you can get to the just a win is a win perspective if you're like, hey, they're still building into a real contender and, just getting wins. But I feel like this team has been put together to be a win-now team.
That's your answer.
And so with that being the case, I feel like if you're a win-now team, you got to display yourself and the capabilities of being able to win.
They didn't bring in young players and draft young, receivers and all this other stuff. They went out and got guys. They got Joe Mixon. They got Stephon Diggs. They're built for now. Yeah, I expect it.
All right, let's get to the question of the day. Last night we saw the closing down of Oakland Coliseum. Maybe not like physically, but I mean, at least in theory, is the final primary tenant. The Oakland A's played their final game in that stadium. Mason Miller on the mound, and they get a 3-2 win over the Rangers, and that allows them to finish this thing out. Man, it was really sad to see because there was a lot of green jerseys, a lot of yellow, a lot of people. I mean, they sold that thing out, and
48,000.
Yeah, man, there was a lot of people there with signs and stuff like "I'll miss this place," and that's a fan base that has no love for the ownership itself, but they came out with the nostalgia of it, and so you can see them really. Let's ask, what sport event had you in mourning in the same way as the A's fans?
What made you grieve like that? I'm not going to lie, man. I mean, I didn't watch the game live, but I ended up watching some highlights. And by the way, how cool is this? People always say baseball is just unique. The last pitch that Mason Miller threw at Oakland Coliseum was 103.5 miles an hour.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
The fastest pitch ever thrown at Oakland Coliseum was the last pitch.
That's incredible.
That's weird.
Yeah.
That's I hate to say it. That's what baseball is. That's baseball. But back to the point here, I was kind of secondary grieving, or whatever. It made me think about when the Oilers left. I was at the last game.
Sure.
They played the Bengals. There was about 14,000 fans there because everybody was already off the Bud Adams train, so to speak. Like it made me feel like, man, and keep in mind when the Oilers left, there was no, don't worry, the Texans are going to be here in 5 years or whatever. There was like, will we ever have football again in Houston? Like that was a story, an ongoing story.
Yeah.
And then when they tried to get a franchise, LA is going to get it. Why is Houston even bothering? LA is going to get the franchise. I mean, that's a given. And then they ended up getting it. But there was 5-6 years there. And keep in mind, and as a sports fan, forget that I'm also in the industry.
Yeah.
I'm like, man, what am I going to do?
Right.
Like I was grieving when the Oilers left, and so about that, what made you grieve like that?
And before I moved to that place, I feel. I mean, look, it's a similar situation. Like the city just refused to bend the knee to a billionaire in that instance. Right. That is what Oakland is dealing with. Multiple times in the span of 5 years, mind you.
Yeah.
Don't forget in 19, the Warriors leave and the Raiders leave. Warriors going to San Fran, Raiders going to Vegas. So yeah, that's That's tough. Not quite to the same level, but this came in on the text line from the 832. 2018 Western Conference Finals, Game 5, Chris Paul hamstring. Said it made their heart slow down completely. I was in that same place.
Yeah.
I think everybody in basketball has the feeling and the belief that if Chris Paul is not injured there, they had the Warriors on the ropes. Mm-hmm. They beat the Warriors.
Yeah.
That changes the entire definition of that tenure of Rockets basketball.
Yeah,
if they go
James
to the finals
Harden
there.
and everything else. I mean,
and now that tenure is just a joke, right? Like you people come up with the missed 3-pointers. What was it, 27 or what have you, right? People keep hitting you with that instead of what should have rightfully been a finals team and possibly a championship team. I mean, like maybe the best shot outside of like the actual Cavs getting it done of people getting at the Warriors during that run and just an injury away.
Figgy, I don't want to bring up bad memories. Actually, it was probably before you were born.
Mm-hmm.
But one of the first NFL games I ever covered,
the drive,
the fumble.
Oh man,
Ernest Biner.
Yeah,
I saw grown men weeping in the stands in Cleveland. It was a cold day. I was like 24 years old, covering an NFL playoff game. Browns they were going to win. They were going to win.
Yeah,
and go to the Super Bowl, dude. I mean, people were.
My father still talk about that to this day. They talk about the fumble, the drive.
Yeah,
man.
I mean, grown men like openly weeping in the stands. It was unbelievable.
Man,
it was unbelievable.
You're not drawing me off size 979 because 979 wants to talk about the Astrodome. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. We got close enough with him talking about the Oilers. We're not letting him go there. Someone said from the 832 reminded me of that last time that they saw Jim Kelly put on the Gamblers uniform.
Hey, the Gamblers had a following, man. That was big time. I don't know if I grieved, but they were a fun team to watch. No, that's the thing about sports, man. Like certain things, and it could also be just a bitter loss, like you were talking about with the hamstring.
Yeah.
But usually it's the bitter loss that, like the Ernest Biner fumble, like the hamstring, that it was right there. Like it was right there. I feel like, here, even the Buffalo game, you might have grieved a little bit, the blowing the big lead.
Yeah.
But you could see it coming. Like, you could see it happening right before your eyes.
Yeah, but some of that, I think that also factors in because sometimes you pre-grieve. Someone, brought up on the text line, 346, they said, dude, they were scared when the Astros came up for sale. Right? Like that idea, you're just in that place where you're like, damn, this is going to happen. I mean, thankfully, you're already in that place where you're pre-grieving something that could happen. 832. Phi Slam and Jam and losing to NC State.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I
I wasn't with you there because I was not yet born. But,
it wasn't a pass. He was trying to make a shot.
Oof. Yeah, just everybody watching the ball and nobody going to rebound and grab the ball in that instance. That would have gotten Houston that championship that they absolutely deserve.
Akeem Olajuwon got suckered out of the lane. Oh. That was man. And you know what? It could be actual grief. Somebody mentioned Kobe.
Buddy, that's a great point.
Yeah. I kind of felt like that. And mind you, I wasn't the biggest Kobe fan. I couldn't stand Kobe, especially on the court. Like that was just somebody I couldn't stand. But just that moment, honestly, even outside of the death part, but his last game where we knew it was over.
Yeah.
That to me, it kind of got to me a little bit where I'm like, damn, like we ain't gonna see no more Kobe on the court. Like,
what was that, like 60 shots or 60 points and 50 shots,
something like that.
Yeah.
Which was like the perfect Kobe meme to end this with. No, I think it was the suddenness felt unreal. There's definitely things like that, right? When you have somebody pass, especially.
I remember exactly where I was, which is always an indicator.
Same.
Like if you remember exactly where you were.
I don't feel like I'm often in that, like, and maybe my memory just can be a little bit funny sometimes. I don't often remember exactly where I am with things. That's one of them.
But when you do.
One of the few ones.
Yeah, I remember I was getting ready. I was supposed to go to Royal Rumble. And I'm sitting there. I just seen Twitter going crazy. Like, this can't be real.
Yeah.
And I cut on in there and wouldn't even talk. They was showing I think they were showing the Pro Bowl. It was I think they were showing like the Pro Bowl. I'm like, why they not talking about it?
Yeah.
And then eventually they broke into it, and we actually jumped in on air to kind of talk about it. It was on a weekend.
Yeah, it was real nasty too, because I think that the delay in talking about it was because you had
You're trying to get the facts.
Yeah, TMZ leaks, and you're like, TMZ is relatively credible, but also like, where are they getting this from? How do we substantiate?
We kind of forget how these news networks actually have to wait for sources and confirm stuff. They can't just hop on that quick. They got to make sure it's right. So I was like, what is ESPN doing? Why are they showing the Pro Bowl? Like, I want to see the news. And then eventually they cut from it.
I was on my boat. That's why I remember exactly where I was.
If you want to take a place where John is, I feel like the boat versus the field.
Shoot in the dark.
Yeah, the boat versus the field.
I always set my phone on the console there, and I heard brr, brr, it just kept buzzing. I was like, what the heck is going on? And it was people telling me, or news reports, and I'm like, holy. And then but this is not a bad one here from the 936. When the Texans were probably the best team in the AFC, and they called a quarterback sneak for Matt Schaub in Tampa. I believe they were like 7-1, 6-1, and he broke his foot. Like, they were the best team in the AFC, and he broke his foot, and that was that. And you tend to skew your memories of Matt season. Great, and in that season they were even better. And that was that. That was it. Yeah. No Texans big playoff run.
I ain't gonna lie. The Kansas City Chiefs game kind of came across my mind. Up was it
the
24?
Fake punt?
Yeah, with Justin Reed, who had a torn labor at that time. That kind of crossed my mind, because I was celebrating way too early.
Yeah,
I'm over here like, okay, it's about to be a Tennessee versus Texans AFC Championship game. What I'm gonna wear? I gotta wear something.
Yeah,
and we know how that went.
Man, some people mentioned 281 said OG will probably remember when they remember when they heard Roberto Clemente's playing. Right?
I was a kid, don't remember, but I remember the reaction. When he was on a mission. He was on a mission to, I want to say, Puerto Rico, something like that.
Seeing someone said the death of the Rockets Barkley trade, when they sent the entire championship squad for Barkley.
Well, you didn't know that one until later.
Yeah, but I guess that is fair.
Yeah,
that's fair. You didn't know in that moment. Some other things that came out from 512. They said when Marty Schottenheimer started Elvis Gerback over Rich Gannon in the playoffs.
That's a pull.
Okay, excellent. But it means something to them, John.
Yeah. Oh, no, I'm not saying it doesn't.
Appreciate you guys getting involved with the question of the day. Inspired by the A's, mourning and grieving the loss of their Oakland A's franchise that will eventually make their way to Las Vegas. They'll play in Sacramento for the next, I think, 2 to 3 seasons. All right, man. Let's get back to Football Friday here in the Loop Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's Donnie. We'll talk about it next.
Payne and Pendergast.
I think that
Radio 610. The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Brought to you by Quick Assist. Here's John Lopez and Reggie Attitude.
All about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the NFL here in the loop, and it's brought to you by Quick Assist, your no-hassle solution to reselling your tickets across every marketplace. Download Quick Assist from your app store today. That's QuickAssist. Quick Assist, your ticket everywhere. All right, we mentioned Monday Night Football, and during the course of Monday Night Football, something that I'm sure you were very excited about, because I know what your fantasy team looks like, at least when it comes to the wide receiver position. Malik Neighbors got out there over 100 yards again.
Yeah.
And the only thing that he couldn't do was get them a touchdown in the course of that game because they were just out here kicking a whole bunch of field goals, 5 to be exact. But he left during that game, and maybe that was the reason why they weren't able to get a touchdown due to a concussion.
Shake it off, Malik. Let's go. Shake it off.
We had a whole conversation yesterday about the head injuries and what that could do. Brett Favre has Parkinson's, and Tommy Kramer has dementia.
Yeah.
And we were talking about it, and you're like, hey, just get back out there.
I didn't see a concussion.
Give me them points.
I think he's all right. I think he's going to be all right.
That is crazy.
These players soft.
Yeah. Suck it up. No, I'm
do you even have money on your league? What is happening?
I'm kidding, kind of.
Wow.
But no, 17.5 points. Look, last night was wild in a number of ways. We talked about the game and how it pertains to the Texans, etc. But this a really interesting game. I mean, first of all, Cowboys win ugly. They're ripping the Cowboys up in Dallas. We were just talking about that during the break.
That's correct.
Al Michaels is a gambling derelict,
as he always has been.
And it's on the table that the game was fixed. I'm just going to throw that out there.
That's insane.
It's not off the table. I'll put it that way.
You wildin'. You
It's
wildin'.
definitely on the craps table.
It's on there.
But after this game, right, we mentioned that Malik Neighbors, leaves this game with a concussion. In the post-game availability, or not even the post-game availability, at his locker, Brian Burns was talking to the media, and in the course of being asked a question, he kind of gestures across the locker room and says to Malik Neighbors, "Are you straight? Malik, you straight?" And apparently Malik shook his head no.
Yeah.
To where Brian Burns was like, "Nah, you'll be all right."
I like Brian Burns.
You'll be all right, B. All right.
I like Brian Burns. I like where his head's at.
So I don't know if they were like joking back and forth or not, but that was the thing that happened. Ultimately, Malik Neighbors then got on Twitter and put a picture of himself up and said that he's straight. He's on. Actually, it was his Instagram story. My bad. Where he ultimately said, "All good. Thanks for all the prayers." I don't know how I take that. Him actually saying no, like, look, guys joke around in the locker room, but that made me a little uneasy. I was like, hey, man, is he not good? Because that's concerning.
Like,
for the young man.
Like health wise, or just, man, I'm on this sorry ass team, man.
Okay.
That's how I kind of took it. I'm not good, man.
I took it as health wise, but that's not a bad point.
He never did like the quarterback, man.
No,
even from the time he got drafted.
Well,
quarterback got to like him, though.
Quarterback has to like him. Daniel Jones has not thrown a touchdown in front of Giants fans at home in 635 days.
Yeah, that's not good. That's not good.
Man.
That's kind of impressive a little bit, man.
Like you got to try to
stay that long. I mean, you the starting quarterback that long and haven't thrown a touchdown?
At home. In 635 days.
Yikes.
I really feel like Malik Neighbors is going to be the guy that gets Daniel Jones pushed out, which I know is impossible with the contract and all that. But you got a receiver like that. And on a serious note, he's probably not going to play next week just because of protocol and such. But I think he's going to be all right, Malik Neighbors. But when you have a player like that, Reggie, you do it works both ways. You do everything you can possibly do to surround a quarterback with talent. Texans are trying to do that here.
Correct.
Right? You have a player that is truly maybe one of five, one of three. Ultimately he could become that. You got to find him a quarterback. It works both ways.
I hear you on that. I think that, Malik Neighbors will be a factor in that. I think that we were already headed down that path there for the Giants. When it comes to the quarterback, I think they realized the error of their ways. And if you didn't realize it, I imagine fans sticking around to try and accost that man in a parking lot might have given you a little indication that maybe, just maybe, this ain't quite going. How about this when it comes to the San Francisco 49ers not going the way it's supposed to? Christian McCaffrey, the running back, was not put on IR with hope, and that gave a lot of people hope that maybe he could be returning to this football team soon, even though he, kind of had his injury, right? Sorry, they actually did end up putting him on injury reserve. I did forget about it because at first they said they wouldn't. Yeah. Ultimately, they did. So he was out for at least 4 games. However, it's starting to look like it might be even longer. As Adam Schefter reported that McCaffrey is traveling to Germany.
He went
in the week over this weekend to go visit a specialist regarding his Achilles tendonitis. Does that sound like a running back who will be returning? Like, now, to be fair, right? We were mentioning Kobe earlier. Kobe used to go to Germany, and I know that Dirk did something similar. They'll go out there, get treatment, and usually it's a treatment that's more advanced than what we have here, due to different regulations and those types of things. Maybe that gets him back up to speed. But with the dude that is injury prone as Christian McCaffrey going to get some different level of treatment outside of the U.S., that can't bode well for them, can it?
2 months is the latest that they're saying he's going to be out, and 2 months means they got to make other plans, because I think that's going to probably be the season, right?
I mean, that's what it feels like. I mean, Jordan Mason's been good, but this is starting to feel like it might be the crumbling for the Niners. We've seen how when they do not have their high-end talent, it does not look good. It has not looked good in the last few weeks. This team has felt like it was built around Christian McCaffrey when they went and acquired him. Yeah. His addition to this team really elevated what they're doing. I do wonder if we're maybe seeing the closing of that Niners championship window.
I think I'm with you. They've already struggled a little bit, but there's also there's some disarray within the team. I mean, you can go back into the offseason, Ayuk, and go down the list No, I think this is sort of like you've got to get it done now. Who was it? One of the players said it's now or never. I think it might have been Ayuk. Said it's now or never to win. Well, it's looking more like now's not going to happen.
Yeah. So Christian McCaffrey out in Germany going to get like special things done. The head coach Kyle Shanahan said that there was no update on Wednesday when it came to McCaffrey. Said he hadn't talked to him. And so when reporters asked and tried to find out if he would play for the rest of the season or if he won't play for the rest of the season, Shanahan said, not that I know of, which is not a flat-out denial.
Yeah, well, it's not. But even if
it's also Kyle Shanahan, too.
Yeah.
He give us a lot of fools.
When you say I haven't talked to him, you may be telling the truth. You haven't talked to him. But you sure know what's going on.
You know what's going on.
You sure know.
You was not sitting there clueless.
You sure know what's going on, and it ain't great. It ain't great for McCaffrey or the Niners.
Now, when it comes to the Niners, George Kittle is returning in that situation, so at least they have that particular target. So we'll watch that space because I'm super intrigued. There, it's one of those teams that we thought would be kind of at the top of the league, not necessarily there. How about this? Another team that possibly could be atop the league and matters when it comes to your Texans because it's the AFC. The Baltimore Ravens and their tight end Mark Andrews. He's preaching patience right now. He said, quote, "My time will come when it regards his 76 he's first time in 76 games in week 3 where he did not record a catch." Does it feel like the Mark Andrews time is waning? And I kind of want to take that to the larger perspective is it feels like we're turning over the tight end thing. It felt like
exactly what I was going to say.
At the top of the tight ends in the league, there was some guys that were just kind of stable. Yesterday we talked about Travis Kelce. Today we're talking about Mark Andrews. I do wonder if we're starting to see a new era of the tight ends that are at the top of the league.
Or is it because of the way defenses are – defense have had the upper hand against most offenses this year, by and large. But Travis Kelce, Kittle, obviously, who knows? Sam Laporta's been all right, but like the tight end position in general is sort of waning all of a sudden. And that was one of the biggest weapons that we've had was the tight end position in recent years. So it's kind of interesting to – it's definitely something we need to follow because it's been – the tight ends are not what they used to be.
Yeah, well, I mean, the guys that are still, making some things shake, Dallas Goedert of the Eagles. I know that Brock Bowers is up there. Yeah. And look, Isaiah Likely on his same team, Mark Andrews, although he plays a little bit more like a wide receiver, and maybe that's what we're looking at. I mentioned Sam Laporta. You did. Kyle Pitts starting to get a little bit better a look with action offense that wants to get on the football. I think that we might just be transitioning to a new era. Like there was a time of like, maybe 5 years where you knew who the guys were at the top. I think we're rotating that out as guys are getting older as well.
Maybe. That's quite possible. Mark Andrews, but he's really – I didn't even think he was, like, fading. And I mean, him fading is not as understandable as, like, a Kelce, obviously. So who knows? Who knows? But the tight end position certainly in flux right now.
All right. I kind of want to get to this. Why do you think that the NFL had the game fixed?
Oh, the fix was in.
I don't think so. I think you're doing a lot right now in the Thursday night
football
game.
You're doing a lot. That sounds like something my daughter tells me.
You're doing the most.
You're doing a lot, Dad. You're doing a lot. So Vegas is about to build another hotel. Did you know that, Figgy?
Oh, word?
Yeah.
I ain't know that.
Based on last night's game.
All right.
Based on last night's game.
Yeah, you heard Al Michaels during the course of the game. They line up for a field goal. The Cowboys do to try and push it to 8. Brandon Aubrey, who had hit a 60-plus yarder in the course of this game, and he has been like probably the best leg in the league, maybe outside of Kaimi Fairbairn. He did this.
So as it looks right now, I think a lot of people are very happy that there'll be a field goal attempt, and others not so happy. And you do know what I mean. This will be a 51-yard attempt.
Automatic.
Oh, of all things, no good.
Oh, really?
It's his first ever miss from 50-plus. The patient is breathing, just barely, though.
All right, so the vast, I looked it up, majority of money, and this is no surprise, was bet on the Dallas Cowboys last night.
Yeah, and there was a lot. Some people had the number of -5.5. At that point, it was a 5-point game. In fact, it ended as a 5-point game. That would have allowed them to cover in that instance if he had made that field goal.
And now, Brandon Aubrey, Mr. Automatic. First ever miss over 50 yards.
You know damn well you saw that ball knuckle.
It was a push.
He
pushed it.
He did not push it.
He pushed it. See, you're saying it started out middle. They've been showing it on the TV in front of us. It really didn't even start out middle.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying he had it dead center. Like, it did seem like it was going a little bit off to the right, but that's when it comes to field goals, as long as you get it between the uprights, right?
Figgy, that was a push.
Yeah.
Y'all wild.
It just seemed like everybody in that moment knew what it was, and we like, you know what? We just gonna kick this.
Dak was laughing about it on the sideline.
Yeah, and look, and mind you,
you think the conspiracy goes so deep that they told all the players that?
No, I think he was laughing about the fact that that field goal was big.
No, I don't think everybody on the sideline said, "Hey, this is what we're gonna do." But like, it's hard to convince me that nobody knew that line, that 5.5 or 5 or whatever.
No, people definitely knew the line.
Yeah, I think everybody on that sideline knew what that was. And mind you, him missing that field goal, it was still a game. I know it's the Giants.
Yeah, but it was the Giants.
But because if it was like Patrick Mahomes or somebody like that, he'd go.
And I'm not casting aspersions on Brandon Aubrey, which means I'm about to cast aspersions on Brandon Aubrey.
I can't believe y'all right now. I cannot believe y'all right now.
Dude makes $900,000.
Sure. Oh, so you think he was on the take?
No, I didn't say that.
So you telling me that Vegas orchestrated the whole game? Now you talking about game script, like they orchestrated the whole game to come down to this one field goal.
I didn't say that. I don't remember saying that.
Y'all wildin'.
Dude, it was
it was like a damn TV show.
It was
like the way Al Michaels just
he's a degenerate anyway.
He was just was just you would have thought this was acted out.
Dude, multi-million-dollar miss for Las Vegas. Multi-million-dollar miss for Vegas.
Sure, but I mean the house always wins anyway.
Well, I wonder why.
That's crazy. You got Jerry Tarkanian in here somewhere dealing with this. I can't believe that y'all think that they just clearly knuckled. Like you watch it, you can see the ball.
You've said that a couple times. These guys, like, it's not like you or me trying to kick a ball and we're like, let's see what happens here.
Y'all spoiled the NFL fans. Y'all like kickers are supposed to knock down every 50-yard field goal.
But
remember when we saw a 50-yard field goal and we're like, what are you doing even trying?
But did you hear Frank Ross yesterday talking about the kicks and how precise he was about it was end over end, it wasn't, sideways a little bit and all that. These kickers know exactly where to put I think he called it toey. I think he called some of Fairbairn's miss from 55. I think he called it toey. It was a little toey in which term. But what I'm saying is kickers know exactly how to put their foot on a football to make it end over end, to make it toey or whatever. Brandon Aubrey's was not an end over end. It was a push to the right.
All right. John Lopez thinks the kickers are supposed to make every single one. I got you.
I guarantee you somebody on that sideline like, bro, you better miss this, bro. Hey, the line is this. You better miss. You better not make this field goal, man.
Hey, man, when it comes to the NFL, that person will be sitting at home for a year if they're not careful.
And it wasn't even that serious because they was playing the Giants.
Yeah, it was in the bag.
Okay.
Well,
if you say so. All right, that's around the NFL here in the Loop, Sports Radio 610, where the people I'm working with are conspiracy theorists.
Well, that's true.
It's still a football Friday, nonetheless. Even though whatever they're doing, I don't want to consider that football. Coming up next, let's get more into the Jaguars game. What are the matchups you're watching for as the Texans welcome in the Jaguars on Sunday? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about that next.
The Drive.
Sports Radio 610.
It's a football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
All right, we got some news, ladies and gentlemen, here on a football Friday in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. The Texans practicing inside an NRG Stadium. Roof is closed as it will be, or likely will be on Sunday. I say that like a fact, but I have strong indications.
It better be.
Yeah, it better be.
I'm fine with it being open at night, but nah, it better be closed.
Yeah, and that's coming from us that are likely either going to be in the press box or, you know. Yeah. For the fine folks, we got to make sure that it feels good in the stadium. It might also feel good on the field as, you know, practice is happening. So we're getting a little bit of news as who's practicing. How about this? Nico Collins, who popped up on the injury report from practice yesterday with the hamstring, he was limited. He is back at practice. So when it comes to the worries about, hey, is Nico going to play? It's starting to feel like, hey, okay, he will play. That he was just dealing with the things that sometimes football players deal with. And he'll be out there. And maybe more importantly, Joe Mixon's back at practice.
Man, and I'm looking at it right now, moving around pretty good. Both of these were, flat out surprises. Goes down, practices on a Wednesday and then goes down and is not practicing Thursday. I said it in the first segment. That's not a good sign. That means something happened Wednesday. So for Nico, excellent news. Excellent news. And boy, does that change everything. How the wide receiver room looks. Mixon, even better news. And he's moving around okay. So maybe it was just precautionary, you know, that kind of thing. I mean, obviously he missed a game, but precautionary in terms of this week and getting ready.
Yeah. And so, yeah, that really makes us feel good. And I think that's going to illuminate some things as we talk about the matchups that you're looking forward to when it comes to Texans, Jaguars. Now, one of the things I also want to mention injury-wise is not with the Texans, but it's related to this game, which is Evan Ingram, the tight end for the Jacksonville Jaguars. He has already been ruled out for this game. He's missed the last couple of games, but getting to Jacksonville has been a resurgence for him.
Yeah, he's been good.
They found a way to utilize him, and he might be, unless I'm forgetting someone, he might be their best passing target. And so he feels like he's the focal point of what they want to do offensively, passing wise. And so that, I think, also presents some interesting things. So with all of that being the case, where for you, Lopez, are you looking at kind of matchup wise in this game that honestly, I don't want to be too optimistic because then you set yourself up for the bad feelings if it does not go the right way. But it feels like the Texans have good advantage here.
Yeah, they do have a good advantage, and I think offensively, is where all of us have been focused and will continue to be so. Clearly with the offensive line and such. But I'm looking at Derek Stingley and Kamari Lassiter.
Okay,
I'm looking at those guys. And their wide receivers are not exactly. Well, they haven't done much. I mean, they haven't done much at all year long. Derek Stingley and Kamari Lassiter, and with no Evan Ingram, the wide receivers for Jacksonville are going to have to be, big-time targets. I want to see Derek Stingley and Lassiter continue to do what they've done, maybe even at a higher level. Get a pick, get a turnover, shut the guy down. And I think if your cornerbacks are doing that, we've talked about it. You know, those are two guys that are game changers. You know, they especially Derek Stingley, but they are game changers. Change the game. Change the game. I think you can get in Trevor Lawrence's head early if you can make a big play at the cornerback position. I'm looking at those two guys. I fully expect that matchup to be kind of a game decider if they can have some success.
Yeah, I think the defensive secondary for the Texans absolutely have an interesting matchup here because the Jaguars are, I think they have the second deepest route depth in the league. Early on through the season, they're going to try and throw the ball downfield. Our guy Ocho on the text line loves him some Brian Thomas. His opportunity to possibly see him. Obviously, they have some speed out there when it comes to their wide receiving core as well. I mean, Christian Kirk is over there. Gabe Davis came over through Buffalo. Not guys that I view as necessarily world beaters, but they do have guys that have an opportunity to challenge you in some ways, and they want to challenge you throwing the football. I don't think that they're going to be particularly great at it, but I think that is going to pose a challenge, especially after week one, and you saw the ability to be, have some things go over the top, even during the course of the Bears games. I think that if we really looked at the tape, there were some instances where there, secondary players in some ways that the Bears and Caleb Williams weren't able to capitalize on. So I'm interested to see how they. This is another data point, or will be another data point in how this secondary handles the possibility of big plays. I think that you're right in that regard. I think that that's going to be a place that I want to watch.
Well, let's look at those three guys. Brian Thomas in 3 games has 11 catches. They're not getting it done. They're not lighting people up. Christian Kirk, really disappointing season so far. In 3 games, he has 10 catches. And then Gabe Davis, the big acquisition, who I like him. I think he can stretch the field real well. But he has 16 targets and only 8 catches. He's batting 500.
This is not a good football.
He's batting 500. So those 3 guys, not a single one of them has averaged more, than 3 and change, in a game in terms of catches. That's why I'm looking at Derek Stingley and Kamari Lassiter. Have some success against those guys, and then I think the game changes.
Get back to turnover defense is what you're telling me?
Yeah.
Okay. Another one, look, it's going to be the place that a lot of us are looking maybe all season long at this rate. Offensive line versus this Jaguars defensive line. I think that the Jaguars defensive line can be relatively stout. Like they've got some talented players up there when it comes to especially run defense. Like they're decent at that. They're not bad. They're bad. They're bad defensively when it comes to covering the pass, and we'll get there as well, right? I think that poses an opportunity. I want to see this offensive line. I want to see them start imposing their will in various ways. Like hopefully. And we'll talk more about Bobby Slowick and what he's looking at for this offensive line, for this offense in general. But it seems like it's put up or shut up time. And obviously with the idea of execution and making sure that you're not getting penalties, but also execution and making sure that you're effectively running the plays and giving people the best chance to succeed. You can't have guys unblocked. You can't have those things. I know Joe Mixon is back, and he's going to go a long way in making the most out of what is there. But what is there and what's blocked up for him needs to be significantly better.
And here's the biggest part when it comes to the offensive line. There are no more excuses. Joe Mixon is going to play. Cam Akers, who has had a lot of success, probably more success in this blocking scheme than anyone not named Joe Mixon, is going to play. And so the whole idea of, well, is it the line? Is it the running backs? Well, you got Mixon and Akers, and they're going to play. And I would tell people to stay tuned for noon, because I think we heard some things yesterday from Bobby Slowick that are going to be very reflective of this offensive line. But there are no more excuses right now. Not only have they not put it all together consistently, but they got probably their best 2 backs are going to play on Sunday against a defense that you can probably have some success on. So no more excuses. There are none this week for the offensive line.
That being the case, I want to see this wide receiving core and just this pass catching, this passing offense against this Jaguars defense. I think this is a possibility for a fireworks show. When it comes to defensively, I think they don't get a lot of pressure. They're 30th in pressure. They don't blitz that much either, 21st when it comes to that. And they allow the 5th most yards per play passing the football, 3rd highest opponent EPA. So usually teams are very efficient throwing the football against them. I want to see that happen, right? And we were robbed of that in some close plays in the course of last game that were negated and things. I think this is an opportunity to tee off. I want to see Nico get his. I want to see Stephon Diggs get his. I know that we're in a place where Tank is likely not playing. Whoever else steps on the let Dalton Schultz get his as well. Joe Mixon in the past. I think this is an opportunity that we can have and see this offense eat.
Yeah, and that's the second part of this story is we've seen CJ Stroud look spectacular and then look very limited, in terms of being able to make those big plays. This is a game where the wide receivers, you are going to have Nico, you are going to have Stephon Diggs, probably not Tank, but then you've got these other 2 guys, whether it's Xavier Hutchinson, 3 guys, or Robert Woods or John Mechie. This is the game where they should probably eat. And you mentioned Dalton Schultz. It's about time, isn't it? As much as the tight ends have had at the top of the board, the big names have kind of struggled. Dalton Schultz has 7 catches in 3 games, and we really expected more out of him because in the preseason, when teams were really sort of protecting the top, we talk about that too high safety look. Dalton Schultz was having a lot of success. We haven't seen that yet either. We haven't seen Dalton Schultz really get going underneath.
I appreciate this on the YouTube. Seeing Mixon in practice changed the feel of this broadcast, didn't it? Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. Because, look, I think we understand. In fact, throw out whatever I was going to say. Let me go back to this. I still remember the feeling that I had when you got Joe Mixon on the field in training camp for the first time, and it was just like, everything was like clouds parted and the sun came out just because his ability to tote the rock, his ability to get involved in the pass catching game. And y'all remember the feeling that y'all had in week 1.
In a much better mood right now, huh?
I'm super excited to see that. Who I'm also excited for. Apparently we got someone on the phones.
Mm-hmm.
Larry, what's happening, my man?
You already know what time it is, Reggie. What's up, J-Lo?
Hey,
you
man.
Good, man?
Yes, sir.
Hey, man, look here. It's Friday, man, so y'all know I get ramped up, man, because I eat fish on Friday. I drink hen on Friday. I do some stuff for the old lady on Saturday, and then Sunday is football time, man. And let me say this, man. There's no reason, and you've already said it too, Lopez. It ain't no excuses for these boys. This is going to be an indictment that we're going to go out there and really determine whether or not we're going to be serious about making this run, man. Because I'm going to tell you something. The Jags' ass need to be put in the ground with extra dirt thrown on their ass come Sunday. Because we got, as we look at this game, man, we should be in a position that we're getting our running backs back. We got enough wide receivers to, take a moment that we don't have Tank or whatever. We got replacement parts, man, that we can go out here on Sunday and give everybody a good show. But Bobby Slowick has been on my mind all week, man, because I am sick and tired of looking at him run an offense that looked like it's still something that we watched the Cowboys run back in the 90s with all that talent they had. It is time for Bobby Slowick to cut CJ ass loose in 20 feet, man. We got enough talent that we ought to be putting 40 on folks, man. And Bobby has to understand that he don't have to huddle every damn time. He can change his damn tempo. And he better have got him to Larry Tunsil big ass and got him lit up for this week, too. Because I'm telling you, the first time his ass false start over there on Kirby on Sunday, I might have to run on the field, man, and go and check his ass because we can't be having that with a $30 million left tackle. Reggie, you're going to have to understand, man. I have been in this city my entire life. And I ain't never seen the Oilers win the Super Bowl, and I ain't seen my Texans get to the Super Bowl or AFC Championship game. And I watched a whole bunch of my homies expire from this earth, not getting a chance to have that celebration. And I'd be damned if your boy gonna go out like that. I took my ass to Minnesota thinking that my squad was gonna come back 3-0, but we should be 3-1 after this week and getting ready to ramp up for them Bills. And I'm not looking past them Bills. I'm just looking to get my ass out there to tailgate so I can get full of the tick on that hen in our holler.
Yes, sir. That's Larry and Stafford. Larry, don't get on that field. I don't want you to spend the rest of the weekend in the Bing.
I wonder if Larry Tunsil jump off sides early. Is the crowd going to boo?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Is it going to boo a little bit?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, it is. He is feeling it, and he better produce.
I mean, it's one thing to do it on the road, but if you at home doing this,
it's going to happen.
Yeah, when you did it to the point where it was a main talking point.
You might get some cheers doing it on the road.
Yeah,
yeah.
Home.
Yeah. The 8-3 Fig, they said, okay, now we can go whoop that ass. All right, appreciate you, Larry.
Yeah, now we're
getting
ready.
people going. It's In the Loop. Sports Radio 610 on a football Friday. We getting ready. We getting ready for that home game on Sunday against the Jags. All right, coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including this familiar face hanging up his cleats. We'll talk about that and more next.
The Texans have struggled.
September 30th for steaks, stogies, and football at Legacy Cigars on Main Street in Stafford.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
Oh, yeah. Here in Loop Sports Radio 610, you got my guy Lopez, you got Figgy Fig, you got myself, Reginald Datatula, hanging out with you. You had Larry in Stafford a second ago.
He needs a cough button. We got to work on that.
Yeah, no, I think that was very intentional, right? He said he was sick of it, and then it was just a real well-timed cough. Mm-hmm. So I thought that was a nice little garnish on what was a fantastic call. Appreciate you, my man. Some important news of what's popping is actually something that is very recent. We found out not more than 30 minutes ago that at practice and actually practicing today on the field at NRG Stadium inside, Nico Collins, after he popped up on the injury designation yesterday with a hamstring, he is practicing today. Joe Mixon, after missing practice, the previous 2 days this week and then all of last week, really, he is indeed back at practice, and so that is really good when it comes to like having your offensive pieces that make this thing go. Like Nico Collins has been your best wide receiver when it comes to yards and receptions and all those things. And Joe Mixon, I mean, the performance that he gave in week 1 was so notable, and you know what he is capable of doing, so it's important. Now, one of the, I guess...
What's popping is the mood.
Yeah,
the mood around here in these parts.
For sure. And are you talking about in this room? Is that what you're talking about?
And around Texans.
Okay,
around
excellent.
the Texans.
Perfect. But also, a thing to notice, right, within this, still no Tank Dell, still no Dameon Pierce, but Jimmy Ward also not playing or not practicing. So that would probably lend to the idea that maybe Jimmy Ward is not going to play on Sunday.
Yeah.
What does the safety room look? I had to go double check the game book from this past week in Minnesota. And I maybe it's a good thing about Kalen Bullock that for some reason I was thinking about Eric Murray, and that's because he got lined up a couple times and had to try and stick on Stephon Diggs for 6 seconds, which is not something that's going to happen. But Kalen Bullock played 81% of the snaps when it came. 84% of the snaps defensively. He is still going to be getting a lot of snaps. Eric Murray played about 33% of the snaps. I imagine that goes up if Jimmy Ward isn't there. Does MJ Stewart get involved there at all? Like, what are we looking at? What are we looking at safety wise if Jimmy Ward?
Didn't you say Jimmy
field?
played all the snaps?
Only defensive player to play 100% of the snaps this past game,
and likely out. So yeah, I think MJ Stewart definitely is going to be part of the mix. Safeties, look, the mood has elevated significantly, as one of our listeners noted, even just from us when we got the news. But there are still those questions, and forget the offensive line. Not even talking about that right now. At the safety position, and as much as those Jacksonville receivers have not exactly been killing it. It's still a matchup up the middle with that kind of speed, because you can say what you want. I mean, Christian Kirk is really fast.
Yes, he is. That's why he got paid. He came fast. Yeah, 100%.
Gabe Davis is really fast, and they're going to line it up to try to exploit the safeties, especially with Jimmy Ward out.
Right, and I think that then you ask yourself, there's been great pressure gotten by this defensive line, but we want to see them finish. Now, Trevor Lawrence is probably the most sacked quarterback thus far. Right, he has a high sack rate. But you want to then you're giving the quarterback an opportunity to maybe try and connect on some of those.
Yeah.
Right, but
so step on down. Come on up. Step on up, Kalen Bullock. And I'm going to throw you in there with Derek Stingley and Kamari Lassiter. Make a play.
Yeah, that'll be fun. Eric Murray, too. Hey, man, go ahead and you make a play, too. All y'all. But we got some news when it comes to what's popping. This is a familiar face around these parts. One of those utility type guys, a guy who would do everything for you. He's saying goodbye. It's a man who did this for your Astros.
Gonzalez hits one in the air into left center field. Back at the wall. It is gone. Tie game in the ninth. Marwin Gonzalez.
Yeah, man. Former big leaguer, former Astro. He announced he's retiring through a press release from the Oryx Buffaloes of the Nippon Professional Baseball. That is Japanese baseball. So he was finishing it out there. He played with the club for the past 2 years. And so he officially let it know that he's done with baseball now.
There's been a lot of them, but I would argue that's the biggest home run in Astros history right there. You're at Dodger Stadium. You're down 1-0 in the World Series. You've never won a World Series game. And that leads to an incredible game, Game 2. And you win it. Marwin, that might be the biggest home run in Astros history right there.
Yeah. 23rd pick in the Rule 5 draft, they got him in 2011, and he ultimately, I don't know that he didn't play every position on the field for you, and he came up big in a lot of moments, in fact, including that one. So salute to Marwin Gonzalez on a successful career, 35 years of age, and saying goodbye to him. A lot of incredible things, took him to a lot of places, and I think ultimately you could say it's a successful career, right?
Big time, and an Astros legend. Kind of one of those we were talking about the other day. We had, I think it was a question of the day. Someone who, and we didn't even mention him, and we should have.
Yeah.
Someone who may not have been great, but is legendary.
Somebody that don't have to buy a beer in this town ever again.
Marwin. His name's not Marluz, it's Marwin.
That's right. Never forget.
Never have to buy a beer in Houston again.
Yeah.
That's always it. Would you rather be the never have to buy a beer guy, or would you rather just be able to live without kind of live under the radar in a way?
I don't know. That's a good question. I would say if that's how I became never buy a beer guy, I want to be that.
What's the other way you become never have buy a beer?
No, I'm saying like a home run that is arguably like
okay.
That way is probably the best way.
Yeah, exactly.
I want to be like Brian Scalabrine or something.
Exactly.
Just be a nice guy and just never have to buy a beer again.
Yeah. Or Gerald Green.
Yeah.
Wow. What? Damn.
Well, Gerald Green didn't have a moment. He's just very popular. Because he's here.
Just a Houston guy.
Yeah, Houston
very
guy.
popular, cool braid.
That just felt like a side
Did
swipe.
Did it feel dirty?
I don't know.
I didn't mean for it to be. I didn't mean for it to sound dirty.
What's the biggest Gerald Green moment in Rockets?
I was about to be a real jerk and say that time that he got his hair braided up, but no, Gerald Green did some things. Gerald Green.
Now you're in the mix.
Yeah, exactly. I could have kept myself clean, and I just got down in the mud.
He H-Town legend.
Yes, he is.
Absolutely.
But I would rather have like the shot.
Yeah, Marwin.
That everybody can remember, or the home run that everybody can remember.
Salute to Marwin. Really good career, particularly with the time they spent with the Astros. Something that maybe didn't make a lot of people feel anything at all was Aaron Judge handling his business, continuing to do what I guess has just become Aaron Judge things, doing this.
1-0.
Swung on, hit high in the air to left. Back goes Cowser. He's on the track at the wall, and she is gone. Judge hit an unbelievably high drive. We waited, and it came down in the visitors' bullpen. A Judgian blast. All rise. Here comes the judge.
I love John Sterling.
John
man.
Sterling's the best.
He's the best.
So,
all right.
It's home run number 58. He does that in the game in which the Yankees win the AL East. And that is the 5th most home runs by a Yankee in a single season.
Even the way you just said it, and I'm not picking on you. I saw that and I went, man, was it 5 games in a row he's hit a home run, 4, something like that?
I feel like he's being a little overshadowed by Shohei.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
Because I'm thinking about Shohei, and when I heard 58, I'm like, damn, he got 58?
That's what I said.
I've just been focused on Shohei.
Have we been desensitized to 58 home runs?
I think that we've been desensitized to numbers in general in baseball.
Yeah.
Right? Like there was a certain era of baseball fan where you said certain numbers and they knew exactly what they meant, the significance. I do wonder, are we still in that place? Because I also wonder if like the era of steroids in baseball took us to a place where because people had such issues with is this legitimately made, statistics in those records feel a lot less important.
No, it ruined the record book.
And that took us away from the numbers.
No, it ruined the record book. That's the worst thing that came out of that era because it used to be like 714, 755. You know, it was like they were standards that every 8-year-old knew those numbers. You know, the records in baseball. Now you can't even name them.
But I also wonder how much of that is just like also the idea of we've moved away from a baseball card culture, man. We're in a more fast-paced lane where.
But you still knew those numbers.
You didn't have a whole afternoon to just be reading the back of baseball cards. Although, like, if you wanted to do that now, everything you got the internet and the world at the palm of your hands, memorizing what the numbers.
We focus more on the nerd numbers, the base percentage and
Thanks,
stuff
Adam
like
Blaine.
that. Yeah,
Adam did it.
Adam
put this into play.
Hey, I think that's a little more important than how many home runs in a career somebody got.
Yeah, but I saw that and I did exactly what you said. Figgy, I went, damn, 58? It used to be where 58, you'd be like, it'd be banner headline.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, they tried last year with the judge's pursuit of 61.
They
Ultimately got
did
to
last
62.
year. Yeah, they did last year.
Like and maybe that's some of us as well. Like I think with the shift in media, the ways that it happens, I feel like some of the emphasis on these records, I think we take responsibility of not making those the priority.
And I'm not even talking about Houston because Houston hates the Yankees and Aaron Judge.
No, I mean just in general.
But in general, people just are not really like.
It's just like, yeah.
Recognize, like, hey, he got 58.
Yeah,
like I said, like
cool
Reggie
story.
goes, that was his 58th home run. I'm like,
cool story.
Wait, what? That was his 58th home run?
Yeah.
Ho hum.
So yeah, salute to Aaron Judge being a masher, reaching 58 home runs in the season after he hit 62.
Having a down year. That's why nobody's
having a bad year.
This is tough. Maybe he can get back
in the slump.
Yeah.
Come on, Aaron.
I guess speaking of what's happening also, go ahead and check out the H-Town Hoops podcast. They're back at it as we're headed towards the season. Next week is when training camp opens up there.
Man.
So, you saying Adam Spillane did it made me think about that because Spo and B. Scott already back on their grind there. So if you're a Hoops guy, focus on that. You did want to get to this as Hurricane Helene has hit landfall, and I know that Atlanta especially dealing with a lot of things. Georgia's dealing with a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
The Tampa area got hit pretty hard. You kind of wanted to talk about this. I know that we had, I don't think as many sporting events have been moved. I know that the Mets Braves, a couple of their games this weekend have already been moved to Monday.
I think a college football game, is it Stanford maybe was going to play down there. But the reason I wanted to bring this, it's not directly sports related, although, you know, those things are happening. Yeah, Stanford had its flight canceled yesterday. That's Stanford. That's 2,600 miles away.
Yeah, well, they're playing Clemson, though.
But Clemson is getting affected.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so that's one of those things that it is sports related. This is why I wanted to get to it, because a lot of times we just, you know, sort of gloss over these things and oh, it's another hurricane, and you got to be prepared and all that. But so the Taylor County, Florida Sheriff's Department, if you get this message and you don't leave, I'm not going to say I don't have any sympathy because obviously, but you're really dumb. So the Taylor, you're really dumb.
I hate that reaction.
No, you're really dumb. Okay, wait until I tell you what they did. They sent out notices to residents to write their name and driver's license number, if they have one, on their arms in permanent marker. If they decide to stay and ride out the hurricane, write your name and your driver's license number or some other note on your arm in permanent marker, because they're probably going to have to use it to identify you if it gets, you know.
Hurricane's pretty bad in when it hit, but I also am always, especially like because of what happened with Hurricane Katrina, and we've done we've had a lot of documentaries and like a lot of reporting done on that. There's some people that just don't have the wherewithal to be able to get out.
I get that.
But
there are some people who say, "Nah, we'll be all right."
Sure, yeah. And there's something within that, but I think there's a lot more people than we care to realize.
No, I totally get that,
and I think the city of Houston understands that very well. There's a lot of people that sometimes we neglect, that we don't understand and don't appreciate. But
if they say we got to identify the bodies, and if you're going to stay, so why don't you do this? That's ridiculous to stay, but some did.
We hope. I truly hope the best for anybody that had to stay or that
some of the
ultimately decided to stay.
Scary,
crazy apartments that people are having to boat to get people out of. So yeah, our thoughts and sympathies are with the folks in all those various places. I know Georgia, Florida, and that just general southeast area. Hope they're doing all right as Hurricane Helene kind of unleashes down there. All right, you're in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, Bobby Slowick talk. I kind of talk about his tone in general. Does it feel like he is defending himself, or if he's just done with some of these guys on this team? You make the call, and we'll talk about it next.
Sports station. It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
Yep. We got some good news when it came to the practice report, or at least from the folks at practice on the field in NRG Stadium as the boys were practicing indoors, getting ready for the Jags. Noon, Sunday. You can hear that here on Sports Radio 610. Nico Collins practiced. Joe Mixon practiced. Tank Dell, Damian Pierce, and Jimmy Ward did not practice. And so that's what we're dealing with.
You take that trade, don't you? Isn't that funny?
Yes.
I would.
Yes.
What's
right?
Nico and Joe Mixon practicing, but Jimmy Ward and Damian Pierce and Tank Dell not.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm gonna be honest. We'll see how I feel about that after the game.
Ask me later.
Exactly, but no, it's good to have Joe Mixon, Nico Collins both out there, and we're headed towards it. We're headed towards that game. In fact, Joe Mixon and Nico Ward help make the Nico Ward. Jesus Christ, Nico Collins. What happens if you put Nico Collins and Jimmy Ward? Anyways, that's too much. That's too much to go to. Bobby Slowick. Bobby Slowick, they're both a part of this offense that Bobby Slowick is the coordinator for, and he spoke to the media yesterday. And I found this to be interesting for more than one reason. Obviously, there's been a lot of criticism of Bobby Slowick and a lot of focus on this offense and how do you get it to be clicking? How do you get it to be doing, rev the engine, as I've been using the phrase. Like, how do you get that engine going in a way that you want to show the capabilities and, the full extent of the power of what this offense should be able to do? And Bobby talked about a lot of those things, but the way that he said it, I think, has us kind of intrigued. And so let's start here. Bobby was asked about how the play callers, specifically him and the rest of the coaches and the players on the field, get on the same page.
You execute, really all the way across the board as far as last week goes. It really wasn't good by anybody. It wasn't good by coaches. We didn't do a good enough job as far as getting communicated what we want done. Scheme-wise, we didn't do a good enough job. And then when we were out there, the number of times we ran a play that everyone was doing what they were supposed to be doing probably could be counted on one hand, which you doesn't matter who lines up across from you, you're going to have a rough time in a game like that. So we've made commitment this year about Texans. We're ready to roll and just focused in on doing our job and doing it the way we want to do it, and let's go play clean football.
All right, so this was probably the most interesting thing I heard yesterday, and you're going to hear more. But Reggie, you and I kind of came to the same place without even talking to each other. We talked this morning about what we're going to talk about today, and we both kind of landed in the same general area. And this, I want Texans fans, all of y'all to listen. So I thought he put on. First of all, I went into listening to Bobby Slowick. I didn't listen to it all until after the show yesterday, and I'm thinking, all right, let's see what he has to say. Kind of just curious. And then time and time again, he said, yeah, we can do a better job talking about the coaches, but the players need to execute. I can count on one hand that they did it right. And you're going to hear more of that coming up. But ultimately, as I went through all this, I'm like, damn, is Bobby Slowick, I mean, it could be defined if you're harsh as he's throwing the players under the bus. I don't think it's that.
No, I wouldn't go that far.
Yeah, I don't think it's that. But I think it's kind of a master class of making it very clear it ain't just me. It's not just me. He kept going back, and we'll hear the next one.
Yeah, I'm kind of want to tee it up.
Yeah, let's go.
So Bobby was asked what he specifically can do, and I found this interesting because the way that he goes, what he can specifically can do to help the offensive penalties for the Texans.
Our role is to ensure it does not happen. I mean, we know the rules. This has been a recurring theme that showed up all the way across the offense. I know the offensive line was getting dinged last week. It's been with eligibles as far as alignment, illegal procedures, motion operation. I mean, we have to get that cleaned up, and we are making sure that happens.
Okay, so yeah, we got to do a better job. But man, they've been doing this since training camp. It just keeps coming back to a little burden, more of the burden put on the players. That's how I heard it.
And I'm kind of two minds about this because, first of all, right, the idea of he was asked. I think the idea of the question, the gist of the question was, as a coordinator,
yes,
as someone who's not on the field, how do you affect this? And he just was like, we got to make sure it doesn't happen. Right. And I was like, what does that mean? And I was like, is he being defensive?
Yes.
Because there's been a lot of himself, particularly because there's been a lot of criticism of Bobby Slowick early on. And I understand where that's coming from. And I understand the natural human urge and reaction to kind of want to, defend yourself from that. But at the same time, I also could see that as, hey, as a team, I don't want to separate us all. We all kind of need to make sure that we get on the same page. But still, I would love to have an idea of what he could possibly do in those situations. But it ultimately just came down to hey, man, it might not be as deep as we want it to be. And same line with the other question about, how the team gets on the same page. It seems like he's pointed to it's not about all that. We just need to get down and actually do the thing, which would point in some ways to when it gets on the field, execute. And he mentioned in the first one, the idea of, hey, how many, there was only a few plays in that game, at least on his, from his perspective, where everybody was pulling in the same direction. Everybody nailed their assignments, and that's what's necessary in theory to get, accomplish goals. And so it does feel like he is pointing to these guys, and that feels like in some ways a possibly accountability.
On the other hand, I do think we should be fair. Maybe he's just being honest. Maybe he does believe so much in what they're doing and what they're teaching that it's going to work, but the players are not executing it. Like I said, it was kind of a masterclass. It was very, cleverly put together, all his answers, and you're going to hear another one here in a second, where he's like, yes, we do need to do better of getting them to do the right things, but they're not doing the right things,
Yeah. So you want to? This is 5. Where Slowick was asked, is it just adjustments or is it an execution that's an issue for the offense right now?
Yeah, I mean, when you're rolling, when you're playing good football, I always think the plan you have in always changes as the game goes. Oftentimes, what happens when you're not playing good football, when you're not executing, adjustments become really hard. Even if you want to make them, and that's not to say you won't, you still will. But really, this it has very little to do with what's happening if you can't just go play football the way you need to play it. So that's full commitment this week to doing that.
It's uncanny, and again, maybe he's trying to make the players more accountable to how they're playing, because he said, yeah, we can make adjustments. but it's really hard playing well.
And I do think he's right. I do think he's right in that regard, right? Like, as whatever we want to talk about when it comes to tone or whatever, and like that's personal preference. Like, ultimately, in this space, there's gonna be different ways you get to the information. I do think he's right. We had a whole conversation on Wednesday where I went through my, I think, admittedly a little more cursory look at this offense, right? And some of the plays that they utilize, some of the tendencies, and they threw the ball a lot in this game. Right, and again in week 3, they did not throw the ball a lot, early downs. That is right. They use motion a lot. They use some play action, and ultimately, no matter what tools you throw at it, if you're not going to go out there, particularly on the offensive line, and actually execute what's happening, none of those things are going to work. None of those plans are going to be fulfilled if you can't actually go out and do the things necessary, the foundational pieces that are necessary to get this done. And so he's right. Like, none of the scheming is going to matter if you don't get this right. Now, the one scheming that you can possibly point to is like actually the blocking scheme and those things, right? But even within that, I think he took a level of accountability in that somewhat as well. And where was this again? Where he was talking about the idea of tight ends getting involved with the blocking, right? I think this was Bobby Slowick in Cut 11, where he was asked, do defenders have an advantage when being blocked by a non-offensive lineman, like when Kate Stover got out there?
Yeah.
Oh, you didn't get that one? It's Cut 11.
I think, everyone always talks about tight ends blocking D ends, and I used to be on defense, so I get it, like a coach outside linebackers, and it was always, can't believe they have a tight end blocking you, like that's embarrassing, and all that. But really, everyone in the NFL does that. Variety in protections. You got to be able to do things with your front to help the front out when teams are gaming, so you're not just 5-0 all the time. You also got to be able to go 5-0 often and get the tight end out. You got to be able to do full turns where a tight end and a back are both in. Like everyone does multiple protections. It really shows up when you don't execute them well. And there were a number of times, we had some tight ends in position on D ends that we didn't even have the right footwork from the start. And that's going to be a really tough down. We know the issue when we call the protection. I would say starting point is on me. I probably did it too much, and particularly too much too early. But it's a difficult defense to go against, and we got to be able to handle different ways of attacking it.
It's fascinating. Like he says, I probably should do a little better. But again,
we're not going to be successful.
They have bad footwork. They're not executing. He used that word again. And then when he's talking about these teams, like you gotta hear this when he was asked about why hasn't the offensive line shown consistency.
I think there's a lot of reasons for that. The number one reason would be the same thing. I mean, we could probably count on one hand the amount of times we're doing what we're supposed to do.
Dude.
And in the run game, that's a problem. I mean, we had unblocked players tackling us for 4-yard losses.
Which they did.
That's not how you draw it up. You know what I mean? So we got to go execute.
Literally said, that's not how you draw it up. You can count on one hand the times they did the job right. I kind of want to say, come on, Bobby, take a little more accountability. But again, he might be right. He might be like, and here's the thing.
Every time we've tried to cut it a different way, we still come back to offensive line.
Yeah, like them, not necessarily what the plan is. And I think what Texans fans need to realize is you better hope that he's wrong. Because you better hope that maybe he's just had a bad start to the season and they're not designing and game planning and drawing things up the way they should. Because if he's right and it is the players and it's bad footwork and it's execution and being, not getting the job done and only a handful of times do they get it right, well, then we got a bigger problem because that means your left tackle is not exactly what you thought he would be. He's a pass blocking specialist that cares more about that than anything. It means your right tackle, Titus Howard, is not what you thought he was. It means your left guard is not. It means your center is not what they thought they were. So, like, as much as he's putting it on the players, we better hope it's more him. Because if it is the players, you got bigger problems.
And I appreciate the folks that are coming in that this might be D'Amico, good cop, bad cop. But ultimately, like, regardless of what it is, I think that the essence of it is right. This offensive line is not doing what it needs to do. Now, basically, the tenor and what he's saying through all of this is we're not going to be able to be a great team unless the offensive line gets their stuff together. Yes. And that's the thing that's interesting because we were talking earlier about kind of the run game and how I'm kind of already getting to a point where I'm no longer holding out hope that they're going to be able to run the ball incredibly well. And
you're already there.
I feel like I'm getting there, man.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm already there where I'm like, I don't expect them to be football, right? And I don't know how good they will ultimately be in that end, right? But if you're not going to execute on the line, none of this is going to be possible, is what Bobby Slowick is telling me. And how there's the way that people talked about Laramie Tunsil all week. I wonder how many Texans fans actually believe that they'll be able to do that, or to have the belief that he can do that going forward, and that this line can be that going forward. That is the scary part of this. And so this is a challenge to that offensive line going into this week and going into the remainder of the season. You are ultimately the determinant of the aspirations and the altitude that this team can reach. And so what are you going to do against the Jacksonville Jaguars team that's coming into your house?
And from the 979, we got a comment that I think could be part of the equation as well. He's tired of just protecting them. You know, like he's tired of saying, well, I need to do a better job and just staying there. Like literally every cut you just heard from Bobby Slowick, he ultimately puts it on the lineman. Maybe he's saying to himself, I'm going to put it out there that these guys got to play better because they're just not playing well. It's not, it sounds selfish. It sounds self-serving. It's not me. It's not the system. It's not the scheme. They're not playing well.
And also within that, and maybe this is the hopeful point of it, it's not the lack of ability.
Right.
It's just they're not doing it yet, right? Because we know that they should have the ability to do this, and I think we feel comfortable in the idea that they do have the ability to do a lot of the things that are being asked of them. They need to get out there and do it, though.
Yeah.
You're in the loop. Sports Radio 610. Thanks for hanging out with us on a Football Friday as we careen. We get close in our versus the Jaguars. It will be live here on Sports Radio 610, as all Texans games are. 9 a.m. is when Sean and Seth are getting going on the pregame show, and they'll take you to well after the game. It'll be Sean and Clint finishing this thing out and giving you instant reaction, interviews, all those types of things, as we always do here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, it's about time to get some lunchtime confessions. We'll do that next in Luke.
Payne and Pendergast.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, brought to you by Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey.
All right, so you've heard me say this before. I think Figgy said it before. I think we've all said it before.
I don't know. Don't speak for me yet.
Well, you will say it, I'm sure, at some point. Kind of feeling a John Mechie game, Figgy.
Okay. Okay, cool. Yeah. I was like, I don't know what you're putting on my name yet. So.
for the
You wanna put some money on it?
No. No.
You want to bet your house on it?
No.
Lopez's hot locks.
Let's bet your boat on it.
That's no way.
Wait, he wouldn't bet it. He's like, house, nah. Boat, absolutely not. What is wrong with you?
House is in play. Boat, absolutely not. How many times have we said, kind of feeling John Mechie this week?
Here we go.
All the time.
All the time.
Let's go. Well, I mean, now with Nico, I do wonder how much. I mean, he probably was.
Well, Tank's out.
Yeah, Tank's out.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm kind of feeling a Mechie game.
Come on, Mechie.
It should be a Mechie game.
It should be a Mechie game.
It should be. If everything play all right, it should be.
And I'll say this, if he plays and gets the snaps.
And if those boys on the line are going to.
Yeah, no, I'm saying, but if he plays and gets the snaps and doesn't produce.
Yeah,
we might have the book written on him.
When I mean don't produce, if he like drop a pass, an important pass, or something like that,
or just has like 2 catches for 12 yards or something.
Yeah,
that
like
ain't gonna
a lot of missed opportunities, and then it's like, damn, man.
I gotta admit though, man, I'm kind of feeling it. Kind of feeling Mechie for the 17th, 18th, 19th time since he's been here.
You don't feel like Charlie Brown a little bit?
A little bit.
All right, so during the course of this week, y'all know about the Chicago White Sox and their pursuit of being the absolute worst.
What are they doing winning?
I don't know why. They got a little sweep going at the end of this thing, which, hey, I guess if that's how y'all want to handle it. But during the course of them losing, and actually on the day that they got their record-setting 121st loss, which was the most in modern baseball, most since the 1900s, I believe. 121 losses in a season. During the course of that, a couple of Southsiders, a couple of White Sox fans had a marriage proposal, which went viral during the course of that game. They were basically behind home plate.
Okay.
And my confession is, I truly believe that you should not propose at a sporting event.
100%.
Yeah. Like, I don't think that there's ever a reason for you to propose at a sporting event. I think that there's always a more romantic place to propose than a sporting event.
You deserve to be told no. I don't care how diehard fans both of y'all are.
Yeah.
There's got to be a place that's one, less public, and two, like more sentimental. There's got to.
Well, there's got to be.
But I know it's going to be a lot of people that text in and say, oh, that being at a game is sentimental to us, and that's where we met, or our first date or something like that. I just never liked that.
It just doesn't seem to fit. Like generally in a real proposal, I don't know if those are real, but like in other proposals.
Wow, put on the X-Files theme. He thinks that they're all
really
contrivances.
Married. They're not really married. No, like generally, like she wants to look good. They want to have the right environment. You know, she cries, he cries, and that's not a moment. It's like, all right, here's a proposal. Thanks for your money, because they have to pay for those, as you know.
Sure.
Yeah. If
Some places are cheaper than others.
Yeah, but if you want to propose at a game, you got to pay for that.
Well, at least if you want it to be like on the jumbotron.
On the screen, yeah.
I actually saw this past playoffs where somebody proposed right behind the media row or whatever, and it was real awkward because like this is not really a beautiful place to do this.
I'm with you on that.
How about this? I seen somebody get proposed to at a tailgate. We was actually judging tailgates.
Really?
I mean, God bless.
That's actually better. That's actually better.
Yeah, I wasn't mad at that.
Yeah.
I thought that was cool because I feel like a tailgate is a moment.
And there's family there.
A lot of people started that. But
I'm gonna be honest. Like, and yes, Reggie is being a judgmental jerk right now. Fair, 100%. I am that right now. There's a better place.
Where did you propose, John?
In church.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought
on the Sunday service
on Christmas Eve.
Oh, okay.
We went, so the whole family was there. I told her dad, in advance, and so right as they were, I forget exactly what part of the service. Kind of one of the slower points. I think it was after communion. After communion, so the family was all around us, and I went down and proposed. So yeah, it was perfect. It was it was a power play.
Power play in front of your family and Jesus. You can't say no.
Yeah, you can't say no in church.
You can't say no in church.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I ain't gonna lie, man. I feel like Tony Busby is doing God's work, man. This man plays when it comes to some type of sexual assault or, kind of defending women and just getting the nasty people out of here. Everywhere you see something like this, a situation like this, he is right there and try to get all the money out of these
God's
folks.
work, huh?
I feel like he's on a mission to try to expose all the nastiness that's going on.
All the fans?
All the athletes, all the celebrities. Because right now, I don't know if y'all seen this, but I think he got maybe, I forgot how many women. I don't know if it's like 30 women.
Oh, wow.
That was connected to P. Diddy. So
that was so predictable. Why did I not think of that?
I didn't think of it either until I actually saw it. I'm like, man, I should have said something about it ahead of time so I could look like a genius. But he's representing like 30 women and pretty much trying to set up some type of, I don't know if it's a civil suit or but I feel like that's his brand now, just going around and finding all the nasty men and whoever and just trying to get money for these ladies.
I think, his brand is, where's the cameras?
That is his brand now. Whatever big time celebrity is in the pickle.
Whoever's the new nasty man.
Whoever the nasty man is, he is coming around and his goal is to expose you and get all your money.
I don't know if I'm like, I appreciate that it's for a good cause. It still feels kind of, I don't know.
Yeah, God's work is a little strong.
God's contracted out work in a way. I don't know what we're doing there. We'll workshop it.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I almost put money on the Cowboys last night.
Oh,
I almost put money on
Oh,
the
you didn't
Cowboys.
get 4.5?
I had. Well, I was texting with my son, and I was about to say, why don't you go ahead and do this, So I like to watch a game with a little more interest, and that would have definitely brought more interest. Boy, am I glad I did not. Cowboys up 20-15. Spread was 5.5. Brandon Aubrey, well, he's never missed a field goal before, and missed this one. And who knows? We can speculate exactly why. But there were these two dudes. Who were, gambling derelicts, degenerates that kind of did a play-by-play of the whole thing, and it's hilarious.
No. Not like this. Any way but this. Ladies and gentlemen, we just witnessed one of the all-time Vegas phone calls.
Uh-oh.
The back door, always open. Cowboys are minus 5.5. Brandon Aubrey has never missed a field goal 50 yards or longer.
They put
and
music
he's
to it.
wearing a Vegas earpiece. He's wearing more wires than Jose Altuve.
Oh, wow. That's a drive-by.
This doesn't just happen. This is fake. It's staged. You can't convince me otherwise. Cowboys minus 5.5 for a rebound. Everyone on the field knows it. There should be protests around the country. Oh, just so happens his first miss of 50-plus yards in his career was to cover for the Cowboys, who the entire public was on. I'm glad Dak's laughing about it, because even he knows at this point, they might as well change the letters of NFL to WWE.
Was that Joey Molinaro? Whatever.
I don't know. Let's see.
It's sad that his name, his voice is kind of familiar to me.
Yeah. But boy, they didn't even mince words. Yeah,
I think you're doing a lot. Like,
it's a fix.
It's funny, but come on, y'all. If there was one thing, I guess this could be my confession. If there was one thing that got under my skin, and I probably shouldn't say this, especially with the way that I've been trolling Lopez all week, is like the insinuation that these sports are fixed. It's like, come on. Like, I understand like why you have the inclination and the feeling to do that. What are we doing if that's the case? Like, what are we doing all the way around? These sports are also, like, man, y'all see the level of incompetence that exists at the levels, various levels in sports all the way around. Y'all think that level of incompetence is all bringing together like this giant conspiracy to script these games down to a T? Stop it.
And see,
stop it.
I don't think games are scripted. Like, I'm with you on that part. But if you watch the whole setup with it, where
he pushed
this
kick.
This guy was
what, kickers can't miss kicks now? All of a sudden you believe so much in kickers that all of them gonna hit them all the damn time?
Nah, for the simple fact that this guy was setting up the kick, and Al Michaels brung it, saying, "Oh, this is gonna make some people upset," and he missed the kick. Like, no, this was really like a script. Like, this moment right here, I don't think Vegas made a call to the sideline and said, "Hey, he got to miss this kick" or anything like this. But no, it's hard for me to believe that nobody was on that sideline thinking about this spread.
Also,
I think they were.
To be fair, I think a lot of people had it at 5.5. I saw people that had it at 4.5.
I saw
so the Cowboys still covered.
It started at 4.5.
The Cowboys did
but
still cover.
I'll just answer your point about this by saying Las Vegas casino management not exactly known for their integrity.
I mean, fair enough. I can't necessarily argue with you on that.
Do you think the kicker had any idea what was going on as far as that?
I look, to be honest, I'm really just kind of kidding around here. I don't think he did anything on purpose. Oh, but he knew.
I'm about to say he knew something.
Yeah, he knew.
Like, I don't think he's going out there had no clue.
Yeah.
Maybe. Them kickers just go about their lives. I do wonder how much the kicker actually keeps up with all the extra stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, I'm good. You good?
Yeah, I'm
all
good.
All hearts clear?
All hearts clear.
All right, there you go. A little lunchtime confessions here in the loop. Sports Radio 610 on a football Friday. In fact, this is football Friday, not just for NFL football. College football coming up this weekend. Lopez got some takes on what we got coming up with the schedule. Let's talk about that next.
Coach D'Amico's message was simple heading into Sunday's matchup with Jacksonville.
the nation's #1 Generac dealer. GeneratorSupercenter.com.
It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, man, In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Lopez, Figgy Fig, and myself, Reginald Atatula, hanging out with you. I guess if I say I keep thinking about that too much, I need to just walk past it. I don't need to bring attention to it. Why do I do that? Why am I like this?
Why am I like this?
Why am I like this is the question I ask
Been
myself
asking yourself that for a long time.
That one, I ask oddly, existential questions of myself. I don't need to. Like if I'm trying to find, or if those moments where you're like, man, what was I just doing? Instead of asking what was I just doing, I ask, what am I doing with my life? And
that's your parents' job.
It's too much.
That's not your job. That's your parents' job. What are you doing with your life?
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. What the Texans are doing right now, and they're probably done with practice at this point, or maybe gearing up towards
Pretty
that.
much, right? Yeah.
And when it came to practice, Nico Collins actually practiced. Joe Mixon actually practiced. But Tank Dell, Damian Pierce, and Jimmy Ward did not practice. And so I think that probably lends towards those three players not being available for your Texans on Sunday when they face off against the Jags. So that's going to be an interesting space to watch. Probably an uptick in snaps for Eric Murray, maybe some MJ Stewart in there. And then the interest is possibly on offense. Do you get some John Mechie in there? That's something that we've talked about a little bit today as well. So that's Sunday. Saturday is for college football. Baby.
Yes, it is.
And I'm super excited for this week. The team that I tend to follow is involved in kind of
big game,
a game that they need to win. But I'm interested, John. Where are you looking at for the college football slate?
All right, so let me try to help you guys out because you know how college football, especially the networks, they like to put these tags on college football weekends, like Separation Saturday and Rivalry Weekend.
Yep.
So I put a tag on this one. Worth your time Saturday.
Okay.
It's not exactly sexy.
Yeah, we need to workshop that a little bit. But
it's not going to be having everybody to tune in, but it's worth your time Saturday.
Unless you're a University of Texas fan.
Yeah,
it might not be necessarily worth your time.
And
specifically if you're a Mississippi State fan, it's definitely not worth your time.
Definitely not worth your time. But let's start with this because tonight is a really good game.
I keep forgetting that Friday is now college football
night. That's where I'm going with
guys.
This.
I only have so much time.
Yeah,
you're killing me.
And we need to get you out more. We've established.
How am I supposed to do that when I'm inside watching all these damn games?
Yeah, we've established that in the breaks, which maybe we'll get to next week. We really need to get you out more. But anyway, what
are y'all doing now? Let me see if I can be out with the people or something.
Yeah. So you got a Heisman Trophy leader going tonight.
Cam Ward?
Yep. Virginia Tech, Miami is tonight. Do you like Friday night college football?
I haven't watched enough of it to be able to say that I like it.
Mm-hmm.
I enjoy midweek college football.
Like a Thursday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Depending on what's happening, it's nice to be able to
love Thursday. I hate Friday. I hate Friday night.
Yeah, Friday's a moving shaking night.
Yeah, I feel like Saturday is the start. Should be the start.
Mm-hmm. Well, Thursday and then Saturday, obviously the big one. Friday, and people always say, well, it's reserved for Friday Night Lights. They're taking away some of the thunder. There's something to that.
Correct.
Because I'm past that point now because all my kids are in their 30s.
Oh, you said F them kids? Okay, got you.
No, but no, I'm saying if you have anybody in 7th grade and above in your family, you're Friday night, right? 7th grade all the way through senior in high school.
You're playing what? Wednesdays, Thursdays?
Yeah, Tuesdays. Night, you got no shot of watching a college football game on Friday night if you got kids. I hate them. I absolutely hate it. I don't know what my better half has planned for us today, but I'm going to try to watch some of this. But there are no guarantees. And this is a good game, Virginia Tech, Miami.
Yeah, I'm not watching no Virginia Tech football this year.
I kind of want to see Ward.
It's fine. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to be a jerk, but watching Cam Ward has been a delight, and that's going back to him last year at Washington State. I forget where he had come from before. He might have been. Was he in state here? But yeah, Cam Ward has been a delight wherever he's played. And yet and still, I don't know if I'm going out of my way to watch them play against Virginia Tech. That's the tough part about the ACC this year is that I don't know that there's a lot of games and teams within that really get my blood boiling and get my blood pumping in order to watch it, especially on a night does not feel or a day that does not feel like a traditional college football day.
Yeah. So let's get to Saturday and some other games of note because there is a huge game in Alabama on Saturday, and you probably think I'm talking about Georgia, Alabama.
That would be a big one. That'd be a really big one.
That's the headliner, right?
I think so.
It's not the most important game though in Alabama. Oklahoma is going to Auburn. Both these squads. If Auburn loses,
when Auburn loses,
I agree with you. Like he might get fired mid-season. Hugh Freeze.
Oh, that's interesting. I don't know.
That doesn't happen a lot in college.
Yeah, the tough thing about getting fired, we also have to talk about multiple different aspects of what's happening with that program because wins and losses matter. But also, where are they on the arc of the project, right? Are they early on?
Yeah.
And then also, now we have to talk about boosters and what kind of school it is, right? Is this an 8-win school where the expectation is there, or is this an expectation of a 10-win school or whatever? And Auburn does not have, or Shelley should not have, super high expectations. And I think that Hugh Freeze has the ear and the hearts of the boosters in a good way. Especially because he's trying to sell a long rebuild. Like,
good luck.
They did not actually go. They didn't go out and support their team with talent from outside, as it seems like teams do now in the transfer portal.
Yeah,
which that either is quite a heat check or an understanding that I got time.
Yeah,
and I think that it's probably the latter for Hugh.
Good luck though. Now clearly Georgia Alabama is the absolute headliner of the weekend. But here's the thing: why I feel like Oklahoma Auburn might be more important. Like we talked about Auburn, hell, if Oklahoma's starting a freshman quarterback, and I believe they're down 5 wide receivers, either 4 or 5 wide receivers.
Yeah, they've had a lot of injuries there, and I don't know that the offense looked great before that necessarily, but yeah, they've been dealing with a lot of adversity. But Oklahoma's a team with a very, very good defense. Brent Venables has finally done it, right? The thing that he was doing great at Clemson that he brought with him is just being able to be that defensive guy.
Yeah.
Oklahoma typically an offensive team, and they had the young quarterback, and now they're going with Michael Hawkins, Michael Hawkins Jr. And I do wonder if he's going to actually latch on, or if this is going to be one of those things where you tried a young guy, he come again, and it's like, hey, that was just a one-time thing. This is not going to be where you can lay your head necessarily. And that's going to be the interesting story for me. Is like, did they make the move that's going to stick for them, Oklahoma, when it comes to that quarterback? And I mean, it's, to be fair, I don't know how much offensively they were going to be able to get, as you mentioned, with all the injuries they had.
Yeah, so that's why I kind of tagged this worth your time Saturday, because Georgia Alabama, it doesn't matter who loses, they're both going to be in the playoffs. So really, the one that's worth your time is Oklahoma with all those injuries and facing a desperate Auburn team. That might be worth your time. Other games Saturday that are going to be.
Before you move on, I did mention Cam Ward, Texas. He did go to UIW before he ended up at Washington State. So shout out to Incarnate Word. And someone else said Cam Ward went to West Columbia High School in West Columbia, Texas.
Yes, he did. I kind of feel sorry for Illinois Penn State. Why am I talking about Illinois Penn State? That's a good game. It's 2 ranked teams. No one's going to watch it though, because it's going against Georgia Alabama. It'll be going against that game, but
I think that'll be the full handing off of who is the cream of the crop, who is that program in NFL, college football. And we knew at this point that Georgia is that. I think that you're going to see that in full.
Yeah, but either one could lose and they're still going to make the playoff. Well, unless Georgia loses also to Texas or Alabama loses to somebody, but still. I think that it's not going to be as impactful as before. Louisville Notre Dame is definitely worth your time. It's an elimination game from the postseason, I think.
Yeah,
because Louisville, even though they haven't lost, they might have a hard time getting in, and Notre Dame with 2 losses ain't getting in.
Yeah, and Jeff Rom's done a great job there at Louisville. Like, it always felt like kind of a step back from where was he at Purdue. But he's definitely brought something there where they can compete in the ACC. But it gets tough when it comes to them, especially with the way their schedule is laid out. If they're going to lose to a Notre Dame team like there.
Yeah, and then your former school, you started out your collegiate career at Kansas State.
Correct.
Don't sleep on Oklahoma State, Kansas State. This is going to be a fun game.
This is an elimination game.
And an elimination game and an 11 a.m. game. That's how you're starting your day. Isn't that a great feeling? You got a really good 11 a.m. game rather than Rutgers against whoever, or whatever.
I just love give me at least one of those types of games in every window, Mm-hmm. So I'm glad that you at least have that one to start. But yeah, Kansas State, they took a little bit of a beating going to BYU, and BYU did what they do, man.
Yeah.
They were tough defensively, and of course, late game out that way. Seemed like Kansas State did not react. Young quarterback made some mistakes. I think that they get their get back when it comes to Oklahoma State. Who that Ollie Gordon thing?
Yeah,
that is done. He was like the best running back in the country last year.
Yeah,
that is not the same guy anymore.
Oh yeah, I know you like Kansas State, but do you like this team?
I am not sure yet. I think that they should be capable of competing in this Big 12. I like them to that degree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be a fun game. And there's something special about, you watch game day and then then time 11 a.m. game. One more. Go ahead.
Are you going to come local at all?
I'm going to come local right now.
Okay, excellent.
I think it's worth your time. Definitely going to be worth my time. Is Arkansas A&M. That game is going to ruin a lot of moods. It's gonna that game, and it might be Arkansas moods.
Yeah, especially on the afternoon show.
Yeah, and it might be A&M moods, but both these teams sort of showing a little something, but not really. Against higher quality competition, it's a swing game. It's a swing game for both programs, Arkansas and A&M, and I'll be watching, of course, but. I might just be in a really bad mood Saturday night.
Yeah, that's going to be tough for you. Yeah, that's definitely
really
tough for you.
Bad mood.
I am interested in that game. I don't know exactly what to expect from it, though.
Mm-hmm.
And Iowa State, Houston as well.
Iowa State, Houston.
Iowa State ranked number 18.
Mm-hmm.
I think Willie Fritz is getting Houston a little bit better than I anticipated early.
Really, I don't. I don't.
That's saying a lot.
Yeah.
Man.
No, and I don't know how much it's actually saying. I don't want it to say too much because this is a Houston program that is going to go through some rough times early, and Willie Fritz is not known to be a quick rebuilder.
Yeah.
But I was impressed, and maybe I shouldn't be, the way that Houston played against Oklahoma. Maybe that's more about Oklahoma and the down place that they had been in their season. But I think Willie Fritz is already you're already starting to see some of these things congeal a little bit better than I at least had imagined, especially after that first week where it was like, oh, this is going to be a problem. Okay, maybe I got a little too down on them. So I'm interested to see if they're able to put up any level of fight against Iowa State, and let's see where it really is to start in this Willie Fritz era.
Hey, go to the game and get some of those trill tenders, man. That's what I always tell people.
Those are good.
Yeah, that is a home game.
Yeah,
for sure. I gotta remember that.
Just go for the trill tenders.
Maybe I should go to TDECU Stadium.
Yeah. And then one more.
Let me go look at tickets right now.
Once you finish, you can dip out.
Well, one more because I used.
When you finish the game or the tenders?
The tenders.
Oh wow.
Okay. All right.
I'm just here for the tenders. And then one more real quick, exclusively local. And that I love this game. They used to be Sam Houston against Stephen F. Austin, and I always did color commentary over at NRG. Shout out to Chris Santiago's alma mater.
Okay.
Texas State.
Yeah.
Sam Houston State.
At NRG, baby.
In that building right there. You want to watch college football? You want to take your kids to watch some good college football? Go to that game. It'll be fun.
Yeah, man. A local one that matters. So I'm excited. Texas State, a lot of noise around them, possibly joining the Pac-12 and those types of things. So yeah, I'm excited for this. Yeah, it worth your time.
So worth your time Saturday.
Worth your time.
I think this is going to be a thing. I got to come up with a tag every Saturday.
Yeah, this is a worth your tag weekend. worth your time weekend to get the alliteration of the W's, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I like what we're doing there. A little college football with you here in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. But let's get back to the most worth your time on the weekend, which is Texans Jaguars. Let's go ahead and lay it on the line. The Texans win because, Texans lose because. What are the factors that will decide whether the Texans get a victory or ultimately a loss on Sunday versus the Jags? 712-410. Let's talk about that next.
The Drive is Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop. Sports Radio 610 on a Football Friday. Appreciate you hanging out with us here. Oh, yeah, that's what I was going to say. I wanted to shout out in about an hour, we'll be turning it over to the fellas of the drive who are at Big City Wings in Edo.
Yeah, right up the road, man.
Okay, excellent. Excellent. So getting you ready for the weekend. Actually, Cam on the YouTube hypothesized as we were, kind of workshopping the name for the weekend in college football as you were trying to get to. Worth Your Watch Weekend.
Yeah,
Does that sound good?
that sounds better.
Like that.
I had Worth Your Time. I'm gonna do that every week. I think I'm gonna make a note to myself. Come up with an ESPN like tagline because theirs are always too corny. Ours would be better.
And Worth Your Watch Weekend is not. That is correct.
That's right.
At the stadium, NRG Stadium, that is, where your Texans will take on the Jaguars this Sunday at noon. They practice. They practice indoors, and of course, the big thing from that, Nico Collins practice. Joe practice. Nico Collins, I guess it was less of a shock, although he popped up kind of surprisingly on the injury report with the hamstring yesterday after practice. But Joe Mixon hadn't practiced for the last 2 weeks. He's back in practice. Nico Collins specifically told reporters that he said absolutely.
That's
when
the
he was
word
asked
he used. Yeah,
if he'll be playing. I don't know that I've seen anything specific in the same way when it comes to Joe Mixon, but at least we know that wide receiver that has been really pivotal to what you are doing, he will be playing, and I think it's fair to assume that Joe Mixon probably goes if he's practicing on a Friday.
Yeah, I think he's going to go.
And so we're looking forward to that, and that takes us right into the segment. Texans win because, Texans lose because. Y'all let us know what you believe are going to be the deciding factors on whether the Texans get a win or a loss against the Jags at noon. And I'll go ahead and start by saying I can't imagine the situation when they get a loss. But with that being the case, I see you guys already texting in. John, is there something that comes to mind for you immediately when it comes to what will determine if the Texans get a win or a loss?
All right, so I'm going to say the first one. The most obvious one first. And I don't know what I was thinking when I wrote this down as a note.
So you're just going to read this and see if you can reverse engineer?
I'm going to read my note and tell me if this is fair. This is the note I made to myself this morning. The offensive line does not soil itself.
Ooh, that's a mighty high bar you got there. Just keep your pants clean and you win.
Yeah.
No, I mean, that's the one that's going to come up a lot. It's already come 713. Texans win if Laramie Tunsil doesn't false start. And I think that Laramie Tunsil, because of the consistency of this, the way that it's gone over the entirety of his career really matters. I think also if there's an attention to detail on the offensive line. We heard Bobby Slowick go up and down about it in his whole 10 minutes of availability with the media, if not more. And it seemed like at any given time we got to execute, right? We're not going to get anything if we do not. In fact, can we run back Slowick 7 because he was asked if can the offensive line perform at the level you expect from them?
Absolutely. Yeah, no, I mean, we put it on tape. I know we put it on tape against Indianapolis. We put it on tape in training camp. We can go do it. We can get it done. We can get it done at a very, very high level when we do it right and when we're committed to what we're doing. We just need to maintain consistency.
I'm not going to go there again, but you heard it. If we're committed to do what we're doing. And I think my point, Texans win because the O-line doesn't soil itself is even more valid now because Joe Mixon is playing. So that little sort of built-in excuse if it doesn't go well, they still didn't have Joe Mixon, doesn't quite hold as much if they don't play well.
832 Texans win because the Jaguars cannot handle the Taqueria Sarandas power.
This is true.
I appreciate you 832 because they've been trying to get Taqueria Sarandas all on the broadcast. I've seen multiple texts and I have not indulged you. Here I will indulge you. I appreciate you listening. But some of this is just like the Texans win because not that good. And on top of that, it feels like they're in a dysfunctional way. And I recognize, hey, Reggie, you're getting to that place where you're setting yourself up for the okie doke, right? You get out here and you're like, there's no way they should win, and then set up. And then the knockdown is that ultimately something bad happens. Let's knock on wood because I don't want that to ultimately actually happen. But it just feels like this Jaguars team is, one, in a dysfunctional place, two, not talented enough to do that, and three, I mean, they're missing Evan Ingram.
Yeah.
Right? It doesn't feel like they're in a good place to be able to compete with this Texas team.
No, it doesn't. They really. This is a no excuse game. We've said it. Worth saying again. They need to show up in a big way. The Texans. They need to have an impressive win. Well, now, how impressive? In what way? I should say impressive. Preferably the line, road greats and pass blocks, and CJ Stroud actually can drop back and push off his right foot and throw the ball rather than scrambling around and all that. But no, I think absolutely. Another one, or do you have one? Texans win because, lose because?
No, offensive line is where I was at.
My other one is a huge day from Stingley or Lassiter or not. Like you can't get Trevor Lawrence right. Trevor Lawrence can't get right against you. Just can't happen.
Yeah.
But I think Lassiter and Stingley can have a very big day, and they'll win. They'll win because of it.
And to that end, I was actually on the other end of the defensive connection. Texans win because the offensive line or the defensive line goes from pressures to sacks.
Yeah.
Right. Like they within this, Trevor Lawrence is one of the most sacked quarterbacks in the league. In fact, let me see if I can pull up my notes one more again and get this right. Trevor Lawrence has been sacked on 11.5% of his dropbacks this season, which is the highest rate in the NFL.
There you go.
And as we know, sacks obviously somewhat a function of the offensive line, but sacks often are a quarterback stat. Like you're holding the football or what have you, or getting yourself into pressure. Which means he's going to give you opportunities. And if you're talking about opportunities, I don't know that Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson Jr., I just made them into one dude, need all that many opportunities. They're going to apply that pressure. If they get home, he's not having opportunities to go downfield. But with that being the case, with us talking about the Jaguars not really being that good and how they should, the Texans should, handle up business, what has to happen for the Texans to lose, right? What's the Texans lose because of this? Because one of the things that I immediately come to is Texans lose because they're allowing these shots over the top, right? There's speed. I know Brian Thomas Jr. Shout out to Ocho. There's folks that with him, with Kirk, they have guys that can attack downfield. And Jimmy Ward might not be playing. Not that Jimmy Ward is the ball hawk of the defense or what have you, but we've seen that there's possibilities of being gotten in the defensive secondary. And so this is a Jaguars team that likes throwing the ball downfield. If they're able to connect, if those things come together, I don't think that those situations are built well for the Jaguars to do that. But if they do, all of a sudden you're talking about allowing that team to get big yards in a way that they probably should not.
Yeah, and we've mentioned the offensive line and certainly Bobby Slowick and the false starts. Lose because they have more pre-snap penalties. Because this will go off the rails.
Because they're playing against the Jaguars and the Texans is why they lose.
Yeah, exactly. That line that D'Amico said earlier this week. And I'm not even talking about Tunsil, just Tunsil per se. They've had an array of, and Bobby Slowick talked about that this week, yesterday as well. It's sometimes the receivers, sometimes misalignment, illegal formation, sometimes it might have been Titus Howard moving or whatever. But you just can't have it, man. This is truly like we were talking earlier. I was talking with Sean Pendergast. Like Laramie Tunsil is the lightning rod, and he's got 7 pre-snap penalties this year. The record is 12 by a tackle in the NFL.
On pace.
After 3 games, he's more than on pace. And, oh, by the way, you know who owns the record?
Is it
Laramie Tunsil? He's about to break his own record.
Doing an Aaron Judge?
He's about, in reverse, the bizarro Aaron Judge. The record for false starts by a tackle, according to Seth Payne, who did the research, so I'm going to give him credit.
Always. Listen to Payne and Pendergast. 6 to 10 a.m. right here on Sports Radio 610.
Is 12. He's got 7 through 3 games. So he clearly is the lightning rod, but it's all of that. Like just one clean game. Is that too much to ask?
Well, we'll find out, I guess, because that's been the ask by the team, right? D'Amico has made his everything he said, it sounds from a very assured voice. We're handling that. Basically, it's been that this is going to be fixed, right? Bobby Slowick yesterday talking about, like, we have to be better, right? We know what to do. We have to be better. These things have been addressed. So let's see if ultimately that is what happens, because I think also there's going to be, if you can't do it in this game, when it's so front of mind, when it is the talk of the town, when everybody's breathing down your neck about it, I do wonder if you'll ever do it. Like it really feels like a now or never getting your stuff
Absolutely.
together.
Absolutely it does. And then this one you almost hesitate to say, but it's there and it's fair. Lost in all the other problems that the Texans were fighting last week was CJ Stroud throwing 2 interceptions.
Yeah.
And another one that was a near miss.
One of them was a bad one.
One of them was a bad one.
I think the second one, or the first one rather, was it was a tip, man. I thought that was really good recognition and play by the Vikings. You have to give them their credit in the ways that they played you.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is different, man.
If they're playing clean up front and receivers are getting open and Nico is going to be back in the lineup, absolutely, to use his word, and you get a little bit of help from whether it's Mechie or Xavier Hutchinson or whomever, stepping in for Tank Dell, CJ Stroud, who hasn't thrown a lot of interceptions but had 2 last week, you can't give it to the other squad. You just can't give it to the other squad.
Yeah, if there's all of a sudden turnovers, it really is just Texans lose if they beat themselves. I don't know that there's many opportunities for the Jaguars to outright beat you in this game. So they need to be clean. They absolutely need to be clean in the execution from that quarterback position as well. How about this? I did find this interesting because of the tone and tenor of Bobby Slowick's time with the media had this as an undercurrent, the criticism of him. And I think this came in from, let me see if I could find it one more time. But the idea of if the Texans lose, if Bobby Slowick does not adjust, basically, if he does not adjust well to what is happening, because that is something that people are asking questions about. And I don't know if as much of the heat on Bobby Slowick is fair just yet, but it's going to be hard. It's going to be hard to deny it if you have a game like against the Jaguars where it feels like you are not able to get to the place that you need to.
I like that one because we were talking about Slowick kind of sort of taking responsibility, but mostly putting it on the players yesterday. If Bobby Slowick is wrong, and it's not the player's fault, it's him, then we're going to talk a lot more about Bobby Slowick. But right now, all the penalties are sort of overshadowing all that, and frankly, they need to run the ball. There's no more excuses on that with Joe Mixon. Cam Akers is probably going to play. I feel like that's your best 1-2 punch. You got to run the ball. Oh, and one more just popped into my mind.
Okay.
This is the last team you want to give a head start to, the Jaguars.
Yeah, the game scripts, man.
Yeah,
the Texans really do need to take advantage of the game script. Get out ahead and put this away early.
You can't give them life. I'm talking about early. You're down 3-0, 7-0, 10-0, whatever. Can't happen because then all of a sudden they feel.
Okay, so are you ready? You ready to pick this? You feel confident in how this is going?
I think the Texans are going to win. I can't, in good conscience, say that it's going to be what I hope it is, and that's like Figgy was talking about earlier. He said they need to beat the Jaguars the way the Vikings beat the Texans last week. In other words, it might not be like a runaway. You're only up 14-0 at the half, but you're in total control. I'll take that. And then it becomes a runaway in the second half. It becomes sort of all right, well, let's play Davis Mills. In this case, it'll be Mac Jones, for the Jaguars. Like, I'm not comfortable enough to say it's going to be that impressive a performance by the Texans. So I'm going to say nice, tidy little 10-point win, and I'll call that, let's say 24-14.
Okay. It's kind of in the same vein. 26-14.
What do you think, Fig?
Not 14. 26-13.
I was gonna say I'm gonna go 30. They got to put up.
So you're
30.
Comfortable in that they're gonna turn it around.
I think so. I think the Jazz. I feel like I watched too many Jazz games already, and they just look totally out of it, man. To me, I expect this to be an ass whipping, and we should be looking on SportsCenter talking about Doug Peterson got fired, or it should be that conversation about him getting fired.
713 Texans lose if Bobby Slowick doesn't become Bobby Fastwick. It's so dumb, but it's funny to me. 713 throws out 21-10. Okay, yeah. The reason why I went 26, just to be clear, I think that and maybe 26 isn't the right number, but I feel like I don't know that they fully get the trend of like, hey, every time we're on the field, when we go down, we're going to go score. I think that they might still have some of the, we're going to end up in kind of no man's land, and Kayemi's going to kick a long one.
Boy, they're kicking a lot of field goals.
They're kicking a lot of them.
Yeah.
And that is something that hopefully if the offensive line gets themselves right, then we can start talking about now you need to be punching this into the red zone and then into the end zone. But as of right now, it feels like we can't even talk about any of those things because, again, the foundation, the game at its essence is about blocking and tackling.
Yeah.
The foundation has not been in the way that you need it to be. But get right game, must win in some ways.
Oh, get out of here with that.
I wanted to see what he did. I want to see if I can get
It's a must win, man. It's a must win.
Get out of here.
Regardless, what you want to term it. If you want to term it any of those things or if it's just another football game, it happens on Sunday, noon against the Jaguars at NRG Stadium. Roof is fully repaired, likely going to be closed, and I imagine it's going to be loud. It's going to be good festivities early, I hope.
Oh, yeah.
I'm excited for that. And just an opportunity to set yourself up for what is going to be a tough stretch going beyond it. But can't look for it. At least the team can't look past it. I can. I'm not going to be on the field and impacting this. But you got a few games coming up that are going to be a challenge. You got to make sure you handle yours on Sunday. Pregame starts at 9 here with Sean Pendergast and Seth Payne. And I know that it's going to be a delight, as it always is, here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, it's about that time to hand it over to Fig for the mixtape. What you got?
Man. And so I got American Dishes. Somebody put out a list, and we're going to go through that and see what's on this list. Plus, look, man, it's wedding season. Let's be real. It's wedding season. I actually have to work a wedding on Saturday, and I got a list of the most frustrating things about attending weddings.
Okay.
Everybody can get behind this.
All right.
Let's do that next.
All right, let's do that right now. Texas Star Grill Shop, and I was asked about the bite.
Your reaction starting at 6 a.m. on Shoppa's John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Fig's in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on our Friday. Happy Friday to everyone out there. And before I get to the list of the greatest American dishes, I got to get to some this restaurant that's probably ain't going to make no list no time soon. And I'm ready for this documentary. I think they
I know where you're going.
Oh, yeah, we're going to the Houston Institution.
I think I know where you're going.
Turkey Leg Hut still going, man.
That's tough.
Another plot twist. I didn't see this one coming.
Mm-hmm. It really is a soap opera over there, ain't it?
It is. Like, this is a whole plot twist right here. So, gospel singer James Fortune has entered the chat with this Turkey Leg Hut situation. So I didn't even know he had any involvement with this.
Yeah.
But apparently he been giving money to Turkey Leg Hut to I guess kind of invest in
to
it.
keep him afloat.
Yeah, maybe that.
And it wasn't working. And I got the news clip right here pretty much explaining everything. What happened with this?
More legal trouble for Houston's well-known Turkey Leg Hut.
A Grammy-nominated gospel singer and his wife are now suing the restaurant's owner over claims they put more than $300,000 into the restaurant and are now out of the money.
The Fortunes say they loaned Nakia, as the restaurant's owner, $100,000. 2 months later, Raquel says Nakia phoned.
She was hysterical. Because the comptrollers were physically there to seize assets, and so she needed financial assistance immediately.
The Fortunes then say they put in $180,000 for 15% ownership of the Turkey Leg Hut. The Fortunes say they spent thousands paying for food supplies and services. Then, on March 26th, Turkey Leg Hut filed for bankruptcy, declaring less than $50,000 in assets.
By then, we're, $300,000 in. Bankruptcy was filed a month after we had given that money. We come to find out there's millions in debt now.
The Fortunes say they put in nearly $400,000 into the restaurant. Now they are suing and praying in hopes of getting their money back.
That's real nasty.
I think gonna put that at the end.
Yeah, nasty nat pop.
But man, this story is getting crazy.
They ain't getting their money back.
No, they're not.
Even if they win the suit.
Man,
because that company is not Turkey Leg Hut not making it.
It seems like they broke as a joke right now, man.
Just end it, man.
Yeah,
just call it. Just call it.
Hey, it's been a good run, man.
Yes.
Like this situation.
Has it been a good run?
Well, the food.
It started,
except for the bugs and
But honestly, this restaurant had the whole world going crazy.
For sure.
Yeah.
Like
sure.
every time I talk to somebody that's not from Houston, the first thing they say, I want to come to Houston so I could go to Turkey Leg Hut.
Yep.
Yeah.
And just the downfall of this, man, this got documentary or docu-series written
I
all
think
over
you're
it.
right. I think there's money overseas somewhere.
It could be.
I'm saying, I think somebody's stashing some money somewhere because they were making too much. Unless they're just the worst business people ever.
Very much possible.
Yeah.
Right? We cannot ignore the possibility.
It seems like it's something slimy going on too, man.
Yes.
So I look, if I was an investor, I would not give my money to them.
Yeah.
I mean, look, I hate to be that guy, but what are the personal assets we're talking about, right? Like, let's look at that. It is very possible that the business was poorly run. And ultimately, the real nasty, and the reason why I think that is a possibility, you knew that you had all these debts, and you're like, hey, just another $100,000.
Yeah.
That'll make it happen. Just let me get another $100,000.
I think somebody stashed some money somewhere, man.
Yeah, I feel bad for the Fortunes.
Oh,
they put all that money in there, and it's probably going to shut down. They ain't going to get nothing.
Yeah.
So it was a list of the greatest American dishes put out, I want to say it was by CNN. And number one, y'all can probably guess what's the number one American dish is.
Hamburger.
Barbecue.
Oh, yeah. You damn right it is.
Yeah, barbecue was number one.
All right.
This was the surprising one to me. Fried okra.
Okay, the list is
What?
Don't get me wrong. I love fried okra.
About to say, you better not.
That's one of my go-to sides at barbecue restaurants. Is fried okra. But number 2?
Yeah, and this list was kind of weird too because I feel like they was bringing in all type of dishes that's not American, and they said this is the top 20 American dishes.
All right,
yeah.
So I'm willing to hear this out.
Yeah, a couple things they had on here. They had Cobb salad.
Cobb salad. Well,
Cobb
it's a popular.
salad.
I don't know. It wasn't like 3, was it?
I mean,
I'm a big blue cheese guy, and Cobb salad has
this
blue
was.
cheese, yeah.
I want to say this was after fried okra.
Okay.
They had peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Deservedly so.
Fair.
Hamburgers.
All
That's
right.
what I thought.
American pie.
Okay.
Chili. Clam chowder.
I guess.
Yeah, Reuben. The Reuben sandwich.
I'm a big
corned beef
fan.
Reuben.
I'm a big fan of the
Reuben.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Eggs Benedict. I never had this. Or
Oh
heard
yeah,
of it.
it's good.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Grits, spaghetti and meatballs, and chocolate chip cookies.
Are we claiming spaghetti and meatballs for real?
It was just
that's what I was
as an
saying,
American dish, because it's been Americanized. Everybody makes it. Yeah, I got no problem with this. Other than okra number 2, that's a little bizarre.
Yeah,
And I'm a fan.
Some other things they had on this list was fried bread, red beans and rice, gumbo.
There we go. I was waiting for that stuff.
Yeah.
Poke, banana pudding.
Do we get a chance to can we claim poke as well? Like poke bowls?
That's why this list.
It's been Americanized too, I guess.
Yeah, but like that feels anyway.
They also had General Tso chicken.
You know what?
I feel like we might be.
It feels
I
real
feel,
nasty.
I feel like we might be lacking in American food at this point. Where we gotta we gotta go somewhere else.
No, I mean, like I know that we have had. Yeah, we have Americanized some foods. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
There's a decent amount of like homegrown inventions here that we don't have to go out there and do some of that.
I think General Tso's was invented in the United States.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think I saw a documentary once. One of these food
About
documentaries.
General Tso's?
No, just a food documentary. Might have been Foods That Built America. Y'all seen that? And all that.
Okay.
I think somebody in California invented it.
See, now I agree with this. 832. If we go spaghetti and catfish, which is a very Midwest dish.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Spaghetti
Or
and
spaghetti.
meatballs. I feel like we just they're like we do
Or
spaghetti, we do meatballs. What are you talking about?
We used to do spaghetti and chicken.
Oh, okay.
So like fried chicken, spaghetti.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. Mm-hmm.
Poke is mostly Hawaiian, so yeah. Okay. Thank you,
All right.
Joseph. Did not realize that. Today I learned.
So it's wedding season, and my schedule is starting to pick up a lot because I work for a photo booth company.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to Photo Blee.
Hey.
And yeah, man, I was at a wedding. So I'm going to one this Saturday. I was at one the last couple Saturdays, and it got me thinking because I saw this guy. I actually ran into a couple listeners out there too.
Oh, good.
And they actually recognized me, but it got me thinking because soon as the bride and the groom came in, and I seen the bride came in, he had like a stack of papers. With a microphone. Where I'm just like, oh man,
yeah,
we about to be here for a long time.
Although there's something very entertaining about an awkward, speech, dad speech or best man speech.
Yeah, so it kind of got me thinking, man. What are some uncomfortable things about being at somebody else's wedding?
Well, that's
when
one.
it comes to that. So I got a list of this.
Yeah, people that are clearly not public speakers that have to give the speech.
Yeah.
Although obviously more power to you getting up there doing what you can. But yeah, the formulas, you don't have to follow the formula.
What do
Let's
you
just
got,
say some
Figgy?
nice things.
So on this list I got the dress code dilemma.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's a little tricky because sometimes they say like, semi-formal or cocktail formal.
Yeah.
It's just like, what the hell do I wear? And you just say, screw it, I just wear a suit. Just to cover all bases. And then now everybody there looking like they going to the U.S. Open. Like everybody there in khakis and have a rustic look or something like that. So I feel like that's one of the things that's...
Why do they overthink the way they term these things? I've always just thought casual, semi-formal, formal. Done.
Yeah.
But now they have like such and such
cocktail hour and all this other stuff.
Yes.
It's just like, man, don't make it too difficult.
Yeah.
The next one is like I just mentioned earlier, the endless speeches.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So Pop's coming up there with a stack of papers, getting ready to read it all the way through. I'm just like, oh man. Or either you'll have the bride, the bride of the
bridesmaid,
or like the sister or the family member that get the whole announcement from the DJ saying, hey, here's the sister of the bride, Rebecca. And then she get up there, hey, guys, you might not know who I am.
No,
but
we don't.
I am the sister. My name is Rebecca, and I am the sister of the bride. And all right, he just said that.
Yeah.
So they just read a whole, scripted letter to somebody. I was just like, man, this don't even sound like you would say anything like this.
I'm at my kids' weddings. We had 3 weddings. We batted 5 for 6 on the best man and maid of honor or whatever the number is.
Damn,
speeches.
Who grounded out?
They're in Colorado. I can say it. My daughter's now husband's best man.
He failed.
I want to know more about that. I'm not gonna lie.
Sweating.
Oh man.
Vomited before.
Oh, hey, yo.
Yeah.
He was that nervous?
I don't know what it was. I don't know. It was nerves and or booze or whatever. And yeah.
It's not an easy job. It feels like it's a big deal. So I get it.
Yeah, I'm going to go through the list real quick. Uncomfortable seating. So sitting with somebody you have no idea who this person is.
Yep.
That could be a little awkward. The overly long ceremony.
Yeah,
so just the whole, just getting married, the wedding part of it, where it's just extremely long and all these random traditions where you just like, man, what is going on? Let's get to the smooching part. Let's kiss. Let's kiss so we can go to the reception.
I get what you mean, but it did sound like you were just like, I come to these weddings and see kissing. Let's go.
Yeah. The awkward small talk, just trying to come up with a conversation.
So where are you from?
So how do you know?
What do you do?
How do you know the couple?
Yeah.
I'm just a coworker.
Yeah.
I don't really know the couple like that. He just invited me.
Yeah.
The pressure to dance.
Oh, there should be pressure to dance. I disagree. You got to get your ass out there, man. It's a wedding.
And this is why I actually vehemently disagree with one of our YouTube commenters who said, if it's not already on your list, line dancing at weddings makes me embarrassed to be white, which, hey, man, let me tell you, whether you're white or black or whatever in between, the line dance is your friend, right? If you don't want to dance,
you can fake it.
Get in on the line dance, do 1 or 2 lines.
You know they're going to play the Casper slide.
Cupid shuffle.
Yeah.
Right?
Casper slide is the easiest line dance.
Exactly.
It's telling you what to do.
And you have to dance at a wedding. I hate when those. Yeah, no, I don't really dance. Just get your ass out there. Come on, man. It's a wedding.
If you get in on the 2 line dances, you can sit down for the rest of it. You danced.
Yeah.
You checked it off.
Totally agree.
Yeah. What about the bridesmaids, the groomsmen duties? So,
as in what?
Trying to coordinate what y'all wear and all the different expenses and responsibilities and all that stuff. That's more for people that's actually in the wedding.
In the wedding party, It ends up being a little annoying, but I feel like you ultimately it's fine. You're doing it for someone who cares. Now it's the people that make it really tough, though. Like the brides and grooms that are that now make it really tough on you. You got to go get this suit and you got to do this in particular. And you're just why am I
this way?
We're doing a lot right now.
I think one thing that bothered me. Again, we've had 3 weddings in the last 3 or 4 years, so I got a little experience. In the bachelor party is at a place that is incredibly expensive.
Yeah.
Like, hey, we're going to Cabo for my bachelor party. I said, I ain't.
That type of stuff actually made it uncomfortable for some people because I had a in-law who was trying to get married for the last 2 or 3 years, and she kept trying to schedule a wedding up in Jamaica.
Good luck.
And I'm just like, man, we struggling right now,
Good
man.
luck.
We check to check right now. We can't afford no damn trip right now. And she kept pushing it back. Hopefully people come, but it was only a few people that was able to go, man. And it was just like, man, I'm in a tough spot right now.
Yeah.
So that always make it a little awkward. And the last one, of course, is the drunk relative.
God bless him. God bless him. And it's I like to play this little game of who's it gonna be. Like you're at the wedding or the reception is just starting, and I look around the room. I've told my sons this, my wife, okay, who's it gonna be? Who's it gonna be? And you'd be surprised. You get a pretty good batting average if you know most of the people at the wedding.
I think the fun part for me, since I work a photo booth, I can see it from the beginning.
Yeah.
So as soon as they walk in, and some of them be scared to take a picture and all that stuff. Oh, I'll come by later. And then by the end of the night, they're like,
they're doing all kinds of stuff,
falling all over the photo booth and spilling drinks and all that stuff. So it's just like, damn.
I don't know. I appreciate their service, giving us a little more entertainment on a wedding. You know what I mean?
Oh, I like it.
There you go.
I like it.
So shout out to all the people having weddings this week. Mixtape 120 every weekday right here in the Loop. Appreciate you hanging out with us on a Football Friday. Before we give it to the drive, the guys are at Big City Wings in Edo. Before we do that, let's go ahead and draft the weekend. What are the games that we are most excited to watch? Games, sports, events, those types of things that we're watching on the weekend. We'll talk about that next.
The Texans have struggled.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-426-2537 for help. Paid for by Blitz Studios.
Thank you, Figgy.
It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yep, it is a Football Friday here in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Lopez, Figgy, myself, Reggie Atatula, hanging out with you. Hope that you are enjoying your Friday. In fact, you can enjoy your Friday even more. We're about to get ready to turn it over to our guys, Clint and Ron and T Mill. Clint and Ron out there in Edo at Big City Wings. So you want to go and hang out with them as they get you ready as well for Texans Jags. In fact, we were talking about that. Texans win because, Texans lose because at the top of the hour at 1. And some people texted in and they gave their predictions. We gave ours. I know I went 26-17. Is that where I went?
Yes.
17, correct. And you went
24-14.
24-14.
Believe.
There you go.
Yeah.
No, I went 13. 26-13 is what I went because I was like, I don't think that they get 2 touchdowns. Someone did. Red thinks that the Texans scored 2 touchdowns and 4 field goals. Get out of here with that. And I was like, hey man, they scored. They
do kick field goals.
They kicked 4 field goals against the Bears and punted 6 times.
Yeah.
And also, I don't know things, man. I don't got a crystal ball, but you know, hey, I do wonder if that continues to be a thing. 713 came in with 21-10. And another 713 came in with 46-7.
Oh man!
Texans.
Wow.
So they are going in the Figgy school of things.
Ass whooping.
Go whoop them keisters.
Figgy wants that ass whooping.
Go whoop.
Got to, man.
Yeah. So
get
there
the
you
coach
go.
fired, man.
And maybe you feel emboldened by that by finding out what happened in practice today, which was that Joe Mixon practiced, as did Nico Collins, who Nico had popped up on the injury report yesterday. As the injury designation was hamstring.
Yes.
And so those guys look like they'll play. In fact, Nico said he'll absolutely play. So maybe that's what's given that person a level of energy there. So those are the things that we got going there before we head into the game. But let's go ahead and draft the weekend.
Draft the weekend.
Lopez, I will give you the distinct honor of drafting first. Whatever is happening this weekend, sports, entertainment, otherwise, go ahead and draft the things that you want. Obviously, Texas Jags is off the table because we're all very interested in that one. But go ahead, you got first pick.
With the number 1 pick, I am picking Arkansas versus Texas A&M.
Wow.
Yes. Come on now.
You should have known we were going to leave that on the board for you. You could have gotten that in the second, third round at least.
Damn it, I was going to get that.
You're going to take that? I'm taking Arkansas versus Texas A&M. That's mine.
Fig, you up.
I think I'm going to be a little biased here, too, man. I got to go Ohio State and Michigan State. Hey, this is going to be a big test for Ohio State, man. This probably be the toughest team they faced all year.
So far.
Yeah. I mean, Akron.
So you got the board, basically, if you want it.
Yeah. Yeah, and now I'm going to do that thing where you have all the decisions in front of you, and then that cripples you. I'm going to go with another new game as well. I'm interested in this when it comes to NFL. I want to see the Minnesota Vikings continue and play against the
I had that on my
Packers.
list.
Yeah, Vikings-Packers. I want to see this, obviously, rivalry game. Continue to see more of what the Vikings are and the Packers if Jordan Love does indeed return.
I'm taking Georgia, Alabama. I got my first 2 picks, college football.
I like what you're doing there. I ain't mad at it.
Georgia, Alabama, because there's some NFL games I really like, but I want those 2 first.
No, it's fair. I kind of maybe like these college games more than the NFL games now that I'm looking at them for real.
I'm going with Bills Ravens.
That was going to be my next pick.
That one, that's going to say a lot. And I said this last week with the Ravens and Cowboys. That was going to explain a lot too, to see what team, like, what's the identity of these teams.
Yeah,
and I think this is another one too with the Ravens and the Bills.
Ah, man, he took that one. He took that one from me. All right, I'm just gonna be a homer. Give me K-State, Oklahoma State. I think that this is going to be a big one in the Big 12. Probably a pseudo elimination game, but then this will also give us a little bit of an idea of which one of those teams is probably going to have a good shot of making some noise in the Big 12 and possibly in the playoff.
Yeah, that I actually had that one on my list as well. But with my third pick, I'm going to take. I think it's going to be a lot about both squads. And that is Chiefs-Chargers. little Jim Harbaugh, and
he did the thing too.
I did it, and are the Chiefs? I mean, what are the Chiefs? Their defense week 1 looked like, oh my gosh, they're going to just kill everybody, but they look a little vulnerable as well, and plus maybe Travis Kelce's going to look lonely on the sideline again, like he's missing. Is Taylor going to the game?
I don't know. Why you ask me like I keep up with you?
Because she didn't go to the game, and then he was like kind of sad on the sideline.
I'm going to go with the Steelers and Colts. I'm kind of interested in this game. I'm still not believing in the Steelers, man. I feel like this is still fool's gold, but maybe it's not. I'm not sure, but I kind of want to see them take on the Colts and how the Colts kind of bounce back.
I like that one. That was up there as well, but you know what? Low-key best game of the weekend is my next draft pick. Oh, no, you're next. My bad.
I am next.
Yeah. Don't take the one I was thinking about. Don't take the one I was thinking about. What was it? What was I thinking about?
Let's see if I'm going to take another divisional game.
Okay.
Does that sound right or is that wrong?
Oh, that is incorrect.
Okay, perfect. Give me Saints-Falcons.
That's a good one.
Bad blood between those, and both those teams have shown possibilities of being a relatively good team. Plus, I could get to see, at the very least, if the Falcons Falcon again.
Mm-hmm.
That's always good for a little bit of a laugh, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mine, you have to include Monday as a part of the weekend because I am really intrigued by Seahawks, Lions. Lions, really, really good Super Bowl contender. Seahawks, man, they just keep all they do is going to be a nice Monday night football game.
I'm going to cop out right here, man. Okay. I'm going to watch the Guardians and Astros. Just because it's going to be the last series of the regular season.
There's nothing wrong with that.
And just kind of relax, not really be stressed. Both of the teams are in, so just chill and watch a little baseball till postseason.
Yeah, Ronell's going today for the Astros, and that'll be interesting. And I was about to go baseball here.
Mm-hmm.
I was actually about to go baseball here. I kind of want to see. It's 2 games really that I'm trying to pick between, but you understand the reason why. I guess I'll go ahead and I'll go ahead and throw up Orioles Twins. But I'm really just kind of watching that
to see what happens.
I want to see which one of these teams in the AL wild card the Houston Astros are going to face off against this weekend.
No, that probably I should have had that one higher on my list. That's a good pick. I'm gonna go one more round here if that's okay with you fellas.
Go for it.
Because my last pick is just for the Schadenfreude, the intrigue, the watching a guy flail away and enjoying it. Ooh. Browns Raiders, baby. I want to see what Deshaun Watson is. He going to want to run? Yeah, that was a big story this week. I don't like to run.
They're going to need to run.
He's a quarterback. He's not a
quarterback. How about he wasn't? And that one, he was a decoy. He said that. Why didn't you throw to this wide open receiver? Well, he was a decoy. Dude, that's the whole idea. Progressions. Like decoys can get the ball. I think it's just completely unraveling, and they're going to lose to the Raiders. That'd be hilarious.
Are you going to fault on this one?
Nah, that's it.
I want to see Utah. I want to see the nastiness that is Utah taking on Arizona. Arizona has done some fun things. I think that Utah, Kyle Whittingham's done it again.
Mm-hmm.
Cam Rising is hurt again, and yet and still Utah does the Utah things. And I am a sicko that likes college football in the ways that I do. Seeing Utah do that bludgeoning type stuff is going to be fun. So I am going to watch
Ninth year quarterback, Cam Rising.
Yeah. And I don't know if their medical red shirts will go that far, but he might be working on a 10th. Only God knows. All right. So there we go. Drafting the weekend, seeing what we like on this weekend heading in. But obviously the biggest thing that we like is Texans, Jaguars, noon at NRG Stadium. We'll be there. Tailgating as well. We'll get involved with that as well. But pregame, 9 a.m. here on Sports Radio 610. That is with Sean and Seth. And then postgame with Sean and one of these gentlemen out there. Of course, Ron Hughley out at Big City Wings and Edo, but also Clint Stoerner, who will be on the postgame show. Fellas, how you living?
Hey, we good, man. Out here in Edo, out here at Big City Wings. It's a good little spot right now. We saw a little bit of the lunch crowd, and we hopefully will get some more folks in here. As good food, good drinks in here. You know, I had the avocado, chicken avocados. Little egg rolls, strong, solid little sauce and dressing to put back on it. But no, man, we having a good time here. As we got prizes, including tickets to U of H and Iowa State and other things and gift cards that you can win. in here. So time as always is on this Football Friday.
Man, outside of obviously Texans and Jaguars, because I know you guys are going to talk plenty of that, are there any games this weekend that you guys are super excited for? I'm sure, Clint, you got one that comes to mind very quickly. Huh?
Well, hell yeah. I mean, you got Arkansas A&M, man.
Come on now.
Look, I'm just going to lay over here in these weeds. I'm just going to lay over here in these. I know the Aggies have gotten the best of us for a good chunk of this series. Hell, I think most of it, maybe all but one. And I'm just going to lay over here and let Tyler do his little retweeting of all the A&M. You know, they posted all the scores that they beat us over the last 10 years, and Tyler's retweeting it on my damn feed and all that. Yeah, I'm just.
But you're not bitter at all.
No, look, hey, I get it, man. It's when you're getting your ass kicked all the time, you shouldn't be doing much talking. So I'm just gonna lay over here in the weeds and let the big dogs bark and
waiting, huh?
Yeah, look, look, that ain't my style though. Even when we get them, I'm just I just ease in, man.
Arkansas.
That's right. I enjoy it. I really get my rocks off to Tyler's mood swing.
Wow. Well, you'll get I don't know if you were listening earlier, but when we were talking about college football about an hour ago, I said, listen, man, there's going to be a lot of bad moods in this Arkansas A&M game. We just don't know which side.
Ain't that the truth? Ain't that the truth? It's actually.
I know which side, J-Lo.
It's actually it's a two very, I think, similar teams. I think A&M's more talented, but when you look at decent defenses, quarterbacks, I don't know exactly who they're going to be yet, and the Razorbacks are significantly better just in terms of not quitting and having some fight and being a tough out. They're better than they were last year, so I think it's going to be a much better game than hell I thought it was at the beginning of the season. So I'm excited for it. That's a big one. Georgia, Alabama, obviously a big one. I'm excited about the Central Florida Colorado game. I know that's a big one. At least for me it is. Arkansas quarterback KJ Jefferson's at Central Florida with Gus Malzahn versus obviously Prime. That's going to be a fun game to watch. So, yeah, man, we got some good ones across the board.
Ron, for you, anything you feeling?
I just took it, didn't I?
No, I got the Royals and Braves.
There you go.
That's big for me. Yeah, we just need one. Just got to get one to get in here, and maybe there's a date between them Royals and the Astros coming up next week. But I'm excited about that Buffalo-Baltimore game too.
Yes, sir.
I want to see Lamar and Josh, and I think Josh has a chance with a big performance to just take that MVP race and just kind of own it, and just to where he just really has to coast the rest of the way. Because if he goes and they beat the Ravens, it's just going to be hard to take that away from him.
Yeah, man, I'm right there with you. I'm excited about that, but more than anything, I'm excited for this next 4 hours of broadcasting on Sports Radio 610 because, ladies and gentlemen, the drive is coming up. You're listening to KILT HD2 and Odyssey Sports Station, and right now, the drive is live.
That's right, the drive here. Big City Wings in Edo, right off Navigation. Come on out, have a good time as we'll be here till 6 o'clock. If you're in the building, you can sign your name in our raffle box, the table right there up front, and you'll have a chance to win gift cards, tickets as well to U of H and Iowa State. We will be hooking folks up with that throughout the show. So come on out, hang out, and have a good time with us on this Football Friday. And Clint, I see Clint's already partaking a little bit of salad action. As he will work that over. The people on YouTube and Twitch are going to really enjoy watching you.
Sure,
eat
they
that
should.
Salad because they were really commenting on me that last time I had a salad. Wow, you were messing up that salad.
Well, that's fine.
Damn right.
That's fine. Yes, I'm going to smoke it. But here's the deal. Here's the deal. I was in this exact location yesterday.
This is my first time being here.
I was in this exact location yesterday, and you can probably guess what I had. I had the tahine wings. As I've said many a time, growing up in Baytown, I knew exactly what tahine was. I've had it in several different forms and just never had it on a wing until Big City Wings did that. And boy, did they ever do it. And then I also had a little 6-piece of the new limited-time offer Crawdaddy flavor wings. Again, if you're from around these parts, odds are you like crawfish.
I gotta try that one, man.
Hey, man, look, Tyler, I don't know how they did it. Well, I know how they did it. They cooked it in crawfish.
It's delicious, huh?
It's tremendous. I mean, it smells like crawfish. it's like all the little pictures off and just and fry the leg up and let you have it. It's
You know what? The fam is coming up. Lauren loves her some crawfish.
Man.
She might have to get them wings.
Yeah,
she
man.
Likes them wings. She might have to get them What's that? Crawl Daddy?
Crawl Daddy is the flavor, man. Yeah, they're good. It's aggressive. They better like crawfish, but it's for me, I've just never been to a wing place that I cared to venture off from just your main, which I'm not complaining. The main flavors are good as well, but I've never wanted to stray much. Lemon pepper maybe, or but really just
Big City Wings
Buffalo.
makes you want to stray a little bit.
Big City Wings, makes you want to stray. Maybe in more than one way. Maybe in more than one way. Come on through and find out.
The hell's that mean? All right,
I like that. That was some
Straight
mystery
off,
and intrigue in that.
Stray off your beaten path. Get on out here. When you get here, I don't know your situation. You may stray a bit if the right thing walks in, and then
when you get a chance to party.
If you're a mainstream Buffalo hot wing eater, you get you some crawdaddies and some and some tahini.
All right, let's keep this thing on the tracks here.
All
right, let's keep it on the tracks. All right. Before we get into some action on this game here, we'll get the official injury report. But I think some positive news today, Clint. Joe Mixon returned to practice. And there's video of him. I'm seeing him.
I love Joe Mixon.
Jumping up and down, Clint, jumping up, running, sprinting, doing stuff. He returned to practice today. Nico Collins, who showed up on the injury report with a hamstring, he practiced toward playing. So those were two big returns with Joe Mixon and Nico Collins. Tank Dell did not practice. There's an expectation that he won't go. Damian Pierce didn't practice. So those two haven't practiced all week long, Clint. But the big news, we talked about it yesterday, of the guys that didn't practice. Joe Mixon was the obviously the one that stuck out the most, and he returned, Clint. Even though he didn't practice the last 2 days, him coming back on Friday and just seeing him, Clint, I will be floored if he can't go. If the way that he was jumping up and down on 2 feet, taking off, I will be absolutely floored if he can't go. It does seem like this week may have been let's just keep him off his feet, not have him in the padded practices yet until we get closer to the game.
Well, this is the week you need him, man. This is a get-right game in a big way for the Texans. I mean, they have not been good offensively with the exception of the first half against the Colts. They have not been tremendous on the defensive side of the football other than the 4 quarters against the awful Bears offense. So, I mean, they've got, again, the bar is set really high for this organization. We're talking AFC, one of the best teams in the AFC. We're talking about a top 5 team in the NFL. We're talking about Super Bowl caliber. They need a get-right game. They got the opponent. Now they got to do the tough part for them, which is go out there and roll out a product that is significantly better than what is probably the at least not the worst. I think Tennessee's probably there, but maybe the third best team that they've. The stars are aligning for them to do that if they can just handle their business, and a big part of that is Joe Mixon. Look, I think Joe Mixon, whether you're talking about just the way in which he handles his business, the position that he plays in terms of being a running back that's not responsible for a lot of the communication, or you talk about the pelts on the wall. He is a guy that if things ain't getting done up front, if things aren't getting just right in pass protection, he is a guy that I think will have the opportunity and, again, has the skin in the game to say, hey, man, y'all got to get this together. We got to get this together. I think beyond just the upgrade at running back and what he brings to that position, I think the get-right factor in the huddle for the offense and checking guys, I don't know this, but I'd be willing to bet you that Joe Mixon is one of a handful of guys that can do it.
I think you talked about it yesterday. I do think he is a guy, his presence, they feed off of. His physicality, and there's just a different vibe from Joe Mixon when he's in the game. Like, he finishes runs. You could see the emotion in his face. It does feel like, hey, let's go. Let's keep this thing rolling. So that is a big turn of events there. I think the Tank Dell thing they were prepared for, and we'll see how they handle that. As we talked about yesterday, that might take away some of the gadget stuff. But as you said yesterday, hell, that might be a good thing. That might be a good thing for them to focus more on just making the easy, boring plays coming up in this game. But, again, if you're just now tuning in, Joe Mixon returned to practice. He had not practiced the last 2 weeks up until today's practice and didn't play last week. He returns to practice. Nico Collins with that hamstring, he practiced, and it looks like he is going to play. Tank Dell, Dameon Pierce, they look like they won't be able to play on Sunday. When we get the full injury report, we will have that for you, and we'll let you know about that as soon as we can. All right, as we said here, we're at Big City Wings, right off Navigation in Edo. Come on out, have a good time, food, drinks, and prizes for you to potentially win. Bobby Slowick spoke and said a lot of things. He addressed the biggest thing. I want to hear people. Text line 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, when you hear the phrase Texans penalties, what's the first thing that comes to your mind?
Laramie Tunsil. Sorry, I wanted to win.
Okay. I wonder how many people go. Did you have a buzzer to push and just roll through?
Yeah, I was slamming it. No whammies.
713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, when you hear Texans penalties, what's the first thing you hear? As Tyler Milner came out of the gates roaring with Laramie Tunsil. With Laramie Tunsil. By the way, I know we're going to get that text in a little bit of thing that I love. Boy, people can't spell that man's first name, and I just love the native ways that I see Laramie Tunsil spelled.
I see Larmy lot.
Oh yeah, that Lam.
Yeah.
IRE. That is a real popular one. It's so popular that I have in my heart believed that it is being auto corrected. Like, it just comes in so many times. Like, I know.
Well, look, there ain't no doubt about it. He got people pissed off enough to where they'll hit send before they check that damn grammar. That's for sure. Laramie will get auto corrected to who knows what, and they'll hit send before because they're so hot.
Laramie.
I'll tell you, fellas, I know for sure y'all have seen that name come up there, and you know there's a Y at the end of Laramie. Now, damn it, I know you took it this, but this is Bobby Slowick. This is what he had to say in terms of the penalty issue the offense has had the last couple of weeks.
Our role is to ensure it does not happen. I mean, we know the rules. This has been a recurring theme for us really since camp that showed up all the way across the offense. I know the offensive line was getting dinged last week. It's been with eligibles as far as alignment, illegal procedures, motion operation. I mean, like, we have to get that cleaned up, and we are making sure that happens.
All right. To me, that was the closest that he was going to acknowledge Laramie Tunsil. To me, that was the closest that Bobby Slowick was going to acknowledge Laramie Tunsil. As we're seeing it, Laramie Tunsil up and down the page. When I said, "What do you think about what do you see when you hear the words Texans penalties?" And Clint, you can point in on this as well. What's your expectation? Because he is, from the fan base especially, he has taken it. He has been the number one thing. I know after the post-game show, Clint, that was probably the number one topic for the fans, calling in to you and Sean on Sunday after the game. This week, that is what we've heard. Hell, we had a gentleman yesterday who went to the bathroom, and before he went to the bathroom, he's just started going off about Laramie Tunsil. Yeah. And we've had many conversations about it. What do you expect, and what are you open and needing to see from Laramie Tunsil on Sunday?
One of the best offensive linemen in football. Let's start with that. I don't think it's unfair. I don't think it's unreasonable. Like, I disagree, Ron, on the front of like him getting it. Like, if Laramie Tunsil was doing what he was doing in New York, he would have to have security outside his house. He'd have to have security escorting him out of the building. I'm over. I don't know why, but I woke up on the side of the bed this morning. I'm like, you know what? This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. That I know me personally. That there's just so much of a soft shoeing what we're watching from Laramie Tunsil. I mean, I've listened to every piece of audio from D'Amico Ryans, and he hadn't said his name once.
Oh, the team definitely is.
I've listened to Bobby Slowick talk all day today. He ain't said his name once. I'm pretty sure that Nick Caserio didn't say his time. CJ Stroud didn't say his name one time. I mean, it's an absolute joke what we're watching, man. I mean, we're talking about the O-line has been awful to where your offensive coordinator is like disgusted with the pass protection and the run game. 2 straight weeks you've been awful. 2 straight years you hadn't been able to run the football at all. He personally killed our chances last week of winning a game. Last year, the guy that he's got to face this week, Allen, he
won AFC Defensive Player of the Week.
He tuned his ass up to being the AFC Player of the Week. I mean, it's got to get real hot around Laramie Tunsil. He's way too comfortable. I don't give a damn if he's the highest paid guy out there. I don't care how good he's supposed to be or what his reputation is. He's a guy that this organization is taking care of by letting him not participate in training camp. And then you go out there and your unit, you're a captain of the team, and your unit absolutely stinks. And then you individually kill drives in a game on the road against a good football team and make it damn near impossible for your offense to keep up with what's going on with Minnesota. So enough already. Like he's got to go out there and play like an all-pro player. He's got to go out there and play like he should have a C on his chest. He's got to go out there and be the reason that this offense succeeds one way or another. And you know what? If the offensive line struggles running the football or pass protection, then he ought to be the one that's embarrassed and frustrated with it. I'm just over the nonchalant, just kind of easing through whatever I'm going to get paid. That approach it's borderline disgusting at this point.
Yeah, I think the way that the coaching staff has handled it, yes, I agree with you. I know they haven't handled it anywhere near the way that I think you and fans would. I think he has been the number one thing in person that fans have been disgusted with, at least from what I've seen. And for me, I think he has a bounce-back week. I think this is a guy that is prideful, and I think he has heard all week how much he sucked. I think he has heard he needs to be benched. I think he has heard a lot of that. And to the point you also made, last year, this guy that he is going up against embarrassed him. It made him look real bad. It made him and what people talk about him, the best pass protecting tackle in the game, he ain't look like that against at that time Josh Allen and now Josh Allen Hines. I believe Laramie Tunsil comes back this week and plays to the level that he is capable of playing, because if he doesn't, Clint, if this stuff continues, if he gets beat or if he can't stop getting penalties just because of the way he is lining up, if these false starts at home continue, like if we don't get the best level of focus and play from him with everything, this is what great, then there's obviously a bigger problem. I think he cares. I think many people don't believe he cares. I believe he cares. I believe he has pride, and I think we do see a bounce-back performance from him. Because if we don't, then yeah, it's a bad look. If he comes back here and you clearly see, like, man, he is killing us like he has the last couple of games, then there's a big
they're just saying he ain't done nothing. He ain't done nothing.
Fair.
I mean, there's been 2 or 3 occasions in a year and a half of football now, or a year and a month of football right now, where you go, yep, that's the highest paid player. That's why you have that guy. There have been so many moments that are not captain like, that are not highest paid like, that are not mentor and leader like. Those are his words. There's been tenfold more moments like that than there have been. Yeah, that's our dude right there. That's why you pay that guy all that money. The thought that we've had the conversation on this show, so I'm guilty of it. We're guilty of it. Well, yeah, you better be careful how you address this, because you might lose him, or you might this, or you might that. Hell with that, man. I mean, you got to go out there. You got to go out there and play. I mean, even he has to sit there and go, yeah, whatever's coming my way, I deserve it, man. I just flat out got to be better. I mean, I woke up this morning disgusted. I don't even know. Hell, I didn't even dream about it.
You clearly were.
I mean, it's just like I don't know. I'm almost pissed off at myself for not being more critical throughout the week. Like, this is, you start listing off things that are unacceptable. Like Bobby
Giving him
Slowick.
a pass?
Yes, absolutely.
Really?
I think everybody's giving him a pass.
I don't agree
with the exception of maybe Larry.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, I think we've all been. I mean, we put a lot of blame on the law. Like I agree with you. The coaching staff and the way they handle him, I think they're handling him in a different fashion than maybe you want to. But I think they would do that to anybody, Clint. I think they would handle that. Same way
you let Kenyon Green get false starts like that. His ass be on the sideline before the half.
No, but I don't think they would come out and call Kenyon Green out.
Oh, well, I don't know. I don't think you're wrong. Your overall point.
I don't think that's the way D'Amico does business.
I agree, but I think it's so egregious, Ron, that it's like a quarterback throwing 4 interceptions. Like you can't have a post game presser and not say, hey, CJ Stroud's got to be better. CJ Stroud knows we can't. Those are bad decisions. You can't. It's just, I don't know, man. To me, it's. I mean, and I haven't listened 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. And so there may be some listeners out there that do that know better than me. But I just because I start listing off when I hear Bobby Slowick say, well, yeah, I mean, we didn't run the ball well last week. He said, hell, I can count on one hand how many times all 5 offensive linemen did what they were supposed to do.
Dang it, Bobby.
Like, that's on Laramie Tunsil. Like that's on. You got a C on your chest. I mean, you got a C on your chest, and you're in that meeting room every single day. Like that's on you. I mean that's unacceptable. It's unacceptable from Bobby. It's unacceptable from.
Next line, Ron. You gave him a pass. You said we need to be careful how we handle him, or they may lose him. Yeah, I think that is a pass to me is saying, oh man, he wasn't that bad. No, I said he was awful, and he was a huge reason why they lost. But I also do think in terms of human and real stuff and what coaches and what managers have to do with managing players and know how their players react to things, I do think a public benching, if you do it, just be prepared that you may lose them. And if you cool with that, then do it. But no, I don't. I did not give him a pass.
Well, look, here's the deal. I think the public benching thing last week, that's the first time that it's been that egregious. Now, if it happens again this week or next week, then yeah, I would expect him to take drastic measures. I don't give a damn who he is. But that's where we're at. That's the point. Is that like we're at a point where it's disgusting to be that guy making that kind of money that has that reputation, that has that ability, that has the C on his chest. To go out and do what he has done consistently, and then it just come to a head last week is unacceptable, 100% unacceptable, and that the lackadaisical approach that the team seems to have, as well as his overall just nonchalant approach to the game, it's all a problem.
Yeah, in front of us. I just say like Will Anderson, Jalen Petrie, I think they handle it differently. They handle a benching of something like that differently than a guy did in a Laramie Tunsil. But bottom line is he needs to have a big game, and I think he will. I think he will return back to being the player that Nick Caserio has signed multiple contracts with him to make him the highest paid player in the sport. All right,
thanks,
coming
guys.
up.
Appreciate it.
There you go, Nick. Coming up, as we are live here at Big City Wings here in Edo, right off Navigation. Come on out here and have a good time and get yourself a chance to win things. Just fill your name out, put it in our raffle box, and you'll have a chance to win gift cards as well as tickets to the U of H Iowa State game. Coming up, let's go to D'Amico and his defense. When you look at the top-rated defenses, do you believe with D'Amico Ryans ahead of it and the talent that they should be in those conversations instead of where they actually are? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Power outages can happen, man, at any time. We know.
Radio 610.
We're going to give you your flowers for sure.
It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Big City Wings in Edo, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome in. It is a Football Friday, and a very important Football Friday, because the Houston Texans definitely need to get a W against the Jags. And already good news, Joe Mixon returned to practice today, and it looks like he will play in the game on Sunday. And if you go on social media, you can see videos of Joe Mixon at practice, and it looks like a guy that can move. He is jumping off of 2 feet and landing, running hard. I saw on one, he jumped really as high as he could off 2 feet, and then it immediately took off on the sprint. So he looks like he's going to be ready.
He did the old Pat Mahomes in the end zone, get right,
looked
get up.
Looked a lot better. Looked like a lot more athletic than him. But no. So off to a good start on this Friday. All right, Clint. The defense. We talk about passes. I don't think – now, we can disagree here. I think maybe we'll agree with the team, the way they've handled it. But I don't think the city has given Tunzel a pass. I do think that defense maybe has gotten one. I think the defense, in a way, maybe has – Tunzel took a lot of heat. Bobby Slowick took a lot of heat over this weekend for how they some of their game plan a little bit – with D'Amico putting Eric Murray on Justin Jefferson repeatedly. But I'm not sure the defense took it as much as they did for the 34 points that they gave up in that game and the mistakes they made, Clint. And you look at this thing, I think the expectation, maybe I could be wrong, maybe other people didn't have that, but it feels like the expectation was for this defense potentially – I heard people talk about not just top 10, potentially maybe top 5 with the guys they've added.
Well, look, we've had now 3 ball games, and in the first ball game, the explosives were unacceptable.
Yep. One's completed and ones that they missed.
That's just there were 5, maybe 6 that were out there to be had, and I think they had 3. So if they'd have hit some other just throw in the ocean, double moves, receiver running wild down the sideline, if they'd have hit that, really the easier ones, if they'd have hit the easier ones, that would have been a different game. And so as we look at hit the hard one, man, stay hard, y'all. When it's all said and done, there was an explosive issue in the first game by the defense, and then you fast forward to the second game, you played an offense that might be. It's crazy to say as talented as they are. Might be the worst offense in football in terms of just, they're going to make some plays because they're talented, but in terms of scheme and what they're doing, at least early on, no clue. They have no answers, and they were overwhelmed, right? So you played well as a defense against them, as has everybody else, by the way. And then in game 3, you ran into I'd say an above average, at least a playoff. Let's give them the credit that they're due. At least a playoff caliber football team, a playoff caliber offense. And they, in the run game and the pass game, ran through you like mess through a goose to the tune of 30-some-odd points. There is, for me, when I look at, I saw this stat earlier, Ron, the fewest points allowed this season for defenses. Pittsburgh, they've allowed 26 points. Minnesota has allowed 30 points. And the Chargers have allowed 33 points. I don't know that I expect D'Amico Ryan's defense to be dead in the middle of that at this point in time, but I damn sure expect them to be up there in the conversation. Hell, they gave up more. They in one game, they'd be in 4th place on this list. With D'Amico Ryan's the head coach and D'Amico Ryan's the defensive coordinator, I think, and we said this when he was hired, like year in, year out at some point in time, and they've made win-now moves. They've made we're going to be dominant moves. This is the beginning of what I think is the expectation should be. You need to be a top 5 defense if you're going to have D'Amico Ryan as your head coach year in, year out. If you're going to spend the kind of money they spent on defense and bring in those kind of players, you need to be a top 5 defense, especially after playing the Bears offense, the Colts offense, and and Sam Darnold.
Part of it is, I bet you if you compare the quarterbacks and the offenses that some of these teams play comparative to the Texans, I think it does kind of change the mindset of, like just off the top of my head, I know the Chargers saw, Kirk Cousins and that Atlanta offense, and the Steelers, they saw Kirk Cousins, the Atlanta offense, and they saw Justin Herbert and that offense. I mean, you would think those are offenses that are probably quarterbacks and offense that are ahead of Caleb Williams and the Bears, Anthony Richardson. Yeah. And damn sure you just didn't think Sam Darnold would be able to do you in like that.
The expectation, and look, it's a small sample size. We're not even a month into the season yet, so I'm not throwing I'm not throwing D'Amico out with the trash or anything. Everybody relax. But at the end of the day, that's where D'Amico needs to live. D'Amico needs to live in the conversation with the top defenses in this league. Maybe not the top, maybe not the top three, but he needs to be in the conversation. He needs to be close. Like this, like you've gone out and you've brought in guys. You've drafted a corner that you anointed as the starter in the second round. You went out in free agency and got a middle linebacker that was your pick of the litter. You went out and got Danielle Hunter and said, Grenard, we don't want you. Blake Cashman, we don't want you. We want these guys. And you brought those guys in. You brought in two or three that I can name off the top of my head.
Drafted Kamari last year.
Yeah, I mentioned that, but you brought three defensive tackles in. Retooled your entire interior defensive line, and you got to, it ain't year one anymore where you don't have the draft capital and you don't have your system's not in, and you don't by mid-season, like D'Amico's group needs to be living in the conversation with Pittsburgh and the Chargers and this crew.
Yeah. All right, coming up as we continue here, Tyler inspired this next topic for me. It was a face that he made. And inspired this next topic about the Texans. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, first.
It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Big City Wings in Edo, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
CJ gets the snap, throwing downfield, and it's picked off. Kamu Grugier-Hill, the former Texan, has it at the 20-yard line, bottled up there. Stroud's first pick of the year. Bad time for it, never a good one. And the Texans have to leave with the Vikings in the red zone.
All right, welcome back in Big City Wings. That was the first pick of the season from CJ Stroud. He would throw another later in that game as he tried to force one in to Nico Collins. And obviously the Texans are trying to bounce back from that tough game against the Vikings. Again, come on out to Big City Wings, your chance to win giveaways. We're going to be hooking people up with some game tickets. U of H hosting Iowa State. We'll be doing that first in the 3 o'clock hour. So come hang out, fill out your name. I see a guy right now walking over there filling out his name.
Got a quick update on that, Ron.
In the raffle box. What's the quick
update on that? So we're giving away today 2 $25 Academy Sports and Outdoors gift cards, 2 $25 Big City Wings gift cards, and those U of H tickets.
Go Cougs!
That we've been talking about.
Those 4 U of H tickets. So 4 U of H tickets, 2 different gift cards to Big City Wings, and I'm sure you're able to use it at all of their locations.
Oh, yeah.
And then also 2 $25 gift cards to Academy Sports and Outdoors. So we are hooking you up on this Football Friday. We don't come empty-handed here when we want to celebrate and have a good time with the people. So come on out and sign your name on and put it on in the raffle box and give yourself a chance to win one of those great prizes. So come on out. All right. Clint, earlier in the week, we had D'Amico Ryans doing his presser. And I don't know if this is because we're getting closer to October and Tyler is in playoff mood and mode, and he's in that spot, or he was really, really pissed off that he paid all that money to go and fly and stay in a hotel and pay for those tickets, and he was in Minneapolis and watched the Texans get embarrassed in front of him. As he said, the most embarrassed he's ever been as a fan. But D'Amico was just talking and just saying, the normal D'Amico-isms, and I just saw Tyler just roll his eyes hard. I mean, it was a hard eye roll. It was I met Tyler. You remember I said, damn, Tyler. I said at the end of the year, Tyler had just had it. He was over it. It seemed like to me that honeymoon period for Tyler was just over with D'Amico there, and he was just like, dude, come on, man, I'm tired of hearing this. Nah, man, just say what it was. And I just looked at it, I'm like, if some people are there with D'Amico, and I think some are getting there, how close are we to that with CJ? Are we getting close to the honeymoon period being there for CJ? When I say the honeymoon period, where I think he just gets a pass. I think CJ right now gets a pass.
God bless, brother. Here's the deal. Here's the truth of the matter. It is. I've said this about D'Amico. I said it about Bobby Slowick. No expectations. Yes, you're the number 2 overall draft pick. Will Anderson's number 3, but nobody expected you to turn the dumpster fire that was the Houston Texans around in a year.
The Houston Texans were supposed to suck.
And they start, that's right, Pat, that's basically what I'm saying. And they do that. And so there's a level of, boy, you can't do no wrong.
Oh, yeah, the God mode.
You just, whatever you say, everybody eats it up. And they've created, in my opinion, they've created this rah-rah CJ I'm talking about, and others as well. But they've created this rah-rah, he's the best player in the game about everybody. And boy, that guy, this almost a cheerleader mentality that's just not going to fly if you don't continue to win at a high clip. Like, I think you're right, Clint. I think there could be some. If this thing continues, maybe there's a slide a bit.
I think there could be some eye rolls like Tyler had with some of the stuff that D'Amico said that, before when he said it, oh, yeah, okay, I got it. But, like, his kind of, like, demeanor, his kind of, like right now I think people are rolling with him saying, nah, man, I'm tired of talking about that last loss.
Yeah.
This kind of slide, some of that could be where the honeymoon period.
Yeah, look, I think if you don't rebound this week and you don't play well and the team doesn't play well all year, the response instead of that's CJ, it's our guy, the response is going to be, well, we're tired of watching piss poor offensive line play. We're 3 weeks into the season and the offensive coordinator is talking about, well, truth is we're just not executing as well offensively in the pass game as we were last year, right? So I mean, at some point, rubber meets the road with that kind of stuff, and the praying about it, and everybody's great, and the rah, all that kind of stuff is at some point in time gonna folks will turn a deaf ear to.
Text line rolled through. Mine almost went away with his lack of leadership on the offensive line on Sunday.
Well, that's a good. That is a good.
From the text line.
That's a great point, just from a standpoint of like how long do your leaders, how long before you start to question your leaders with stuff like that, with the penalties, because it wasn't just Laramie. Hell, it's the whole team. It's been the whole team. It's been a theme with this 2024 Texans team. How long before you start questioning, well, what are we doing in practice? What are we doing offensively?
Yeah.
At some point, if you don't continue to win, it's just the nature of the beast. If you don't continue to win, folks will question what the hell you up to.
Yeah, and I think we're clearly still in it and well understood and deserved because, CJ Stroud came through here in a time where this city needed him.
Yeah,
they needed him coming off of the Deshaun stuff. They needed him, and they needed delivered, and now you have belief, and he's given that belief, and you should. But when you start to have expectations, as you said, and things start to happen where you don't meet those expectations,
that's right.
At some point, the producer of the afternoon show is going to start rolling his eyes at the things that he used to always say that you loved. I saw that. I said, well, I guess that honeymoon period's over.
I mean, that's one of my pet peeves, bro. Whether it's D'Amico, whether we're talking sports or life or people I consider friends and family, don't sugarcoat-ish for me. That insults my intelligence. Talk to me, be real with me. I might not like what you say, but I'm not here for the sugarcoating crap. No.
Well, Tyler, a big part of this too is that nobody in the organization has a championship or a big time run to the AFC Championship, or this 5, 6, 7 year history of winning and being great on their side of the football, right? There's just. It's easy to hear to listen to a guy go, I'm tired of talking about it, or we're going to put blinders on and move on, if we've seen them put blinders on and move on and it worked, right? I mean, there's not a lot of history with this group, and so boy, if you don't win, that kind of stuff becomes hard to listen to.
Text line coming through. The simple explanation is that CJ got crowned a little too early, and they may not be able to live up to the hype.
I think that could very well be possible.
Yeah, they should win this one, but I would say, Clint, if they don't win this game, I feel like we could see for some. I don't think all. We could see for some, like people may not just overlook 2 interceptions or overlook,
Ryan, here's the thing, man. It's you fall to 2-2, and this is in hindsight. Before the season started, if you'd have been 2-2, it'd have been not ideal, but. You look at it now, you fall to 2-2 with 3 of the 4 opponents you've played are just flat out nowhere near what we thought you were going to be. It shouldn't be on your level. Then you got the conversations around the rest of the season are going to be different.
Yeah, I think
if the schedule's
get outplayed,
get real.
and I don't think this will happen. But if you were to get outplayed by Trevor Lawrence from what Trevor's been showing, I think there might be a different feel.
Yeah.
I could be wrong. It might be a different feel. All right, coming up, we'll get to a little baseball. The Astros look to finish things off. We'll see how Joe plays this tonight, and they're in there in Cleveland, so we could be seeing the lineup soon. That'll be interesting to see how Joe plays these last 3 games that really don't matter right now to the standings. And we'll talk about the Texans injury report and a look at last night's Thursday night football game as Dallas bounced back. But Micah Parsons may be in a serious injury situation. All of that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, there's some severe weather hitting Florida and Georgia apparently over there, and it's just a reminder for me to let y'all know that if you've got big, beautiful, valuable trees on your property, they are the second most valuable asset to your home on your
Fell on CBS game all the way through the AFC Championship. Sign up and sign in to Paramount Plus today.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Oh, it's 3 o'clock.
Sports Radio 610 presents with Stoerner and Hughley with the biggest stories of the day. It's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
Sports Radio 610, Houston Texans breaking news.
All right, we've got some breaking news from the Texans. Tyler, what's the latest?
Yes, boys. Actually, just a few seconds ago, this is being reported by Phil Yates. He says Texans wide receiver Tank Dell, along with running back Dameon Pierce, they are officially ruled out for Sunday's game, Week 4 versus the Jaguars.
All right, that wasn't official.
Mixon is questionable as well, by the way.
Questionable. It hadn't been official yet, but something that we kind of felt was expected, or at least leaning towards that way. Neither one had practiced all week long, and in Dameon Pierce's case, he has not practiced in 3 weeks. This will be the third straight game that Dameon Pierce has missed, and this will be the first game of the season that Tank Dell has missed, who's got several injuries, severely bruised ribs, and also a hand and wrist situation as well. And then Dameon Pierce is going to miss his third straight game with that hamstring situation. So, Clint, not surprising, but clearly at least the Texans have probably had pretty good time to prepare going on without these guys on Sunday.
Yeah, look, I mean, you're talking about two positions where I think the team is deep, right? I mean, you look wide receiver position, you've got answers. You got a $7 million insurance policy in Robert Woods. You've got John Metchie a lot of the time late in camp. You got Xavier Hutchinson, who somehow, some way was getting catches last week. So you've got guys, you got plenty of dudes that are capable of filling that role and can go out there and make plays. They're not Tank Dell, but they can go out there and make plays. And I think I said it yesterday. Robert Woods is the guy to me that gives you the best opportunity because you can put Robert Woods in any of the positions. He knows all the pre-snap shifts. He knows all the movements, and so he's very versatile. So you literally, in the moment, CJ Stroud could get in the huddle and say, hey, we're going to run this play, but I want Nico Collins at Z, and I want Robert Woods to go to Z. Switch with Robert, boom, and then you got your best receiver in the right spot. And Robert Woods will know exactly what to do. So I think the safest angle there is Robert Woods, but you got plenty. You got options. And then you look at Dameon Pierce, and look, man, the reality of it is I've said it before, whether you prefer Cam Akers or Dameon Pierce as the backup, it's all about the guys up front. If they block well, whoever you turn around and hand that damn ball to is going to make hay.
And it's a lot different now that it looks like that Joe Mixon's going to play.
Yeah.
That would be a different thing if Joe was out and Dameon last week.
Yeah.
I also want to slide in, and Tyler, you tell me if I'm not getting this right, but Jimmy Ward is out of this game as well, right? With the
That
groin?
is correct, yes,
Okay,
as well as the Jaguars' Evan Ingram.
So Evan Ingram out for the Jags, so they're missing one of their guys. They've got several tight ends they like to go to, but he kind of really resurrected his career with Jacksonville the last couple of years. But that's now Jimmy Ward too, so that brings another safety down out of it. That's a starter. That's two starters there when you look at Tank Dell and Jimmy Ward. And Jimmy Ward, one of the mouthpiece there on the defense. This means we'll see a lot more Bullock. We'll see probably some MJ Stewart now as he'll come in. Or I wonder, does this affect Jalen Petrie? Is this a place where they maybe move Jalen Petrie back and have another person playing nickel on this team? We'll see what D'Amico and Matt Burke want to do. But Jimmy Ward is also out of this game. So Tank Dell, Jimmy Ward, and Dameon Pierce all out of this game right now.
Yeah, look, and the deal with Kalen Bullock, we've been talking about. You're talking about a guy that's got a unique skill set, man, brings more to the table really than any safety that we have in terms of how high his ceiling is and how his playmaking ability. So I don't know how far along he is in terms of being prepared for this opportunity. I'm sure he is as prepared as he can be because D'Amico Ryans typically is on top of that. And we'll see exactly how it all goes down. But Kalen Bullock is a guy that again, from jump, he just looked like he fit in the NFL at training camp. He's made plays consistently since. And I can get good and excited about seeing him play.
Yeah, so we'll see a lot more of him. And if we look at it, as you look at it, I'm not saying that these aren't important guys to have out, but the thought that Joe Mixon is going to return really helps this thing, because the other spots where you're like, all right, Jimmy Ward's out, damn, that's a leader, that's a voice, but as you said, Kalen Bullock is much more naturally talented than him, and you can do more things. You look at Tank Dell, and I think that is a big one. I think that to do things, but you still have Stephon Diggs, and you still have Nico Collins there that are two really good receivers, not to mention, Robert Woods can kind of fill the void. And it's not like Tank Dell has been extremely productive the whole way. And then, of course, Dameon Pierce is your backup with Joe Mixon playing. So yeah, tough luck there to have those three guys out and two starters, and kind of is going to test the depth a little bit. But the Texans do have depth there, and we'll get the official injury report when that comes out there. But John Mechie, looks like John Mechie. If John Mechie don't dress, Clint, if John Mechie's not active in this thing, I'm gonna be like, okay, all right. I mean, I can't see how he's not. John Mechie's. I don't know how much action he's going to get. But
look, there's no way he's not, Ron, because you look at the, even from a special teams perspective, look at the crossover, right? You're down a running back, so you got a running back that's out, right? You're down a tight end, you got a tight end that's out, right? You're down a safety, you got a safety that's out. So there's no, like, you sit there and go, okay, would you rather have that fifth, or would that be a sixth receiver, John Mechie?
Or is there another receiver on the practice squad they might want to take?
But what I'm saying is, I mean, it would have to be two or three guys, because you're subtracting a safety, you're subtracting a tight end, you're subtracting a running back. Like, you off the active roster, the decisions are being made for you at a chunk of those positions. So it would be hard for Mechie not to be active on this roster Sunday.
So we hope to see that. Joining us, Tank Dell, Jimmy Ward, safety, and Dameon Pierce have all been ruled out for Sunday's game against the Jags. Joe Mixon, who returned to practice today, is questionable, as is Foley Fatukasi, who has had a shoulder situation. He was limited in practice the last couple of days, but he has been ruled as questionable. Evan Ingram on the Jags side, they're tied in. He is out. So that is the latest news right there with the Texans injury front.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
All right, the Astros, after a day off, and after understanding exactly where they're going to be the 3 seed. Now it's a matter of who they're going to play. And it looks like it will be between the Royals and the Tigers. The Twins have faint playoff hopes, as they need the Royals or the Tigers to go winless the rest of the way and then win their games to have a chance to get in.
Well, we've seen the Royals go winless in a series before, that's for damn sure.
Unnecessary. They're currently on a 3-game winning streak, so we'll see how that goes as they try to get in. But they know where they are, so there's going to be a sense of Joe and crew playing this lineup, playing how they set things up to get some guys some rest. And that's going to be the interesting thing, to see how he does that over these 3 games. Now, they've got Ronel Blanco on the mound. I almost wish they started a reliever and then made Ronel Blanco come in the second or the third, because I think that's going to be his potential role in the postseason. He is going to that role, if you remember several years ago, that Christian Javier played. Now, hopefully they don't have guys going 3 and 4 innings like those teams did, or 2 innings. But I think when we see the role that he will play will be piggyback, coming up to help somebody. It almost be good to kind of see him get acclimated to that role, having to get in the bullpen and get ready like that.
It would be making the most of your reps. That's for damn sure.
Getting prepared for the postseason. But he is going to start tonight. And when we said it's a wonder how Joe's going to handle it, here is the lineup as they play Cleveland. Altuve is in it. He will lead off at second. Tucker is batting second in right field. Bregman is third. Yainer Diaz is catching. Caratini's at first. You said it last week. It looks like they are really trying to get him some reps at first base, because potentially that's where he is going to get some time to play. And this is sad. There he is. This is sad. Zach DeZenzo is the DH tonight because they sent Shea's ass home, and I think because Tyler put him on the turd list and ran him down, that they decided to send him back down to Sugar Land. Now, obviously he had 4 errors in about 3 or 4 innings, so maybe that
The
had a
nightmare
little
third
something.
continues for Shea.
I'm telling you.
May have something to do with it.
I'm telling you. Hey, that was one of them games. You had a good start, man. You had a good start to your year, Shea. Did some good things early in the year, man.
And
this
now-
is on Bregman, man. It's Bregman's fault.
No, it's a shame.
Bregman had to get his little wave to the crowd or whatever, man. Look, if Bregman stays in the game.
in that case, it's got to be a Spotter's fault. Breggy, game.
Yeah, that's fair. Blame it on the spot. I'm just telling you,
it's
Shea's
Shea's fault, damn it. He's got to get one of those.
Shea's still got a job today, and he's collecting a much bigger check on Tuesday if he doesn't have to go in there and, God,
The
what was
nightmare
that throw to
third
home?
continues for Shea.
I mean, I can't get that out of my head, man. I mean, I think about.
He had a tough one to first, too.
Oh, man.
Yeah, he had a tough one. But Zach DeCenzo, they call him back up.
I mean, what was Shea's game checks, Tyler? You think we can finally get Cheryl on that, man? Could you imagine? Like, he's going to do in his head, he's going, man, I could have made me.
I hope it covers his travel expenses back to Sugar Land.
Them Sugar Land checks ain't.
It was so bad, they told him to take a Greyhound.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can Uber to Sugar Land, Chief.
Grab you that lift there, Shea.
Take your ass to Greyhound.
Oh,
A
man.
Greyhound to Sugar Land. That's what we want you to do. All right, DeCenzo's the DH tonight. Jake Myers is in center. Dubon is in left. And Kessinger is at short, giving Pena a night off. So it looks like, Clint, they're going to maybe periodically rest certain guys. I would imagine Altuve gets a day off. The person I do like seeing in there is Tucker. I think Tucker needs to continue getting as many swings as he can get. I think he looks decent, but obviously we saw Verlander missing that much time and how long it took for him to kind of pick things up, which he never did. But you want to get Tucker as many at bats, so I like to see him in the game.
Look, I love this lineup, man. I'm just, of course, I would rather err on the side of overworking guys than having rust come a 3-game wild card series. So I love these guys wanting to get run because surely these guys have been talking, feel like they need to get these at bats. They need to see live pitching. Now I would have had a Stern talking to with everyone. Guys, at least my top 4 hitters for damn sure. Hey, I don't need you stretching it.
We're not getting triples tonight.
Hey, unless it hits the wall, your ass is on first base.
Your ass better stand
That's
up.
That's it. If it doesn't touch the wall, then you better be standing up somewhere. That's a good point. Yeah, stand up somewhere. We ain't sliding.
Stand up triples, baby.
That's it, baby. Wherever you're at, just make sure you're standing up.
Tyler, do you think especially the top 4, Altuve, Tucker, Bregman, Diaz, how many innings do you think those guys play tonight? You think they play the full 9?
I think it'll depend probably on just how it unfolds early in the game, but I wouldn't expect a full 9. No.
This feels like a real spring training-esque
Yes.
type of
I would co-sign that.
type of a deal. Now, I think Dubon's going to play about 3 positions tonight. I think Dubon might slide up there at short. Dubon might play second.
As long
I
as
think
4
Dubon
air Shea ain't out there, that's fine.
Well, no, he's in Sugar Land. Well, he gets to play on the AAA championship team, I think.
Let that die, Tyler.
Minor
Let that
league
die.
player of the year, Shea Whitcomb.
Let that die.
He
man.
was, man. God.
How about that? He went from celebrating. For a baseball.
He was going to be on this playoff team.
I mean, for an up-and-coming baseball player, man. I mean, he got the Player of the Year, man. I mean,
He was
that's
gonna
big
be on
for
this
him.
playoff
And he
team.
it's had to ruin it all in one.
believe they
How many
announced
errors?
it the same
Like
day.
713-572-4610. Those are your YouTube and Twitter. How many errors do you think he could have had to keep him here? Do you think if he'd have got 2, he would have been fine?
2's the max. What any
You think
player is 2.
Well,
You think once he hit that third one, it was over?
It's kind of like again. It's this is what you miss like that. Not everybody doesn't even mention his name, Laramie.
Yeah, but as soon as you hit that hat trick, thoughts are not good about
you.
you.
wanted him to send Laramie to Sugar Land.
Yeah, make him jog to Sugar Land.
Make him go to Katy. Sit there. You're going to Katy.
Hell.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
All right, Thursday night football last night. The Cowboys, they get a dub 20-15. I don't know if they exactly made Cowboy fans feel really great about their team moving forward.
There it was.
20-15. Real quick, and when you look at our bets, all of our bets yesterday, our best bets, all of our bets slid in to that game last night. And
you were a push, though.
I'm just saying, hadn't gotten to how they turned out. I'm just saying all of the bets came within that game.
Well, I mean, that's how it works.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
2 of us won.
Clint went with Malik Neighbors, 6.5 receptions, and he tore through that. And including a concussion that sent him out for the game, he still managed to get 12 12 receptions on 15 targets for 115 yards. Tyler had Daniel Jones and Kay Adams over 202.5 yards, and clearly Kay Adams came in and wished him good luck before the game because he went 29 of 40 for 281 yards. You won on that one. I had the Cowboys. I took the over there as they were -5. I thought they'd win this thing by
spread.
Double digits. And no, they didn't. They won by 5. That's a Vegas field goal by the best long-distance kicker who I don't think had ever missed a 50-yard field goal, including in the 60s.
Dude, a lot of people had 5.5. A lot of people lost on that missed field goal.
Yes, and Al Michaels was all into it, as he always is. Al Michaels, somebody's very happy that they're rolling out here for a field goal attempt. Oh, round! I mean, he's been on the gambling thing. So.
I mean, even if you had 5, how disgusted are you?
You ain't lying, man.
I mean, if you had real money on it, I'm glad I did.
Yeah. You all pulled it out. You all won on the best bets. So good job. The big thing out of this game, though, is not just that the Cowboys didn't look great against a bad team, but Micah Parsons got rolled up late with his ankle. I know he was having an MRI today. So we'll see the latest on that, but I mean, you talk about fall apart. They lose him. I think Lawrence was out towards the end of the game as well. So their 2 best defensive players were out. Hell, Diggs had to get an IV because he was struggling in there. So tough one for their defense. But while they were in there, they did stop the run though. They were able to do that. They were worse than football.
They stopped.
Take that away.
They stopped the best junior high rushing attack in New York. They did a really, really good job. I heard somebody say earlier, and I about fell off my damn couch.
Junior high. Huh?
Look, I mean, here's the deal: is I mean that the only way that game could have been worse is if they'd have lost. Like they did everything they could to piss off the fan base. Except for losing. Yeah, it was like you mentioned, the guys getting hurt. I mean, Daniel Jones actually looked pretty damn good. I mean, I guess my standard's really low.
I mean, much better than you would think.
Yeah, I mean, I thought Tyler was making a risky bet. Hell, that was I checked it. He cleared that in the third quarter.
That was the only bet on that game last night I lost.
Yeah. That. Oh no, you won that bet.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the yards. Never mind.
Yeah, it was Daniel Jones over, right?
Oh, yeah. I thought you were talking about something else. That's my fault.
I thought that was a risky bet. Hell, I looked at the third quarter, and he was knocking them down. So couldn't run the football, and he's spinning it around the park. Now they wasn't worth a damn in the damn red zone. They couldn't get touchdowns for nothing, or else the Cowboys would have been in trouble. But yeah, I mean, again, if they would have lost, I think it would have obviously been a lot worse. But you didn't convince anybody that you're a better football team than the Giants.
No, that you didn't make you feel good about this next 3-game stretch of how the Cowboys are going to look against the Pittsburgh Steelers on the road, Detroit coming in, and then going to San Francisco, a team that clearly has their number. So that's the next 3 coming up, but they do get a W, and we'll see what's up with Micah Parsons and that ankle issue. All right, coming up as we continue live, we'll hook somebody up with some tickets. We're gonna do a couple of things. We're gonna hook somebody with some tickets and a $25 gift card to Big City Wings coming up after this next break. So you might want to get in and get your name signed in the raffle. Simply this, guys. I feel like there potentially may be an uneasy feel. This is a game that you got to win. I was listening to Payne and Pendergast talking about, I don't even want to think about if they lose this game, how this looks. How are you feeling about this game on Sunday? How are you feeling? Are you in a confident space or are you in a nervous space against the Jags? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, if y'all live around these parts, there's 2 things that you know. Academy Sports and Outdoors is where it's at.
The action starting at 6 a.m. on Shoppa's John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader.
Sports Radio 610. It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Big City Wings in Edo, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, let's jump right into it, fellas, and listeners, ladies as well. Sorry, Melissa. Ladies as well out there. You can join in 713-572-4610. Those who are on YouTube and Twitch. I legit want to hear where people are. This is a game that the Texans are favored by more than a touchdown.
Bring on the Jaguars!
And based off what the Texans have done and their expectations, and based off how the Jags have looked the first 3 weeks, and especially after they just got whooped. I mean, mollywopped in Buffalo last week, 47-10. This is a game that the Texans thought that they should win, and they should win. They appear to be the better team right now. But we've seen how the Texans have looked through the first 3 games, and then last week they got whooped in Minnesota, just like the Jags got whooped as well. How's everybody feeling about this thing? How y'all feeling about this game right now? And I'm just like, are you closer to a space of being confident, or are you closer to a space of feeling nervous about this game? How are you feeling about this matchup? You know they're coming in here, Clint, probably going to give you the best that they got, because their season probably is over if they go 0-4. We don't see teams make the playoffs really coming out of 0-4. How are you all feeling about this game?
I feel confident about this game.
You're confident? Okay.
Yeah, I feel confident about this game. When there's nothing like an eye opener or a bringing somebody back down to earth. There's nothing better than getting just flat out embarrassed, especially when it's a team that shouldn't embarrass you. Look, Minnesota's a better football team than I gave them credit for. I think Minnesota right now is squarely in the conversation of who's going to win that division and a playoff caliber football team. But with that said, you got embarrassed on several fronts for several reasons, and I think there's teams that can be overlooked, and the Jacksonville Jaguars this year may be one of those football teams. But for the Houston Texans right now, it don't matter who the next opponent is. Like the level of focus, the level of get right, in terms of guys being accountable and checking themselves. If it didn't happen this week, then we got to be really careful. This is going to be a rough season. Like if even the Laramie Tunstals of the world, the highest paid guys that are typically one of the better players at their position, even you watch that film and you should be embarrassed. The offensive line, there's no more. Well, we're close. No, you should be absolutely embarrassed. This offense in general, all these weapons supposedly that they're supposed to be super explosive. You haven't been. It's blatantly obvious now. It's been 3 weeks. You should be in a tough spot. And so I think with that said, I think this is a team that reacts and responds to that situation. I think D'Amico Ryans will have the guys right, and I'm super confident that they go out there and handle their business this week.
Text line coming through. My expectations aren't as high as most of the fan base. Ocho says, I'm neither confident nor worried because I think they still need an upgrade in the trenches to become a serious contender. I'm in full wait-and-see mode right now. Yes, I feel confident in this team.
I'm confident this week. I'm not confident in the team.
You want to make that clear?
I mean, I've been a 9-win guy from the jump, and they've done nothing to lead me to believe that that's not safe. And hell, it may be a stretch at the rate they're going right now.
Say no.
So no, I'm not.
You're just confident in this.
Just week. This week, I think this is a talented football team. I don't think Jacksonville is even in the same ballpark with the Texans in terms of players or quarterback or how well they're coached. And I like the Jacksonville Jaguars. I just think more highly of the Texans, and I think it comes to fruition this Sunday.
See, for me is I am a tad bit nervous, just because, like when I look at the talent on Jacksonville, and I've gone back and watched all 3 of the games that they've played, at least 30-minute game they've played. You look at
recaps,
it,
baby.
They have better talent than what their record is. Like they just have been horrible in the red zone and finishing drives, but they move up and down. And you look at Thomas; he has been a really good player to start, the receiver out of LSU. Gabe Davis, they've got some talent. ETN can get going. Trevor has talent out there. And to me, a team with its backs against the wall, a team that has to win this game. Their season's on the line. There is a bit of they played real tight with teams like the Bears and the Colts, and I think there's an argument that the Jags have just as much talent as those teams do, especially offensively have as much talent as those teams do, and those games were really tight. So I think the Texans will win, but I am a tad bit nervous when you look at the talent that the Jags have and that they are going to be playing. They should be playing at a level of like win or go home type. And so that does bring me a little bit nervous about this game for the Texans, because I do think they're more talented than the Bears and the Colts. And
well, that's the truth. They are that.
And those teams and those games were really, really tight for the Texans.
Yeah.
So
this is the two defenses are on two different levels. Should be. Let me repeat that. It's hard after last week. I don't.
Yeah.
These two defenses should be on two different levels. In the game, like you said, they have the ability to be explosive on offense, as should the Texans. They got talent at all the skill positions, as do the Texans, even with some of the guys injured. The reality of it is D'Amico's defense should give this team every chance on Sunday to win the game. And hell, to be honest with you, that the way that Trevor's playing right now, they should turn him over. They should be a reason why you win in terms of putting points on the board. At least big shifts in field position. So I think the defenses are the two differences. Like Jacksonville. Boy, that commentary around that game last week was scary, man. For them, not for us, but for them. And now you match up CJ Stroud and this skilled group against that defense. I think they got problems.
Text line coming through. I'm confident we got CJ and D'Amico. Next text coming through. Very nervous. Jacksonville is coming in pissed off after last week. On YouTube and Twitch, Champ Slice, I'm definitely nervous as well. So there's some thoughts there from Texans fans. Someone texted in, I like this one. This is going to make me determine how I feel about this team, how they play in this game. That is an interesting thought there. All right, coming up, it is Football Friday, but a lot more than just happening on Sunday. Saturday, there are some huge games locally and across the country. We'll look at our Saturday slate. Welcome up next right here live on The Drive.
Before we do that, I got to tell you about Our Vision Homes. Look, if you're out there and you're
Headquarters for the best grills at the best price. It's Texas Star Grill Shop.
It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Big City Wings in Edo, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here. Come on out to Big City Wings. The food is fantastic. They've got appetizers and they've got wings all over the place. We're in Edo, right off Navigation, so make your way on out here. And you got prizes, all right? And all you got to do is fill your name out, put it in the raffle box, and you got a chance to win multiple prizes, including we're going to hand out tickets to the U of H Iowa State game. We're going to hook people up with a couple of gift cards from this great place, Big City Wings, that you can use at all locations. We're going to hook somebody up, multiple people up, with two $25 gift cards to Academy Sports and Outdoors. So get on in here and have yourself a chance to win, as all you got to do is fill your name out, put it in the raffle box on this Football Friday live here at Big City Wings here in Edo. All right, we do this every week. We do this Football Friday, but football, obviously, Saturday comes before Sunday, and it's always a big day on Saturday, and this is a big day on Saturday, both locally, and also nationally, as big games are all around the place. I'm going to get mine out of the way because I think you two have the games that people are really into. Mine is taking place in Orlando, Clint, and that is Colorado against UCF. And UCF is one of the best, if not the best, rushing teams in all of college football. And I'll just say, through the first 2 years of Deion's time there, Colorado has struggled mightily against teams that can run the football very well.
The dogs.
And listen, I thought for a while, Clint, them 16 minutes of fame, and I'm giving it 16 minutes because I respect Prime. Them 16 minutes of fame that Colorado had was potentially going away if they lost to Colorado State. But then they were on national TV last weekend and had an amazing game that I watched all the way through, and they ended up winning in overtime after they had a Hail Mary that was caught from Shedeur Sanders. But now they're 3-1, and they head to another Big 12 team. And I don't feel good about Colorado's chances at stopping this thing, but this thing would have to be, to me, a shootout and a high-scoring game for Colorado to win. We'll see if they can go on the road to win, but I'm intrigued to see if the Deion Colorado story, because to me, I still think it is the most interesting thing in college football. Like the game, there are better teams and but story and full emotions. I think Colorado is maybe at the top when it comes to college football right now. So I'm intrigued to see.
Look, they were definitely there last year. I mean, the truth of the matter is it's starting to fizzle a bit, and Prime's got to win, and he did win last week, and boy, he's got a hell of a quarterback, and he's got the best player in college football. There's no doubt about that.
He stopped that play at the goal line for them to win. And that fumble.
So look, I think when you know. This is going to be a major test for them. Obviously, traveling to the East Coast, traveling to Orlando, this is where you can prove that you can play big boy football. Because here's the thing: I know UCF isn't a Power 5 powerhouse, right? But their coach damn sure is. They got Gus Malzahn down there, and they got an old quarterback that was at Arkansas. In career-wise, statistically, he's one of the best to ever play at Arkansas, and when he's at his best, he's running downhill. When Gus Malzahn is at his best, he's running downhill. KJ Jefferson is not Cam Newton by any stretch of the imagination, but stylistically, they're very similar. And so this is a game where if Colorado can just stick around, they're going to have to stop a bully attack in Central Florida. Now, I think this is Central Florida. This is one of the lines I like. I like Central Florida at home, -14. I like the over in that game, over 60, I think 3 or 64 I saw it. So I like Central Florida in this game, but you're right. Hell of a game. Going to be a hell of a football game.
Yeah, we'll see where Deion is in this game. All right. Big one nationally, the one that everybody's talking about, number 2, Georgia travels to Tuscaloosa to play the Alabama Crimson Tide.
Yeah, this is the big boy this week. And look, this is the big boy of the SEC anyway, I think, of the season so far. Two things. The Georgia Bulldogs, I believe I heard their defense has not given up a touchdown this season. And then you look on the flip side, the what I thought was one of the biggest question marks in football, Jalen Milroe, who clearly can run it. How does he fit into Kalen DeBoer's offense, his for lack of better terms, air raid offense?
They did a number on Wisconsin.
On the road. I mean, that was impressive. And so the matchup, that defense, Jalen Milroe has fit in really, really well with Kalen DeBoer. He from an air yard per attempt on his passes, he's the second most explosive quarterback in the country right now. And we know what he can do athletically with his feet. They're throwing it down the field from an air yards perspective. Like I said, he's second in the country, y'all. Not in the SEC, in the country. This kid's spinning the ball around the park. We know what he can do athletically, and we know what kind of defense Georgia has. That matchup right there is what this thing's all about.
Yeah. Who you got?
I got Georgia.
You got Georgia.
I got Georgia. I mean, Tuscaloosa, Alabama. What was it? The Alabama's won, I think, 17 straight home wins, conference SEC home wins. I think that run falls Saturday night game in Alabama. This is going to be big. Yeah, I'm taking the Bulldogs.
Yeah, and Georgia lost to them, if you remember, in the SEC championship game last year. The last time they played, and Jalen Milroe was really, really good in that game. Outplayed Beck, the quarterback for Georgia. All right, Tyler. We'll leave the stage to you two. As Tyler, your game of the week. I don't think it's a mystery.
Yeah, it shouldn't surprise anyone. Some piggies.
You got A&M, and you've got
he's so disrespectful.
The Arkansas Razorbacks. You've got the Texas A&M Aggies and the Arkansas Razorbacks. The number 24 Texas A&M.
See, it sounded 24. So good until you. Look, I mean, that's what Lowe sounds like when I get her to call the Hogs.
They'll be in Dallas coming up for this. Is it in Dallas, right? Is it in Dallas? They'll be
it's
in
Dallas. Jerry's World, man.
Coming up for
this.
Is
this the last year?
I'm not
or is
sure.
There one more?
I know. All I know is it is this year. I'm not sure. I know it was coming to an end. I don't know.
And A&M's favored in this game. All right, Tyler. I know you expect them to win this game as their favorite. Clint, what is the way that Arkansas wins this game against A&M on Saturday?
Off script, off platform. I mean, Taylor Green is he's
been good.
He's really good off script, and he's one of those long striders. Like if you remember Matt, they look like he's running near as fast as he is, but nobody can catch him. He's one of those guys, man. Off script, off platform. The scramble game is deadly. He's converting third downs, long third downs. And then, the other thing is the quarterback run game, the read run game where he puts it in the belly of Jaquindon Jackson, who's the old Utah running back who is really, really good. He's the real deal, by the way. He's going to be good at the NFL level. Their read run game has been really, really good. So either way you slice it, whether it's on, in scheme and on time in the read run game with the quarterback in 22, Jaquindon Jackson, or it's a scramble game, that's got to be big. I know it's Bobby Petrino, and Bobby Petrino is known for his quarterback's ability to spin it from the pocket. Even Lamar was special at Louisville, throwing it around the park. I've just not seen anything from Taylor Green that he's going to consistently pick you apart, throwing the football from the pocket. He is special in the quarterback run game and special in the scramble game. So that's it. And the other thing is this defense, they'll give up 2, maybe 3 really long touchdowns, but they're in your face and they're super physical and they're swarming, to use a Houston term. They're going to cause some turnovers. And so causing turnovers, quarterback run game, and the scramble game. That's how they're going to win it.
Tyler, it seems like with the Aggies, this new quarterback has kind of changed the feel of how people and how this offense looks with A&M. And Aggie fans have a lot more confidence with this quarterback.
Oh, yeah. Marcel Reed has come on the scene. Not saying he's just been lights out, but he's been a complete game changer for the Texas A&M Aggies. He has changed the offensive side of the ball in a big way ever since Wegman got benched. It's really the first time the Aggies have had a true threat of a dual threat quarterback since Manziel. This is the first time. No, he's far more athletic than old Kellen Mond was.
Kellen Mond was a dual threat. I mean,
I know, but I'm talking about the electric plays off script. You didn't see. I mean, you saw that from Mond here and there, but he wasn't. He stayed in that pocket a whole lot more than we're seeing from Marcel right now.
To your point, Reed has got some serious athletic twitch. I mean, it's different level. He can run, and the thing about Reed is he's in control of it.
Mm-hmm.
What Bobby Slowick and CJ Stroud always talk about, micro movements. He's really good naturally with that in the pocket. He's got a nice whip. Here's the problem with Reed. Here's the problem that Reed has, Ron. That Arkansas' strength is their secondary. They're going to play 6 defensive backs if they're all healthy. They're going to play 6 defensive backs, and they are in-your-face physical ball hawks with good ball skills. And A&M, the one spot that I know, I'm sure there's more, but the one spot where they are not up to snuff, where they got to get significantly better, is the wide receiver position. So that could cause some problems for Reed in the pass game against Arkansas. That strength versus weakness could end up being a big issue.
What you got coming up at the 4?
Well, Bob, and first of all, he always makes me football horny, but this is a big week, Ron. This is a big week for the Texans. This is a get-right week for the Texans. And a couple of the comments that Bobby Slowick made to the media yesterday when he spoke, damn it, should motivate everybody. Fan base, players, Laramie Tunsil, D'Amico Ryans. This has to be changed, and it has to be changed tomorrow. We'll talk about that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about
Scan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Video games are the devil.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
All right, we're out here at Big City Wings, Edo location. Come through, check us out. We got plenty of seats in the house. Got some good grub. I've told y'all many a times about the Tahine wings. I've told you about the Crawdaddy wings. I just had a you can't go wrong at Big City Wings. I've had several things off the menu, and it's big time. So come on through, hang out. We've got a couple of Academy Sports and Outdoors gift cards to give away. We've got one more Big City Wings gift card to give away. Also, big shout out to Academy Sports and Outdoors. If you're in the building or if you're driving by, make sure you scan the QR code on the Ultimate Football Tailgate Package banner in the front of the building. When you walk in, there is what that is you're registering to win a $1,000 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors. That'll go a long way at Academy Sports and Outdoors. A $1,000 gift card, as well as 2 seats in the suite for the Christmas Day game against the Baltimore Ravens. It's actually our suite, our Odyssey suite, the second largest suite in NRG Stadium. So it's a really cool environment. Got grub, got drinks, great people up there. It's a good time. So make sure you scan that QR code. Make sure that you get registered for that right there, and it'll be a good time. And hell, who doesn't appreciate $1,000 at Academy Sports and Outdoors? It'll go a long way. So get by here and check that out ASAP. This week, Texans got the Jacksonville Jaguars, obviously, on Sunday. We've talked about it. We've talked about it every which way possible. Ron, this is a get-right game. When it's all said and done, this is a get-right game. And Bobby Slowick, the offense weekly, provides football horny clips for all of us. It's absolutely beautiful. I don't know that everybody enjoys it as much as I do.
Before we get to that boner.
That's right. Before you don't get quite there. We're talking Bobby Slowick, but don't get quite there. But hell, if you want to, go ahead. But there were a couple of issues this week, and I think it's important. I think the fan base wants to hear about it. Bobby Slowick, the offensive coordinator for the unit that can't run the football, the offensive coordinator for the unit that, for whatever reason, has really struggled with penalties this year. And when we talk about this being a get-right game, it starts in those two categories, Ron. I think let's start with the penalties. That has to be addressed. It has to be addressed on the offensive side of the football. It has to be addressed with Laramie Tunsil and beyond. But here's Bobby Slowick talking about, because we're at the point in the week where, hell, it's go time, right? Here's Bobby Slowick talking about not necessarily what happened, but what can you do moving forward to prevent the offense from falling into those kind of issues this Sunday?
Our role is to ensure it does not happen. I mean, we know the rules. This has been a recurring theme for us really since camp that showed up all the way across the offense. I know the offensive line was getting dinged last week. It's been with eligibles as far as alignment, illegal procedures, motion operation. I mean, like we have to get that cleaned up, and we are making sure that happens.
Ron, this is where I started getting disgusted in my vehicle on the way over here, if I'm being completely honest with you. I know I went off on Laramie Tunsil in the first segment. Maybe we'll circle back to that. My feelings have not changed. This is where I really started getting disgusted, right? Is when the offensive coordinator's up there talking about we got to get it right. It's been an ongoing issue with alignment, right? Procedures. Like, this is an offense that was one of the best, most explosive offenses in the league last year. This is an offense that has one of, if not the best young quarterback in the game. This is an offense that has the highest paid left tackle, one of the highest paid left tackles in the game, a Super Bowl winning right guard, first round and second round draft picks all up and down the offensive line, a pass catching tight end that you just paid, I believe, $12 million to. You brought in Stephon Diggs and you're paying him over $20 million. You made win now moves, and your offensive coordinator in week 3, after week 3, I guess it's in week 4, is out here talking about having ongoing issues that rebuilding organizations typically have. That teams that have communication issues and are dysfunctional to some degree have these kinds of issues. So, Ron, not only is it a shame that they did it last week, but it's a shame that the offensive coordinator is talking about it right now. In the get right category, that's the thing first and foremost that has to change this Sunday.
Yeah, I mean the penalties and lack of discipline that has taken place the last 2 weeks is unacceptable and honestly shocking to when you look at D'Amico and how they have run things. How they do
you said discipline. That's the perfect. That's my.
That's just what it is.
That's the hot button for me, man. It's like, man, you made win now moves. You got some of the highest paid dudes out here, and your discipline sucks.
Well, that wasn't the culture that they set last
year. Correct. It's got to be, if they're going to even remotely live up to the expectations that they have for themselves or we have for them this year. It's got to start right there. Number 2, Ron, and this is going to be a conversation I'm sure folks are going to get tired of hearing about, but damn it, if you follow the Texans, you should get tired of them not being able to do it, right? Why hasn't the O-line, the Texans offensive line, shown consistency in the run game? Here's Bobby Slowick, the offensive coordinator, answering that question.
I think there's a lot of reasons for that. The number one reason would be the same thing. I mean, we could probably count on one hand the amount of times we're doing what we're supposed to do. And in the run game, that's a problem. I mean, we had unblocked players tackling us for 4-yard losses. That's not how you draw it up. You know what I mean? So we got to go execute.
I think he's getting pissed thinking about it.
Right, he should be. Boy, something smells good. I don't know what that was they just brought out of there, but something smells good. Ron, this is where 2 things here. I'll start with the negative, right? This is where when you pay an offensive lineman as well as they're paying Laramie Tunsil and you slap the C on his chest, like the offensive coordinator saying that publicly to the media has got it embarrassing. Like, this is a Laramie Tunsil problem. And I'm not talking about the penalties right now. I'm talking about the inability to run the football. That's Laramie Tunsil's room. He's a captain of this team. He's the captain that's in that room. They've got a personal in this offensive line has got to change things this week against the Jacksonville Jaguars. Like, it's got to be taken personal. That's embarrassing for the offensive coordinator to be talking about the run game like that. I think he said they ran it 9 times, and they've got defensive defenders tackling a running back unblocked in the backfield 4 yards deep. Like, I love hearing it from Bobby Slowick, but it should be embarrassing.
No, and the way that teams are defending them, as we talked about yesterday, they should be running the football better. They should be able to add that and to protect the quarterback. They have not done up front either one of them well to start this season, except for the one game against the Colts. Besides that ball game, they have not pass blocked well, and they have not run block well. In the last two games, that has just really, really hurt them. And yeah, I think that whole group's got to have some pride. And then last week they added to it by just getting penalty after penalty between Titus Howard, between obviously Laramie Tunsil and others. So this game and this week, a lot has to do with them dudes up front because they haven't played to the level that they've been expected to, and clearly you're looking and seeing this will be the reason why the Texans don't reach the spot that many people thought is up front. And they've got to stop that.
Yeah, and it's a game to get happen. The whole point of the discussion now with the penalties and the inability to run the game isn't to bitch and moan about the Texans. It's to simply say that this is a game that you got to get it right. And if you don't, the conversation changes significantly around this football team. Now, the other part of that, Ron, is that according to a video you saw earlier, that Joe Mixon appears to be not just playing, but I know he's questionable on the injury report, but I've not seen the video. You saw the video. Apparently, he seems to be more than just healthy with that ankle. He seems to be pretty active at practice and moving around really, really well.
I love Joe Mixon.
Yeah, you too, Gruden. I do as well. Now I need him to back it up. Him being in that huddle, Ron, changes the dynamic. Joe Mixon being in that huddle changes the dynamic. We talked, and then I think some of it was half-heartedly, but I was dead-ass serious. Like, if they start having issues up front this early in the first quarter this week, like somebody's going to have to step up and get these guys moving in the right direction. You know what I mean? If Laramie Tunsil hadn't done it in meetings, somebody's going to have to step up. CJ's as a quarterback, you're too. It's difficult to do those kind of things in between plays because you're getting plays, you're trying to communicate, you're making sure the personnel's right, yada, yada, yada. So it's tough for the the quarterback to do it. The guy that it's not tough for is the guy that seems to be the one that brings the juice to the huddle. The guy that has the pelts on the wall and the experience in the league to be vocal if he so chooses to be vocal. He had a nice front row seat to watch what happened last week. If it becomes a problem again, hopefully it doesn't, but if it does, if anybody's ever going to make that move and getting that ass in the huddle, I think Joe Mixon is probably your best candidate to do so.
Yeah, I think they feed off of him. And we talked to Titus Howard a couple of weeks back, and he said, Joe Mixon helps the offensive line look better. He does, and I'll say this again, as I've said it before, and I don't, we've seen Damian Pierce, we've seen Devin Singletary, we've seen Dario Gumbawale, we've seen Cam Akers, we've seen a lot of backs the last 2 years since this Bobby Slowick offense was implemented, and only one time did we see it run the way that I think they envisioned it being run. We came out of that game saying, boy, this is what they've been trying to do. This is when they look like the Niners. That has been with that one guy, and his cutback ability, the way he understands how to read, and all of that through the zone blocking scheme. Like, he clearly is somebody that separated himself from anybody else we've seen here in the running game. And yes, I agree with you. You've said this. I think the guys up front, they got to block it the way that they're capable of blocking it. But I do think when I hear a guy like Titus Howard say, "Yeah, he helps us." He helps us. He's never wrong, as I believe that's what he said. He never hits the wrong spot. I think that is and also a really big deal for this offense to get him back. There's the guy up front that he's going to cut back and he's going to read it right.
Well, I'm at a breaking point, man. I'm at a tipping point. Enough is enough.
You really are.
Enough is enough. I'm over it, man. I'm through being Mr. Nice Guy. I know, relatively speaking, I'm probably a little bit more negative than maybe Sean or Seth. But at the end of the day, I'm over it, man. It's time to get right. It's unacceptable. It's embarrassing, to be completely honest with you. And but whether it's Joe Mixon patting him on the ass or CJ Stroud or D'Amico, whatever they got to do this week, man. If it becomes a problem again, this offensive line, there's got to be some there's got to be something done to motivate these guys. So we'll see. That's Ron Hughley. I'm Clint Stoerner. We are at the Edo location, Big City Wings. Come hang with us. We got plenty of room. A couple people kind of trickling in the door here. We got some gift card giveaways. You can register for that ultimate football tailgate package by Academy Sports and Outdoors as well. So come on through and hang out with us. I'm gonna do the older generation a solid, Ron. The older fellas out there.
Okay.
See, every now and then. Well, not that old. I guess it could pertain to those guys, because this is something that I didn't realize. I didn't realize was a thing, right? I mean, social media today, especially like Instagram and like, I don't know how this happens. Because there's like random like podcast snippets will come through my feed of podcasts that I don't follow, and I don't know why, but there's a certain group. Tyler, do you have the name of that podcast that's on this?
Yes, this is some lovely ladies that do the Unwaxed podcast.
As you said that, in my mind, I just pictured what they could possibly mean. But these ladies are clearly younger than I am, and they think a little bit differently, Ron. And so this is. I want to thank the Gram for all of the guys out there that.
Thank the Gram.
Thank the Gram, man, for all the guys out there that maybe my age, maybe slightly younger, and you're single. See, I can't. I mean, it obviously doesn't pertain to me any longer, but the guys out there that are single, did you know that it is currently cuffing season, and the women are the women are on the prowl more so right now than they may have been the previous month.
Not deer season, it's cuffing season.
Cuffing, no question about it. Here is, fellas, you can thank me later.
It is cuffing season. So you know what that means, ladies. If you're single, you got 2 months to recruit, 2 months to cuff.
You have 2 months to find someone that's good enough to bring home to mom.
September, October is recruitment season. Everybody's 100%. Out socializing. It's not that cold yet. So that is where you're on the prowl. That's where you look for that cuddle buddy during the cold time. And then when November, December, and January comes along, you have him, you're cuffed, it's ball and chain.
Now, I'm not saying look, I'm not saying if you're not ready for that move that you get cuffed up. But there's been a lot of guys that have been recruited that didn't really pan out to be as good as they may have been thought to be. You can be one of those recruits that you just enjoy recruiting season, and then maybe you're not the one that they take home to mom. Look, if you're not ready for that, I don't suggest you do it.
Is this the first time you've?
Yes.
Really?
Yes. I just approached life like that until I was about 42.
In winter months, baby.
No, I was recruiting. I was into being recruited year round. Like I was into
year round. Yeah, but the cuffing season is like, hey, it gets colder. And hey, man, you want somebody to go to the movies with. You want somebody to Netflix.
Sounds like
with,
they were trying
get
to
under the covers with.
Yeah, lay down with.
Yeah, a little October. When that summer, when that weather gets better, then you're like, no, I don't want to be cuffed.
I think I was aware of maybe like that concept, like theoretically that being a thing, but I didn't know that beautiful young ladies thought like that.
Oh yeah, they want to be cuffed too.
They clearly
It looks like she's doing some cuffing though.
The point is, yes, indeed. The point is, fellas, you got 2 months, man. Enjoy recruiting season. Get your hair cut. Get your gear right. Get out and about the city, because them women are out there recruiting, man. Just you can thank me later. Y'all can send me pictures. Sports Radio 610. I'm talking about of the in your recruiting process, the going zones. You know what I mean? Yeah. Send those in to Sports Radio 610, man. Let us know how that recruiting's going.
Cuffing season. Yeah, there you go. You know about that cuffing season. All right, coming up as we continue here at Big City Wings here in Edo. Come on out right off Navigation and get on in here. You got a chance to win prizes. Somebody's already won a gift card thus far. You have a chance to win a gift card and tickets to U of H and Iowa State. In fact, we are going to give a ticket away right now as soon as this segment ends. Coming up. But the next time we will be together, the playoffs and the postseason will be set for the Astros. And there is one player who I know many of you were thinking about at the start of the season better have a good postseason. I wonder, has that changed? We'll discuss that coming up next.
I'll see you in October.
That time is coming.
Payne and Pendergast.
I think the Texans ignored a lot of stuff in victory the last couple weeks.
reports move y'all's emotions, and I'm just not. What do you want to bet? What do you want to bet right now? There's no brace, and he's in the lineup.
What?
In the what? What do you want? I'll bet. What do you want to bet? You're a betting man. What do you want to bet?
You're saying this report of the knee brace, like that's just a fib?
No, I'm sure he's got a little brace on him. The trainer's got to do their job.
He's put money on this thing, Tyler.
Look, the trainer's got. What do you want him to do? You want him to go? Oh, hey, look, he's fine, y'all. He's just going to chill in Houston until this wild card series.
Are you a conspiracy theorist?
No. I just that's just a fine. Would anybody like to bet on it?
713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, I'll read it again, and I just want to see, because Clint, where is your concern level on this?
0.
Scale of 1 to 10.
0.
Clint.
Real.
Clint.
0.
Stoerner. Jacob.
Yeah,
Clint, you're not serious.
He's dealing with
dead
something.
Serious. He'd have to have a broken leg for him not to be on the playoff roster. Y'all kidding me with this?
No. I'll read it again.
But he could have a broken leg. Tucker did, and we didn't know for 3 months.
Man,
I don't think it's a broken leg.
I mean,
but
that's extreme, but you know what I'm saying?
No, but it may be a little bit more than a sprained knee.
He'll be in the lineup with no problems. He'll run. He'll run to first base as fast as he can. Hell, he might even be in left field.
Okay. All right, I want to do this. Clint is at 0. Tyler, where is your concern level 1 to 10 on this latest news? And I'll read it again. Yordan Alvarez has a brace on, and he is doing some work on a treadmill in the weight room, Joe Espada said. There is still some boxes he has to check for the Astros to feel comfortable putting him on a postseason roster.
Well, this is not good.
First and foremost, by the way, the first game is Tuesday. First and foremost, doing some baseball activities. So we're sitting here Friday. Clint's at a 0. Tyler, where are you in your concern about Yordan Alvarez right now?
1 to 10, I'm probably about a 6.8.
Okay.
No, scratch that. 6.9.
Tyler's at a 7, folks. All right?
Yeah.
Tyler's at a 7 in concern level. Clint is at an absolute 0. 713-572-4610. Where are you? Where are you? Are you on Team Clint or are you closer to Team Tyler? Someone just texted in, I'm with Clint. The next one behind it, Clint is wrong more than anyone at this station. Wow, I can't believe I lost that title. How about that?
I appreciate you reading that one out loud. That's good for business.
Clint, you got. I mean, I honest to God, I feel like you're trying to will.
No,
yourself.
I'm not.
There's got to be a smidge.
He'll be in the starting lineup.
I hope so.
By the way, I was right about Tucker's leg. Wonder if you counting that one.
Yeah, text line. I'm at a 6.9. I'm with Clint at a 0. I don't know what that you just said.
I mean, we don't. He says brace. Does Joe Espada know the difference between a brace and a sleeve? Do we? I mean, 99% of folks out. 99% of folks out there right now are thinking he borrowed Laramie Tunsil's offensive lineman knee brace.
What is going on?
Come on, man.
Clint, they generally, and Tyler, you listen to this too. They generally try to. Hey, it's not that bad. They try to soft shoe it, act like it's not a big deal. He's up here talking about, yeah, man. He's got some boxes to check before he's going to be able to be ready to go on Tuesday. Like it was a sign when they said, yeah, man, we don't want to fly him because his knee is swelling up. I hope that he is there. I hope that he plays because I want to see him. But I'll just say, since he slid into second, which I will agree with you, Clint, did not look like we would be sitting here talking about.
Yeah, but
since
like
it got
that
worse.
Though, it's just like that report, Ron. They sell you that they're worried about swelling, but he is at the game on the field celebrating a division, standing. But if you're worried about, but he's not. He's vertical. If you're worried about swelling, and the best player on your squad, a dude that's got these knees that's got you shaking and losing sleep over. If swelling is that big of an issue, he's not in the dugout upright all game. What do you think he got out of? You think he was elevating in the clubhouse down there, and then ran out there to celebrate? No, I mean, come on, man.
But him standing in the dugout and standing out there for a celebration, I think it is different than having to be able to get on the field by Tuesday.
I know. What I'm saying is, if you got a player of that caliber and getting him healthy, he's that. It's that bad.
Think they would be a little bit more cautious with it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I damn sure wouldn't have him sitting up and standing up and being and at a game and be out on the field and after the game if he can't turn it. Yeah, I mean, I just don't. Nothing they've said's got me concerned yet.
I'm with Clint, but T's level of concern is. But what's T's level of concern is Angie. Appreciate you saying that out loud.
Angie.
Put his ass on a train. Well, I don't think he needs to go on a train.
He doesn't need to play this week.
Like a big orange wagon.
No, he'll be in that lineup.
Download, subscribe today.
No brace. That's a good point.
Maybe they'll
Tyler.
put him
good
on.
point.
Maybe they'll put him
on that orange wagon
on bed rest because of the swelling.
Well, if you're worried about swelling, it'd be a good idea.
Yeah, text line Clint's right. YouTube and Twitch, Clint's right.
I like it. I prefer it from the tricks.
First of all, there's not a right answer. It's about how concerned the individual is, friend. So,
yeah. I'll just say since he slid into there and he put his hands on his knees, the news has not gotten closer to him being on the field.
Yeah.
and now they have actually, like, what gets me is they actually use the words to feel comfortable. He's got boxes to check for us to feel comfortable about putting him on the playoff roster.
It's not ideal.
To even put out the thought that, hey, there's a possibility somewhere that he may not be able to make this playoff roster. That is, and they usually try to.
And you don't see that a bit aggressive?
I think I want to see it. Listen, I don't trust anything.
His leg would have to be falling off for him not to be on his playoff roster.
But you said he's a diva.
No, absolutely. That's why I think he's going to be on the field, game one, full of uniform,
I hope so.
No brace, swinging that thing.
I hope so.
The bat. I'm talking about.
But you got, to just say no, not a worry. That's
the bat. I got to be careful around these guys, man.
That's our baseball talk presented by T-Mobile. Head to T-Mobile.com and get a great deal on the iPhone I-16. Man, I really wanted to get into Tucker about Tucker. I guess we got time to do that. As the playoffs start on Tuesday, and coming from Joe Espada's mouth, it seems like it could be up in the air for Yordan Alvarez. All right, what's Laremy Tunsil going to do Sunday? He has been the one that has been talked about. He is the game show, the anger all week on the text line, and calls, what is Laremy Tunsil going to do on Sunday? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all check this out. Imagine finding your dream home and not being able to move right away because you can't sell your current home, right? Many people that I know have lost their dream home.
and add some extra deliciousness to your game day dishes this football season.
Football, fall, and Sagamore Rye Whiskey. It's a match made in heaven, y'all.
It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Big City Wings in Edo, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, as we're live here on a Football Friday, still multiple prizes to hook people up with, and we've got a $25 gift card for this great establishment. Any of the locations you can use at Big City Wings, $25 gift card. There also we have Iowa State U of H tickets. We'll be right here live here in the city. You can go catch that game. We'll be hooking folks up with that. There you go. Signing his name there as well to try to win some tickets. We'll be hooking folks up.
Go on, get in that raffle. If you're in the building, get in that raffle over there now.
Might
it's free money. I don't know about y'all, but I like free money. Go on, get in there.
I like free is good.
Your name will do. You got to be here to win. We don't need your social security number or anything. Go on, get in that box now.
All right. As I see, the first thing I see on the text line, over under 1.5 penalties for Laramie Tunsil. That would be a hell of a line to be set if that was there. But if that was an option, false starts for Laramie Tunsil, that would be.
Tyler, would it shock you? Would it shock you if one of the
that's never happened before, right? There's never been a player.
I've never seen a penalty prop.
If there's money to be won, a prop bet, they'll put it on there, won't they, Tyler? They've had some kind of outside the boxes on there before, hadn't they?
Yeah, outside the box. And I'm not saying just because I haven't seen it, it doesn't exist. But, with my betting history, I've just never seen any kind of penalty prop.
That would be a penalty.
If there was ever going to be one, do you think this would be a time?
Yes. That is fact.
This got to go up. This had to go right up with Jameis Winston's interceptions. That one year when he threw 30 of them, that had to go right up there with it. All right, listen, he has been like it was with that loss. There was a lot. 34-7, a lot goes into a loss like that. But I think by far Laramie Tunsil, from your experience on the post-game show to all week, I've heard Seth and Sean, and I've heard Reggie, I've heard
Pendergast.
Payne. I've heard Figgy, I've heard everybody. I think Ben even called out Laramie Tunsil earlier on the morning show. Tyler was just irate, losing it there live in Minneapolis on Laramie Tunsil. I'm sure of it. We've talked about it. He has been the one that has gotten hit the most with that loss, and it's well-deserved. And then his comments were absolutely, utterly ridiculous after the game, where he started blaming the officiating, besides taking – he had like 5 penalties in the game, but besides taking accountability there. My question is, what do you honestly sense that he is going to do? Do you sense this is a bounce-back game, that Laramie Tunsil comes back and starts to show the people why Nick Caserio has signed him not to 1 but 2 contracts that made him the highest paid offensive lineman in the game? Or I'm sorry, 1 contract. I think Bill O'Brien did the first one. Has signed him to another contract to make him the highest paid offensive lineman in football. Do you get the sense that he will show that, or do you think you will leave this game still being angry because of something he did in this game coming up on Sunday? Do you see this as a bounce-back performance for LT?
It's got to be. It's got to be a bounce-back performance. There's no way that Laramie Tunsil and D'Amico Ryans have not had a straight-up
come
to Jesus. This has got to be better, significantly better. You're better than this. We can't win with this. Now, I'm sure the tone was a little different, but there's no way you can convince me that after as bad as it was, that Laramie Tunsil carried over to the entire offensive line and really the entire locker room. My only hope is that because it's been 23 penalties in 2 games for over 200 yards, I hope they didn't take the easy route of talking to the Texans about this. Now, yeah, you got to address it with the team.
I want to say those 23 penalties are the team, not Laramie Tunsil.
Yeah, 23
Some people
penalties.
might think you might have had 23 penalties.
2 games. Look, everybody's had their turn, but Laramie Tunsil, from a percentage standpoint, has more of them. So I just hope that because it has been such an issue with the team really all year, that Laramie Tunsil was spared the one-on-one conversation, right? Because there is no doubt about it that he's got to be better, and I don't in any way, shape, or form, Ron, doubt that the necessary conversations were had to make sure that he understands that what he's been doing is unacceptable. The blatant disregard for, if you want to call it that you're getting targeted, cool, whatever, however you want to couch it. The blatant disregard for just simply moving your ass up and making sure that the offense another offensive drive doesn't stall because of your alignment. Whether if you want to talk about, play the victim, talk about you getting targeted, cool, whatever. Move up and figure it out the same way that Laramie Tunsil moved up and figured it out.
Titus Howard.
That's what I meant. Titus Howard figured it out. Sorry about that. Look, I think he's just got to. He's got to play better. He's got to be the captain. He's got to be the highest paid guy. He's got to be significantly better, Ron.
Yeah, someone texted. Then did he take one of his veteran days? No, he practiced all week. And listen, this is a prideful dude, I believe. I know some people out there think that he doesn't give a rip, that doesn't really care.
I question it.
Do you question it?
Absolutely, 100%.
I don't think that, for me, that it could be anybody's opinion. I don't believe that. I think he does care. And with that, I think he's a prideful player. He is playing against the guy who absolutely dominated him the last time they played in Josh Allen Hines. So much so he was named, just like Jonathan Grenard was last week for the Vikings, one-on-one, though this wasn't him going up against tight ends. This was him going up against Laramie Tunsil one-on-one. He dominated that matchup with Laramie Tunsil to the tune where he was AFC Defensive Player of the Week. I think Laramie Tunsil remembers that. I think Laramie Tunsil hears all of this, and there is pride. People calling for his job, calling for him to be benched. I think he hears that, and I think we see the best Laramie Tunsil. I do, and I think there's still going to be anger and annoyance towards Laramie Tunsil because, I don't think you just turn away from that in a week, and he can't score 4 touchdowns. But I do think you feel better about Laramie Tunsil coming out of this game, and I don't get the sense that we see Laramie Tunsil being the story of the game from a negative perspective again.
Yeah, I hope not. I know this. It's time to take the kid gloves off with handling Laramie Tunsil. For me, we're talking about a guy that is, again, a captain at one of them in football, and he's in that room. The O-line has been bad in pass protection and running the football for 2 straight weeks. They have not been able to generate a run game for 2 years. Laramie Tunsil killed the chances of this offensive football team keeping up with a hot Minnesota Vikings team in the first half last week. He killed it. Killed 3 of the first 5 drives. And last year, you mentioned it, Josh Allen abused Laramie Tunsil to the tune of an AFC Player of the Week award at NRG Stadium the last time these two met.
It was bad.
This is a get right for Laramie Tunsil. And Laramie Tunsil, what are you going to do about it?
No, yeah, but a man gets that way, and a guy who's as talented as him, and a guy who has gotten to the place he's gotten, like there is pride there, right there. To me, there is pride for him to getting where he has gotten, and if you ain't getting up for this one, all the things there, people have been talking about you fairly this week. As bad as you were, you're going up against a dude that ate your lunch last time you played. This team needs a win. Like, to me, I think you ought to and should see the best Laramie Tunsil. Now I don't know about the leadership part. I don't know if he's going to get everybody else in line. Like, I know you want him to.
Well, no, I think when you're talking about an offensive line that can't protect the quarterback and can't run the football, when your captain and your highest paid guy is there's legitimately zero leadership and problem. I think there's bigger problems with the Texans' offensive line than whether Laramie's a leader or not. But there's like a level of this is unacceptable from within might help.
From the text line, why do you assume that Tunsil's being handled with kid gloves? Because he hasn't been called out publicly by the coach. No.
I didn't just make that up. Laramie Tunsil's been handled with kid gloves since he's been here. He's been allowed to not participate in training camp to the point where he feels the need to come out when he does practice. And by the way, practices and clearly isn't ready, says, oh, well, I'd like to thank D'Amico and Nick for taking care of me. I mean, this is a guy that, again.
This is why you woke up like this.
Yeah, I mean, this is a guy that had multiple illegal formation penalties last week and refused to move up, and then tells the media, oh, they're targeting me, takes zero accountability. All of that is handled with kid gloves. You want to talk about handled with kid gloves? A guy that blatantly stalled 3 of the first 5 drives last week, that happens to be a captain and your highest paid player, and then the general manager, the head coach, and the offensive coordinator don't mention his name one time in their pressers this week. I
just answered this one also, but
I would say that's handling with kid gloves. Kid gloves that Kenyon Green in training camp in front of all the fans is running laps around the field because he couldn't stay. He jumped off sides, right? Not that it appeared to be a problem with Kenyon Green. Just they're not.
They ran laps, yeah.
But yet we're not. You know, when asked about Laramie Tunsil, he knows where to line up. Well, clearly he didn't. He just refused to get it right. So yeah, I mean, I don't think. Sorry that I had to talk for 2 minutes and explain why Laramie Tunsil has been handled with kid gloves. I thought that was probably understood. Hey, Mel, I don't know who did that and lumped me into the frozen drink category.
From their guest.
Huh?
Their guest. Courtney will drink it.
Yeah, girl.
She'll drink that frozen number. She'll drink that bad boy. It's from our guest. It says, "This gift is from my guest." There it is. Thank you so much, whoever that is.
Well, I greatly appreciate it, but I mean, do I look like a fruity drinker?
Nothing wrong. No, you look like you might enjoy a good frozen margarita. Nothing wrong with that.
Hey, what's that mean? I drink anything, huh?
Hey, baby, it's always Cinco de Mayo.
Buttery nipple.
Always my birthday, baby. All right, coming up, those of you just getting 5 o'clock coming up, and there is news on Yordan Alvarez. It is not good news unless you're Clint Stoerner. We'll let you hear the latest on that, and we'll get you prepared for the injuries. There are players that have been named out for this game for the Texans, and some good news within that as well. All of that coming up next as we continue live right here on The Drive.
Oh, show, Clint. I love the show, man.
The Astros have punched their ticket to the playoffs. After digging themselves into a hole in the division and fighting injuries all along the way, Joe Espada's crew turned.
years in most states and in state where it is legal. Promo code and other restrictions apply. Wager responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-426-2537 for help. Paid for by Blitz Studios.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
I'm in my drop top, cruising the streets.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty and the Blonde Bombshell.
The big deal. Oh, it's not the bomber, now it's the Bombshell.
I'm changing it up,
I like it. I like it.
How it comes to me.
See how them blonde highlights get you.
It gets trying to get me creative. We're trying to see if we settle in on it. And
what's Courtney think about that? Not the blonde, the
Bombshell part.
Yeah,
I don't know. I haven't run it by her. She hadn't
the
said
shift.
And also T-Mill and Psycho T have the latest. And the latest is, we are live here on a Football Friday here at Big City Wings here in Edo, right off Navigation. Come on out. You still have a chance to win. We still have tickets to Iowa State, and they'll be playing your Houston Cougars here, right here, and you can still win a couple of tickets here. All you got to do is come in, sign up, put your name in the raffle box, and you will give yourself a chance. The box is right here in the building. You can't miss it against the wall there. So come on out and give yourself a chance to win. And look, it looks like people are getting off work and coming in. It's a great spot. There are TVs everywhere. The Astros play. And I'm sure there's some college football on a Friday night out here. So this is a great space. Got a little outdoor space. We got some of our loyal listeners walking in the building and having a good time. No, we do not need a drink, but I'm sure he is going to force one on us. But come on out,
girl,
and enjoy yourself. Have a good time in here. All right, let's get here to the Astros, Clint, because I think this story has been the last thing to jump out here of late, and that's with Yordan Alvarez. We'll get you ready for tonight's game and let you know the lineup, which I think is of interest to see how the Astros, Joe Espada, decide to attack these final three games. But, Clint, this is coming from Chandler Rome of The Athletic. Yordan Alvarez has a brace on and is doing some work on the treadmill and weight room. Joe Espada said there are still some boxes he has to check for the Astros to feel comfortable putting him on a postseason roster. First and foremost, he has to do some baseball activities. And Clint, listen, we've had some conversations of fun around this thing, but I think for us, clearly, it looks like he is not going to be 100% healthy once the postseason starts. At the very least, it seems like he is at least going to have some problems, some issues there when it comes to his knee, and not going to be 100%. Did you stick your finger? Not going to be 100% when this postseason start. And he's their best hitter. He is their guy. And off of Kyle Tucker kind of getting into it, the hope is that at the very least this does not in any way hamper him from being the best that he can be, especially at the plate. I think this clears up. He is not going to be playing in the field. I think he is going to be a DH the rest of the way, which I'm cool with. But that's going to be the thing to watch, Clint, is to see how this affects him, how much this affects him with this knee.
Yeah, I mean, that's the question with the Astros right now. I mean, everything else is full go. I mean, Tucker seemed to be starting to come around with the bat. Bregman's elbow is in shoulder, elbow.
He's just been playing third base.
It's been fine. The Diaz Caratini thing's worked out really well. Whatever little snafu Jake Myers hit there a couple weeks ago, he's fine. So yeah, man. I mean, it's really the only question mark with the Astros, and it's a big one because of who it is. All joking aside, I do think there's some diva tendencies. I do think it's being blown out of proportion a tad bit, which the Astros are getting really, really good at doing, scaring the hell out of all of us Astros fans. It's definitely the concern on the table for the Stros right now as we wrap this thing up.
Yeah, that's the one, and I'm with you, Clint. I do believe he is going to play. Now, I mean, they did put will he be on the roster he's got some things he's got to check to get on the roster. I'm with you. I think he will play. It is just, gonna be this. That's the deal, and he's gonna have to be smart. Like what he got hurt was trying to stretch something out, trying to get into second, trying to stretch it to a double, and we'll see what he'll have to do.
Speaking of that, these next few games, we don't need anybody to do it. I mean, Altuve, Bregman, Diaz, everybody. We don't need to be stretching singles into doubles and doubles into triples, and we don't need to get real excited about stealing bases and things of that nature. Let's just play a good, clean, efficient baseball. If we do get into extra innings, let's play a little small ball. There's no sense in really pushing it here, and
none of that applies. None of that applies to you, Kessinger. You go and do everything you want to do. You steal some bags, baby.
I mean, we proved that Kessinger and DeZenzo.
Wickham proved that. You're right, Kessinger up there, man. Let me not do nothing to get myself in trouble. By the way, if you're wondering about Shea Wickham is. He was sent down to AAA after his 4-error situation. He is out of here, and they bring up Zach DeZenzo. So that was a costly game, final game of the homestand for Shea Wickham. But the lineup tonight, Clint, and this kind of lets you know where they are in terms of how they're going to play it, potentially at least to start. Altuve is in the game. He is leading off. Tucker is in the game. He is going. Bregman is in the game at third base. He is going. And I think when you think about it, like, hey, you'd be like, hey, we know Jordan is not playing tonight. If there was some thought about that elbow, you'd just be easy to DH him, but they're going to play him at third base anyway. He has at catcher, Caratini's at first. DeZenzo is at DH. Myers is in center field. Dubon is in left, and Kessinger is playing shortstop as it looks like Jeremy Pena gets the night off. So that is the lineup. That's how they'll handle it. It looks like, Clint, just judging by this, somebody will get a day off over the next couple of days. We'll even see how long these guys play. Maybe they play 5-6 innings and they come out, get a couple at bats in. But it does appear like the smart move. I want to make sure you guys are still playing, getting swings, but want to also try to make sure everybody gets rested at the same time.
Love it, Ron. I love it. What I would call an Astro arrogant way to do this is, hey, man, we've been here 7 straight years. We're good.
Time.
Yeah, I hear you, Verlander, but let's just not act like it. And these guys getting at bats, seeing live pitching, I think is for me personally, for what it's worth, I love it. It's beautiful.
Yeah. All right, so that'll be it. Astros have the final series of the season. They are locked in at the 3 spot. They will play the Cleveland Guardians in Cleveland, and then after that they will prepare for the opening round, the wild card round on Tuesday. Game 1 will be on Tuesday, and it looks like that game and that series will take place against either the Tigers or the Royals. Those two are one game away. One win from them or a loss by the Twins to get in.
Well, I mean, we have seen the Royals get swept lately. I mean, we have seen them lose some games. So.
7-game losing streaks in the month of September, so that did happen.
Could happen, man.
That's 14 games. Yep, could happen. All right, so that'll be one to watch Tuesday. It'll be time as their quest for another ALCS gets going.
This Astros locomotive is relentless.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Sunday's big as the Texans look to kind of rebound from that loss in Minneapolis and get their record to 3-1, and continue to have a pretty comfortable lead, even if it is this early in the AFC South. But the injury report, kind of some mixed things here, Clint, and I think mostly expected here. But Nico Collins was a full participant today. He showed up on the injury report with a hamstring issue and was limited Thursday. He was a full participant and will go. Tank Dell, he is going to be out. He has not practiced all week with that rib, hand, wrist situation. They have already declared him out. Foley Fatukasi with the shoulder. He didn't practice Wednesday, was limited the last 2 days, and he is going to be questionable in this game. Joe Mixon, this is the really, really good news. Joe Mixon had not practiced all week, did not play last week, did not practice last week. He was a limited participant and returned today, Clint. He is questionable. And then Damian Pierce is out. And this one is the one that maybe is that we didn't really know. But Jimmy Ward with the groin, he is out for this game. So Ford kind of starters, they're both out with Dameon Pierce missing his third straight game. But I think the one that jumps up as a positive point is Joe Mixon. Looks like he is going to play. Looks like he is going to play coming up on Sunday. So, Joe Mixon is big to have him back.
Yeah, no, Joe Mixon back is definitely the name here. Not only because he's obviously an upgraded running back, but I believe that he's a dude that has the ability in the huddle, if things aren't going right, to check dudes, to hold guys accountable. At least I hope that's the case. He's definitely got the pelts on the wall. He definitely is the guy that brings the juice. You would think that he would be able to do that. So, yeah, getting Joe Mixon back from several perspectives is big, man. The Tank Dell thing, look, we all know how explosive Tank Dell can be. And we all know, look, I'm the president of the fan club. But at the end of the day, you look at the snap count against Minnesota, you look at the catches, you look at the usage on the film that you watch during the games, like Tank Dell has been treated as a depth receiver on this football team. So when we're talking about the loss of Tank Dell and him not being there, not as big a deal as I would like it to be. I'd like for him to have been more of a focal point earlier in the season. But the truth of the matter is we're talking about a depth receiver here, and that's a position where this team is really, really deep. And depth receivers, they've got plenty.
Now, I know his production hasn't been great, but the threat of him, how much does that hurt them?
Yeah, look, I mean, in a perfect world, in theory, if this offense was clicking, that would be a problem. But the reality of it is we haven't seen this offense click and anybody not named Nico Collins consistently be a threat. Like, we haven't seen CJ consistently be good. We haven't seen Joe Mixon consistently be a threat. We haven't seen Dalton Schultz. I mean, none of these guys. So, I mean, in theory, yeah. I mean, we've seen him be great, and he could be a weapon that could explode all of a sudden. But the way in which he's being used, it just doesn't seem that he's been made a priority. So I don't think he's going to be missed in the role that he's been playing. There's no doubt that he is a unique player and a guy that can do things that nobody else on this team can. But those are the kind of issues, Ron, that we were hoping this year, week 4, that we would be talking about. Is, hey, how do we get Tank Dell a little bit more involved? What's a better way to use him? Hell, these guys are just trying to figure out how to line up right.
Yeah.
So yeah, when you talk about missing a depth receiver, I know it jumps off the screen because it's Tank, but you throw Robert Woods in there, and look, Robert Woods may be just what the doctor ordered for this offense, if we're being completely honest. And underneath, more of a possession-type receiver that can always be available for CJ Stroud, quick and early on, seen all the different coverages and different pressures, and knows how to make himself available. And you don't lose your explosive Nico or your explosive Stephon Diggs in the process. He may be just what the doctor ordered. We'll see.
Yeah. His threats when he goes in motion and how people – that may be an impact, but we'll see what that is. Again, is questionable. Looks like he is gearing towards playing, and he looked like he was moving really, really well. Didn't look like there was an ankle situation. And then Jimmy Ward, Dameon Pierce, and Tank Dell they are going to be out of this game coming up on Sunday.
Bring on the Jaguars.
5 o'clock fire.
All right. The Cowboys, they got a W last night, but there was some losses that they took in that game, and now we're starting to hear a little bit more on. Micah Parsons, their best defensive player, he has a high left ankle sprain, Clint, and for him that and what he does, that is a tough injury. As we said, sometimes that is a injury where you have to sit for weeks. Yeah, and there are certain positions that can kind of deal with it better. Outside pass rusher who's coming off the edge and plays as hard and as violently as he does not seem like the position where high ankle sprain. Quarterbacks maybe be able to survive some other stuff. I don't know about that.
Hey, you're right, and at least they're leaving that one open. The DeMarcus Lawrence, they're already reporting that it'll keep him out for multiple weeks. So add insult to injury, the Astros, the Cowboys play down to the Giants' ability. the Giants level and lose two of their best defenders. Really, two defenders that if they're ever going to stop the run, they need desperately.
Yeah, and then if they do now, like that was the thing is, all right, if they can get up and they stop the run, or they can get up, or the score forces the other team to have to throw the ball. It was get Lawrence and get Parsons off the edge and come and rush the quarter. Like, who comes in for those guys?
Yeah, it's
Lawrence is
not
out,
the same caliber player.
No, not at all. And I mean, and I would imagine Mike is probably going to try to play on this thing.
Yeah.
And he's not going to be the
high ankles are rough, man.
Yeah, especially for that position. Especially for that position to try to come off the edge like that. So that is for the Cowboys that they won the game, but that couldn't have gone any worse for them to lose those potential two players. They've already lost to Marcus Lawrence. They've lost, and then they had to playing the Steelers, the Lions, and the 49ers coming up in the next three games. So we'll see what the Cowboys do there. All right, coming up as we continue here, you still have a chance to win tickets. Coming up here in this final hour, we'll hook somebody up with a couple of tickets right now. All you got to do is come on into Big City Wings, Edo location right off Navigation, and put your name in the raffle box, and you will have a chance to win. Enjoy the great food and drinks. I'm about to just tear this salad up here. As
Looks
soon
good,
as I
man.
get a chance.
Nice, healthy chicken.
I didn't see it. I mean, I had a couple of people come and pick at it. But come on, hey, fool. Hey, chill out now.
What
happened? Chill out, man.
Oh.
Chill out now. All right. But come stay with us and hang out with us. Coming up here in just a bit.
Can't stay with me. You can hang out here, though, for a while.
Yeah, you can stay. I just want to see where people are. How are you feeling about this game? This is a big game. Like, you should win this game, the Texans. But this is a big game because if you don't, this is a completely different conversation at 2-2. How are you feeling about this game? Are you closer to confident or are you closer to nervous? We'll discuss that coming up. But before we get there, as we continue here, guys, when you hear the phrase 95%.
John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Big City Wings in Edo, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. You good? Welcome back in. Shout out to our winner. Tigers, one of them. Oscar's one of them. Shout out to our winners who took home some U of H Iowa State tickets, and that's what happens, man. We don't come empty-handed, baby. We come and hopefully allow you to have a good time and to hook some things up too as well. What are you doing here? You needed a hug. Go ahead, give me.
Yeah,
Clint needed a hug, guys. Everybody give.
I just need.
Text line 713-572-4610.
If it ain't the Texans, Ron.
Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, give him some good comments, man. Clinton needed a hug, folks. Give him some nice words. Tell him it's going to be okay.
Kuna Matata.
Speaking of it's going to be okay, let's get right to it here as the Texans get going. I'm willing to hear. I want to hear Tyler on this one first. As the Texans get ready to play the Jacksonville Jaguars. Jacksonville's 0-3, and listen, their first game against the Miami Dolphins, they had control of the whole way and then blew it late. The Cleveland game, they just could not finish in the end zone and couldn't finish in the red zone, and they struggled in that game and they lost. But that game was close. Monday night, they just got their ass kicked by Buffalo. And Trevor Lawrence threw some throws where you're like, what in the hell is wrong with that cat? And so they've struggled. Their defense has been really, really bad, especially it was really, really bad on Monday. So there have been some struggles with Jacksonville. The Texans, they got blown away also in Minneapolis. They struggled as well there too. But Jacksonville's coming in 0-3, playing for their lives, you would think. And the Texans, they are looking to try to bounce back from this thing. And I'm curious from you, and I've seen some people already on the text line who jumped through, and they and I asked the question: Are you how are you feeling about this game coming up on Sunday? Are you closer to completely confident, baby? I'm confident in this bad boy. Are you closer to nervous? Where are you at right now in this game? Because this is a big game, because the difference between 3-1 and 2-2 is obviously a big deal. So, Tyler, let me hear it from you. I think I know where you're going to go, but where are you at, Tyler? How are you feeling, gut feeling right now about this game?
Oh, yeah, you definitely know, because I have the same feeling that I typically have anytime the Jaguars are coming to Houston for a game with the Texans, and that is no shortage of confidence. I mean, I lack any kind of fear and really respect of their game that the Jaguars have year in and year out. This team, like I told you yesterday, and I've said a million times, we find them more often than not towards the bottom of this AFC South division. And I don't think Trevor Lawrence is going to all of a sudden become the phenom quarterback in year 4 that he's supposed to be. So, no, I feel good about it, especially if Mixon's playing.
That is fair. That is true as well, because Tyler was believing in the Texans over the Jags in the color year. He was confident that year. I mean, he was. I remember
football playing.
They played him week 2. He was confident in the color year. So that is very fair. He is. Tyler is. There is nothing that the Jags will have to go back-to-back Super Bowl champions before Tyler believes in the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Now, I'm glad you reminded me. You brought back my old feelings as well, Tyler. I don't know why, but the Jaguars, I'm not quite as confident as Tyler. I just think, generally speaking, like they don't turn me on at all. Like whether they're playing the Texans or anybody else, like they just don't do it for me. So that I'm with Tyler on that. I don't. The Jaguars don't scare me, but this is more for me, Ron, about the Texans. I mean, you have to be hot butter, baby doo-doo soft if getting your skull cracked 34-7 doesn't piss you off. If everybody talking about how undisciplined you are with the penalty situation, and you can't run the football, and you're giving up too many explosives on defense, and you were supposed to be a top team in the AFC, and You for the majority of the season, you hadn't necessarily played that level of football. Like if this team as a whole isn't motivated to go out and prove all of those narratives wrong, or really the initial narratives right, then boy, this team's not made up of what we thought they were.
Yeah, I'm sitting here on the text line.
So I'm confident as well.
You're confident. Yeah, I see this on the text line. Nervous as hell, but be honest, they lose this, the season is already done. I'm confident as hell. I believe in CJ. That's coming from the text line. Listen here. Listen, they're a more than touchdown favorite in this game right now, the Texans, and I know that the Jags are up against the wall. Like you get 0-4, it is done. So I think you are going to get the best of the Jags. I think you are going to get the most focused of the Jags. I think that is going to be the case. And I look over there, and Clint, they just got more talent than what their record is.
The Jags.
The Jags just have more. I mean, when you start looking at their skills, you start looking at their guys, and as I said, I've watched condensed versions of their games, and you can see, like, man, ETN he gets off sometimes. It gets going in the passing game and in the run game, and you can see Gabe Davis down one seam, and you can see Brian Thomas, who's been a really big addition, and Christian Kirk. Like, you can see those guys, and sometimes Trevor, when he's not overthrowing somebody by 20 yards and gift-wrapping interceptions for DeMar Hamlin. Right. And I just think about if you're at their A effort and then you just see that the Texans have had struggles with teams like the Bears and the Colts, and I think the Jags are more talented than those teams. So there is a tinge of nervousness. I think the Texans win, but it's just you're probably going to get the best effort that you've seen from the Jags all year.
Yeah, look, I tell you, in the part, because I agree with you. There's no doubt. Doug Peterson, Trevor Lawrence, all the skill guys you just mentioned. I mean, there's no doubt that if they're clicking on all cylinders, they're going to be a tough out. What gives me confidence in that scenario is their defense is garbage. I mean, their defense is not good. It is not good. And the defense, on the other hand, I think is going to be more difficult to move the football on than the Jacksonville Jaguars defense. And so at worst-case scenario, if this thing turns out to be a high-scoring affair, I think the Texans have the ability to go get it at that point in time anyway. I truly believe that this game is going to be decided with, obviously, DeMeco Ryans' defense and the Jacksonville Jaguars. If they handle their business the way that I believe they should, the Texans should have a field day offensively. I mean, this is the kind of
especially what we saw with Buffalo last week.
Yes, this is the kind of defense, Ron, that when you go get Diggs and you re-sign Dalton Schultz and you bring Joe Mixon in and you've got two of the higher-paid tackles in the game to pass protect, this is the kind of defense that you feel pretty confident that you can light up.
Yeah. From the text line, the last three texts. We may beat the Jags quite a bit, but I'm nervous. Division game, and they always play us hard. I'd be more nervous if they were playing Georgia versus the terrible Jags. I'm very confident because of the way they got their asses kicked last week, and if Tunsil pulls his crap this week, a decision needs to be made. So it looks like most people are confident, and based off what we've watched from the Jags, I understand that. But I don't think that we're going to see Sunday at noon the Jags that played against the Buffalo Bills. I don't think we're going to see those Jags. It'll be for the Texans having to force that. All right, coming up, Mad Dog Monday. Our picks for our Mad Dog Mondays. Now, thus far through 3 weeks, I'm in the lead. I have yet to have to buy Mad Dog. We'll see how that continues. We'll remind you of the guys that you've already selected. And remember, you can only pick a person twice. So Mad Dog Monday picks, that's coming up next as we continue to ride here live on a Football Friday right here on The Drive.
The Texans host the Jags.
$99 or more. Because Lowe's knows holiday hosting. Valid through 10/16 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Appliance savings vary based on purchase amount. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com for details.
It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Big City Wings in Edo, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome back in as The Drive continues here on this Football Friday as we're live here at Big City Wings. We'll be here till 6 o'clock, but that does not mean, hey, don't come out. No, man, we're in Edo right off navigation. This is my wife came in. She said this is one of her favorite parts of the city. It's a great place to hang out and have a good time in the city. Come on out. There are TVs everywhere. Big baseball games to start as the Astros will get going here a little bit after we get off the air. As they'll play Cleveland, you can watch that here. TVs everywhere. Great food, great drinks out in this place. The bartenders are a little spicy, so they'll take care of you and hook you up. See him right here, man. I can tell. He's ready to send somebody home in a bad spot. But no, come on out and have a good time. First, I do want to thank everybody who's helped make this Football Friday possible. Our great promo staff, Colby, who came out, helped things, did things out here. Also, our producer, Tyler Milner, back at the station holding
thank
down.
you, Tyler Milner.
There you go. He's got a lot to do as well. Our engineer Matt, who always does a great job keeping us on the air and getting everything up, as well as everybody, our sales team, Tanya to Aaron, everybody who has helped make this possible. Everybody here at Big City Wings, the staff here is fantastic as well. So we thank everybody who has helped get us and keep us on the air. Congratulations to all our winners as well. We hope you enjoyed and keep hanging out with us on these Football Fridays as we go around the city. So we appreciate everybody who has helped out here. Clint, before we get to our Mad Dog picks, which again I'm in first place at this point. Before we get to our Mad Dog picks, Clint, you know what? I would like to get more of a definition of what this team is offensively. And I would hope to see that coming up on Sunday. And we can hear in Bobby Slowick, in CJ Stroud, and even in D'Amico, there needs to be adjustments made. Something has to change. There needs to be an adjustment made. And I think what you have said to me, and I'll let you say it here because I don't know if you've said these exact words, but it feels like let's get back to the basics. Let's get back to what made this offense what it was. And there's no Tank Dell this week, but I would imagine potentially that's what we're potentially going to see.
It's too talented of a football team. Take my fandom out of the mix. It's too talented of a football team to not be able to run the football because you've got unblocked defenders hitting the running back 4 yards deep in the backfield, right? Your offensive coordinator said that yesterday, right? It's too talented of a football team to have drives stalled by one of the highest paid players in football. It's too talented of a football team to go out there and get sliced and diced by Sam Darnold to the tune of 34 points. I mean, you got a 100-yard rusher, and he threw for 300 yards and 3 or 4 touchdowns. Like, you're too talented of a football team, at least on paper. You're too talented of a football team for that to be the way you go down, for that to be your MO. It's too talented of an offensive line with all the draft capital and all the money and contracts that are invested up front. And as good as Bobby Slowick is as an offensive play caller, you're too talented top to bottom to just simply not be able to protect your quarterback. I mean, it's like you're playing inferior football teams and you are playing down to their level. That is indicative of bad football teams. That's indicative of rebuilding football teams. We've been talking about top AFC teams and Super Bowl caliber teams. Like, you're doing things that aren't typically associated with that caliber of football team, and you're too talented. They made win now moves with a hand of money they spent. You're too talented of a football team to continue to put this on film.
Yep.
And it's just like that. That's the reality of it. Just the football guy in me, just the X's and O football guy in me is disgusted with what you see from the squad.
And I thought the point you made, man, last year, and you said it, last year what made them great and what made their offense so successful was, man, everything was on time. CJ wasn't holding the ball. CJ was literally going to the open man, like he said, and like he talked about this year. There's no number one. There's an open man. He was ball out, bam, bam. As you said, it was crazy how often he seemed to throw the ball to the right place.
Yeah.
there's been more of hold for the big play, hold, or put the ball even in harm's way. I would like to see no Tank Dale, bam, here we go. Diggs, I'm getting it out to you. Bam, screens to you, Nico. Let's kind of take it back to where it was before so we can see them, because that to me is when CJ was at his best. To me, I don't think CJ's at his best. He can make those off-script plays. He's made them. But I think you're bringing in potential turnovers and problems with that. He's at his best picking poison, bam.
The game is exponentially more difficult when you're constantly trying to attack downfield. Joe Burrow, you can have a lot of success. Joe Burrow is a perfect example of that. Great receivers, has put up big numbers, has had a lot of success, but he's taken a beating and been injured, is ridiculed every damn week because of it. It's a hard living to make in the NFL. And that's not one that's going to be consistent. It's not one that year over year you're going to be able to duplicate. And what the Texans did last year was where you want to live, ultimately, offensively. And that is not what we've seen this year. And it's just, again, they're just too talented of a football team, Ron, to be having these kinds of discussions.
I hope this is we see them break out.
Think about it, Ron. Think about it. And I don't cover these teams as close, so I may be dead ass wrong. But when was the last time you heard Josh Allen, Pat Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow? When was the last time you heard those guys talking about, man, we just got to buy in?
Yeah.
Man, we just got to buy into what
we're just not executing, or we're not playing well. But, yeah, he said it multiple times.
Multiple times.
Yeah.
Like, we're still at the buy-in level? No, man.
And Bobby Slowick basically kind of said it in his many words as well.
Yeah. You got to look at each other right now and say, man, we just got to be better. Like, the buy-in, hell, you're better than that, man. So, I don't know. If you want to live in that world of the top AFC teams, the top NFL teams, hell, I saw Tom Brady still right now has the Texans the fifth best team in the NFL, not the AFC, the NFL. And you want to live up to those kind of expectations. Like, we can't be talking about, well, we just got to buy in.
Yeah.
So it's just. Ooh, man, they got to get right this week.
All right, coming up behind us, Texans All Access from 6 to 9 tonight. And D'Amico Ryans, he will be there right at the start of the show, so make sure you hang on as he will help preview this game against the Jags. That's coming up right behind us. And then kickoff with Boomer and Mike Valenti from 9 to 10 as they'll go around the league. It's a really good program. I used to listen to it a lot last year, so you can hear that from 9 to 10. And then we are live and local until midnight. Area 45, Sean Bijani and Patrick Creighton will have you from 10 to 12, so stay right here on Sports Radio 610. All right, let's do it right here. Our Mad Dog Monday picks. I feel like we're going to be drinking Mad Dog on Monday. It's now who is going to be purchasing it. And Tyler, you were in last place the last time, so I'll jump to you, Tyler. We'll give you the first pick. Who do you have as your Mad Dog Monday pick?
All right, boys. Week 4 Mad Dog player pick for the Texans for me this week. I'm going to go with a guy who has vastly. No, but you can actually hear him as well on Texans All Access coming up next. But I am going to go with a guy who has vastly underperformed for the Houston Texans so far this year. A guy who got a new contract from the Houston Texans this past offseason. I'm going to go with tight end Dalton Schultz. He only has 7 catches through 3 weeks, 7 receptions, and the yards he's got, I can't 2 digits. It wasn't 3. So Dalton Schultz, tight end, make some plays, man. Prove to them they did the right thing, bring you back to Houston. Dalton Schultz.
Yeah, they could stand to get him involved. All right, Clint, who you got?
He took my guy. He took my damn
Sorry,
guy.
not sorry.
He took my damn guy. I tell you what, I'll ride Joe Mixon. I'll take the gamble with the bad ankle against this team. I'm going to ride Joe Mixon.
I love Joe Mixon.
Me too, Gruden.
To me, when I say get back to basics, and I think they'll be deliberate on getting the ball to him early, and that's Nico Collins. I think Nico Collins has a big game. They waited till 5 minutes in the second quarter before he made his first reception. in this game, and I think they'll try to get the ball. I think they'll deliberately get it in screens. I think they will get the ball to Nico Collins. So I will go Nico, and this will be interesting. I got Nico Collins. Clint has Joe Mixon, and Tyler is using Dalton Schultz on this game. So remember, we can only use these guys twice. So that's where it is as we roll through here on a big one here. As I said, man, they got to go ahead and pull this thing off and win this thing. I've been sitting here thinking. I've been talking to people. I'm like, God, who do I want? Who do I want the Royals to face in the postseason? Who do I want the Royals? And I've been, but it would be fun to come back here. It would be fun for our show. It would be fun for our show. If next week
you don't want to see that. It'll be real fun for me and Tyler.
It might be
in the city of Houston.
It may be, but I think it'd be really fun for the show if the Royals are playing in that wild card round here next week, next Tuesday. I'll be honest with you. If you're telling me who would I'd rather play, it would be Baltimore. But